Welcome back to the AG7 Day 3. I am your host, Mystical Might, and I am joined by Virian Stoneshard and Brett Thomas. Virian, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, thank you. How about you?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. And Brett?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Perfect. Well, for any viewers just tuning in to the Anger Games for the first time, this is the second weekend. You can go back and check the VODs on the CCP channel for the first weekend. We also have a second stream. There are two tournaments, well, two tournament systems for this tournament at the moment. You can check out the other stream, which can be found at /EVE tournaments. If you just check the EVE Online section, you'll probably be able to find it. Talking about the games coming up, though, I think we have a couple minutes before we should look at the bans for the next match. So, Viren, any matches that you have your eye on today?
Oh, today, I haven't looked too far ahead yet. I mean, first match of today is the captain of MPSI Rocks is a good friend of mine, so that was always fun to watch.
Okay. And Brett, any interesting matches that you've got your eye on?
I'm always a fan of the Lazy Piglets. Unfortunately, they're on the other stream. On this stream specifically, the Fancy Pants vs Punishing Grey Ravens is always an interesting one to watch.
Okay. And, you know, just for any viewers that may be tuning in for the first time who haven't had a chance to go back and watch any matches from last weekend, are there any matches that you would recommend people go back and watch after they're done watching this stream? Naturally, they're going to stick around and stay with us for a bit.
I would have to look up the schedule for which team it was, because my memory for team names is always failing me. But there were some amazing matches the second day on the EVE tournament stream. Two matches back-to-back that went to overtime. One with a Vindicator, two rush teams against each other. Some very exciting ones.
That would probably be the Space Art against the Questionable Choices and Bubble Not Tackled versus From Spark to Flame. Those are the two matches that were on just before us last weekend. So there's probably going to be those two. And Brett, any matches in mind?
No, you've mentioned the two that particularly stood out for me. Just any match with a Mega or a Vindicator on it is always going to be great if you go back through them. We had some interesting choices of how to fit Megas and Vindies last week, so they're especially fun to watch.
Okay, so again, for viewers tuning in, last weekend, I don't believe any teams were officially eliminated, but this weekend is going to determine what the brackets look like. There will be eliminations today, I believe. For Group A, which is the upcoming match, we have Jakaris and Lazy Piglets in prime position. They are both in the primary bracket, and they're only playing for placements. Shrimply Delightful is done with matches, but the next match between MPSI Rocks and Chateau de la Sol is going to really determine whether they end up in third or fourth place. Chateau needs to win by 131 points, I believe, to make it into that non-elimination bracket. We'll get into the details as and when they come up. It is an interesting format, and it is a departure from some of the previous tournaments that EVE Online has seen, and I think it's working fairly well so far. I did ask this last weekend of the two people I bullied on the desk at the very beginning, but are there any interesting rule changes that you guys are really liking right now? And I'll start with Virian first.
For me, the 200 points is honestly the biggest deal. One of the big gripes with previous tournaments that I've always had is that some of the ships that are quite similar, but really not similar in performance, get attributed to the same points just because you're limited by how much more expensive or cheaper you can make them. Going up to 200 points instead just gives a lot more granulated options to be like, all right, we're going to make this one just 1 or 2 points more expensive just to give it a slightly better balance.
Nice. Brett, there is one correct answer for you now that the points have been mentioned.
Well, to slightly expand on the previous point about the points, the fact that it's 7 people and the points are still the same means we just get a lot more battleships. It's great fun. We do have battleships and battle cruisers going at each other. Instead of there being 10 people with maybe one battleship, we're seeing multiple battleships, maybe even 3 at times, in one match with only 7 people. So it's just fun watching the big ships go smash, 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 smash.
And Brett, there's one other really significant change, and it kicks in at about the 7-minute mark. Do you want to talk about that really quickly?
So at about 7 minutes in, we have reverse tie-dye. Usual Alliance tournament matches are about 10 minutes long. In order to make it so we don't have any like really long, boring matches, we at 7 minutes, the game goes into reverse tie-dye, which is where it slowly speeds up. Most people, most blocks are used to normal tie-dye, where the game slows down. This is the opposite. The game starts to speed up, your modules start going faster, and over the 3 minutes, it goes faster and faster and faster, up to, I believe, 300% bonus speed. So your modules will be then cycling 4 times as fast, I believe, is how that works.
That's correct. We got to see that on day 2, one of those matches I mentioned.
Yeah, you do end up seeing 4K per second Vindicators, which is
exactly
interesting.
And the arena size still remains the same, right? So reaction speed is everything when you're flying around, especially if it's in something like a frigate. You don't want to zip out of the arena and end up exploded.
The one time where orbit and approach might actually be valid choices in a tournament setting instead of manual clicking. Because, if you double click in space and you don't pay attention for 10 seconds, you're out of the arena.
We did actually see cursors do keep at range last weekend.
It does make sense. But, okay, we'll put that on hold for now. We've got a few minutes until the next match. I believe we do have the bands ready. So we're going to throw to that. And I'm seeing some interesting bands here. A couple Apocalypse bands. Varian, could you walk me through the MPSI Rock band, please?
Yeah, so starting off with the ones you mentioned, the APOC Navy and Apocalypse. Interesting choice. Those ships are very well known for just having really long-range laser damage. They don't do much else, so it's quite obvious what they don't want to see with that. Oneros and Guardian band, very sensible. They don't want to have the tanky T2 cruisers for repairs. And a Loki. Not sure what that says on its own, but...
I mean, we've seen the Loki be a fairly strong webbing ship, especially in some of those rush comps, so it may just be an attempt to weaken it, but the Nighthawk and the Sleipnir are still open. Brett, could you take us through the Chateau de la Sol bands, please?
I find the whole set of bands quite amusing. Chateau de la Sol have first banned Thalia Deacon, and then NPSI Rocks responded with an Oneros Guardian. I think both of them just agreed, we don't want heavy armor logistics here. We don't want tanky. We want stuff that we can kill. Chateau then banned Absolution and Cyclone Fleet, some of those battle cruisers that are doing really well in both the medium gun spam and some of the ham rushes. And then they finally followed that up with a broadsword, something that's doing really well in these kind of like Sleipnir medium hams kind of comps, the stuff that absolutely kind of rush stuff down. The broadsword is really good at locking everything down.
So, looking at these bands, really quick predictions from you both. Brett, who do you think is going to win based on these bands here?
I like the NPSI Rocks bands a little bit better.
All right. And Varian, any thoughts on who might be taking this match based on these bands?
I have personal experience practicing against one of them, so I'm going to go with Chateau.
Okay, well, this match is going to be a really interesting one. Let's see whether Chateau de la Sol can win and score 131 points. If they don't and MPSI wins, then they will be securing their 3rd or 4th place, depending on how they do in this match. But with that, we are going to throw it to the arena with Tian and CCP Overload. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, I am CCP Overload, joined by Tian Zaharan for this, the first match of the day. Everything is set, everybody is ready, and we're moments away from kicking off the AG7 here on Twitch. And oh boy, we have not 1, not 3, but 5 battleships here on Grid Tian. Vargran Double Maelstrom here on Grid Tian. Vargran Double Maelstrom. The NPSI Rocks deciding to go for just 2, but they are bringing links. What do you think of that? But they are bringing links. What do you think?
That's definitely a good call. Those battleships with proper lot from the links, and I already checked the guns on that Vindicator. That is indeed a Blaster Vindicator. So this will be a bloodbath at zero. All those battleships will be a punching each other at zero. All those really interesting to see here. The matchup, classical shield versus armor. The matchup, classical shield versus armor.
Yeah, both teams choosing to bring Tech 1 Logistics frigates. So Logi really a secondary thought here. The MPSI team came in at zero. They're just going to brawl straight in. Those Maelstroms are turning and running, but you may be aware of this, but the Maelstrom, not the most agile ship in New Eden, so I suspect it may get caught, and they really are lacking in tackle. It's just that Merlin that could screen from them, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. And T1 frigate is not known to be definitely best tackled, but the video has not caught anything yet. Tackled, and the video has not those Maelstrom and that Bugger are autocannon fit, so the most damage we see at the moment is onto the Vindicator. The most damage we see at the moment is onto the Vindicator. To that high end. So they are just trying to get to that high end Vindicator, but their Bugger is also doing that Vindicator.
There's a lot of damage landing on that Vindicator. He's already very low armor, almost about to hit hull. And on the other side, the Vargar is sitting pretty. Okay, he's starting to get a little bit of reps coming in now. Can they hold up a Vindicator under 2 Maelstroms and a Vargar? That's a huge amount of DPS. He is repping himself as well. This actually, if they lose this Vindicator, that's almost going to be game over. And importantly, Soto need to win by 131 points here. They need a sweep.
Yeah. Vargar is also struggling a bit with tanky, but as soon as the Vindicator will go down, it will be very much better on tank. And the Vindy is heading rapidly towards hull. It seems to be just about to explode, and there it goes. The Vindy down, and the Vargar still alive. The Bantam is also still alive. At the moment, this looks really good for the Lassalle team. Now damage onto the Tempest Fleet issue, just continuing that run with the Vindy down, now going for the second battleship and just getting rid of that DPS.
Yeah, I feel like if they struggle to break the Vargar with the Fleet Tempest and the Vindicator, they're going to struggle even more with just the Fleet Tempest. Of course, the Devoter and Draugr can do some DPS themselves. It looks like the Draugr is busy just living his best life, trying to take down the Bantams by himself. But he could not break them under the rep of Jace. It looks like Locust, the Seer, was able to survive the onslaught from the Draugr. And I mean, this Fleet Tempest here, it's going down. The reps are not landing, and honestly, it looks like this is going to be a win by more than 131 points at this moment.
Yeah, that looks really good for the Lassalle team, so their chances are back up there. It is not over yet, quite though, because that Bantam is now suffering a lot. The other Bantam is really going to have to do everything to keep his buddy alive there, because that Draugr is just going to keep spooling and spooling and spooling. But luckily, the Vargar has very good local tank with at least 1 XL, large shield booster, so the Vargar will be able to tank, so the Bantams can just focus on keeping each other alive. And the Tempest Fleet is still heading towards hull, and now he's probably already out of nanas in his Ansel. His tank is greatly reduced already.
I feel like we had a couple of Maelstroms do well last week as well. Maybe this finally is happening. The year of the Maelstrom is here, ladies and gentlemen, as the Maelstrom comp might go undefeated right now as the Fleet Tempest does go down. I see no way that this is not basically a clean sweep now for this point for the Soto team. They have to just not boundary and not feed into a Draugr, and they've got this in the bag.
Yeah, the Draugr will still do a lot of damage with the spool. It might kill something over time, but it's not going to be more than those 130 points. Soto Lassalle is already at 129 points of the 131 they need. So if they kill one more thing in 3 minutes and 40 seconds, they definitely have this in the bag, and they will overtake NPSI Rocks here on the leaderboard. Well, leaderboard of their bracket.
Yes,
so they will definitely not go home yet.
I'm wondering if the Vargar and the Maelstroms, when they came in, they saw what was facing them, the Vindicator and the Fleet Tempest, and they just followed the classic mantra, load, hail, never fail, and just decided that, well, this Vindicator is going to need to come to us. We're just going to blast it in the face as it does so and outlast it. The damage of 3 battleships, one of them being a Vargar, going into the tank of the Vindicator, it just could not stay up. And the Devoter was not able to separate the Soto team enough to let the Vindicator get in and be unmolested.
Yeah, I'm going to make a wild call here, but I think this match was pretty much won for the Lassalle from the beginning. Like, from the warp in, they had this in the bag. I like their warp ins to 20 to not risk landing at 0 on something, which was perfect. They had a few seconds there where they could shoot the Vindicator before it was in range. It was just really well played overall. And I really like that doctrine as well. It is off meta, not very susceptible to bans. Like, you can't see this in advance. Like, you're not going to guess double Maelstrom Vargar. So I really like that comp, and I really like that call here. Well played, good execution.
Very good
getting them
execution,
back into
and they
tournament.
needed to win by that 131 points. They have done so, so they will definitely secure the next position in their particular bracket. In the end games this year, individual ship points do matter because there is points difference as well as just match scores. So you don't want to necessarily just feed out of the arena when you have 2 minutes left. You might want to try and survive. I don't think it makes a difference in this case for MPSI Rocks, and based on the fact that they're getting tackled, I don't suspect that they're going to survive much longer anyway. But it does sometimes matter.
Yeah, but I honestly think that now the La Soul made actually the worst call, going for that Pontifex first. If they really want to get the 200 clean sweep, I would have gone for the Inquisitors first because they were close, but at this point, does it matter? No, not really.
No, it really does not matter at this point, yeah.
Stress is gone. They pretty much got this in the bag.
Yeah, we're seeing GFs and local. They know what's going on here. I think last week as well, MPSI Rocks had a pretty good upset victory. I can't remember off the top of my head who it was. I just remember they were not expected to win, and they did, which was awesome to see. So MPSI have done really good this year in the tournaments. It's always great to see them, and it's great to see some old names as well. Nick Domar is a long-time tournament veteran. He's been around for a long time. He knows what he's doing. So I'm not surprised to see some off-meta coming from a Nick Domar team.
Yeah, definitely. The thing is, as we are talking here, there's 40 seconds left in the match, but those Inquisitors are still living. This shows that it was definitely the right call. Okay, one Inquisitor down. Maybe that was an Edge of Glory. I wasn't paying attention there, actually.
It was, I think.
Yeah, it was. There we go. And with that,
it was boundary violation.
And with that, we can send it back to the desk for some analysis of that amazing match.
Welcome back to the stream. We are off with a banger match at the very beginning of the stream, which is fantastic to see. I believe Brett's little happy note about the rule changes allowing more battleships seemed to come true from what we saw. But Virion, I want to go to you on those battleships. We saw 5 battleships in the arena, 3 of them on one team. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so Soto decided to go with a very, very heavy gamble in free battleships. In this case, it worked great. There's an enemy battleship, perfect. That is the exact target that you want to just run down and shoot into. But we're already talking a little bit about it. It is a big gamble to make. If you misread the bans, and MPSI Rocks have brought something that could sit at range, that could kite, you now have 3 battleships and 1 command destroyer, and that's it. You have nothing to go chase after them, you have nothing to pin them down, nothing to web them, nothing to damp them, you have no control whatsoever. It's a gamble, but in this case, it paid out perfectly.
And Brett, one of the interesting things that we saw during that match is while the MPSI team was trying to all in on the Vargo, we saw the Bantam taking some damage. Can you tell me about the use of the lower end in these kind of battleship brawls that we see?
Yeah, oftentimes a lot of your battleships and a lot of your higher end ships are mainly focused on keeping the battleships locked down, keeping the next ship you want to shoot next locked down. That leaves a lot of your smaller stuff free to generally do what they want. A lot of times in certain comps, that is to assist the mainline DPS with tackling something else. But oftentimes you can have some of these, like the Draga, or we've seen it often, a pair of Svipples in the bottom end, free to just be a little wolf pack and hunt down some of the smaller control ships, like the Hyenas, the Mauluses, any of these ships that bring a little bit of extra control. These smaller ships can just get right on top of them and start doing damage to them, which then splits the attention of the logistics, especially in these type of comps where it's logistic frigates. If, let's say, a Hyena is like 50-60 away, painting stuff, and the battleships and the stuff getting shot, the logistic frigates have to make a decision. They've only got a 30-40 kilometer rep range. What do they keep alive? Do they split up to keep one thing alive? Well, then you can shoot the smaller stuff. Do they stay with the battleships and leave the smaller stuff to die? Or do we see what we've seen sometimes, where they will like bounce back and forth between them? They'll keep the smaller stuff alive until the battleship gets low, then they'll shoot back, rep the battleship as much as possible, and then shoot back to the smaller stuff. It causes the small end to have to juggle what they're doing during the game and puts a lot more attention. It's like an attention tax to the logistics.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that little explanation there, Brett. All right, so next set of matches, and this is going to be quick turnarounds. There's going to be matches all day on a tight schedule for you guys in the Twitch chat. The next match is between Alabama Redacted and Clown College. Now, as I understand the bracket, Alabama Redacted, if they manage to score 21 points, I believe it is practically impossible for Ghostbirds to claw their way out of the elimination placement that they are currently in, since they are in 5th place. I think if Alabama Redacted lose and score no points at all, and Ghostbirds clean sweep their match, they may be able to bump themselves up above Alabama Redacted. So it'll be interesting to see the outcomes of those two matches. But for now, let's talk about the bans between these two teams, Alabama Redacted and Clown College. Virion, could you talk me through the Alabama Redacted bans, please?
So they have banned the Kirin and the Deacon. An interesting choice to pick the shield and the armor logistic frigate instead of picking both of one, because yeah, you can still just switch them out for the slightly conventionally weaker versions. The Nighthawk, common support ship for some of the shield rushes, but there's still a lot of other options on the table. Harbinger Navy, one of the core ships for the medium gun spams that we see quite often. And an Armageddon Navy, one of the best armor control ships with its heavy newts.
Controversial opinion on the Armageddon Navy issue there.
I love the Armageddon Navy issue. Come on, you know it.
I hate it.
I miss my flagship. I miss my flagship.
Brett, could you talk us through Clown College's bans, please?
Yeah, Clown College have first up banned the Maulers, Carries, and then followed it up with a Crucifier ban, which is all of the frigate kind of range control. The Maulers and the Carries damp from range, whereas the Crucifier is missile and tracking disruption at range. That really stops a lot of your long range, either guns or missiles. You can't shoot at Carries if a Carries is damping you out of range. That's really effective. Shows me that Clown College want to do something with a little bit of range in them. They've then banned a Sleipnir and an Orthrus. It feels like the Sleipnir is definitely the one comp we lose to is medium gun rush. Let's get a Sleipnir out the way and hope we can beat them if they're a little bit lower down. And then the Orthrus, I think, is just we didn't think we'd expect to get this far. They've banned something we wanted to bring. Let's just ban the Orthrus.
Could also be that the Orthrus was banned because they want to try and protect their lower end as well. But with that all being said, thank you very much for the rundown, gentlemen. We're going to throw it over to the arena for the match between Alabama Redacted and Clown College, and your commentators will be TN and CCP Overload.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. My name is Tian Zaharin and I'm joined by CCP Overlord. And what do we have here? We have Clown College versus Alabama Redacted. And Clown College bringing a good old standard medium gun spam. Start a Navy Proxy, Navy British Zealot. Maybe Omen and Double Inquisitor as their Logi. What do we see on the other side?
Well, Tian, well, what do we see? Good question. We see a Scorpion. I don't think we've seen very much of them. Bonus to ECM, so we're going to see how effective the ECM can be against this medium gun spam to reduce that DPS. They're pairing that with more control here with the Celestis and the Bellicose. They've got the Draugr and Pontifex for links, and they're running an Augur and another Typhoon for a DPS. So a pretty solid control comp here. We'll see how well they can control down this medium gun spam.
Yeah, I would maybe even call this a variation of the Enigma that Tesco won a few years ago with in the Alliance tournament, as those Typhoon and the Scorpion actually have some cruise missiles. So it's mostly just going to be kiting with those battleships, then using the large control that they have with the dams and the ECMs to hopefully just lower the DPS of that long-range medium gun spam doctrine.
Yeah, Clown College immediately making a beeline for the micro jump unit in the arena. So they're going to get on top of that. They're going to want to get in close here against some of the heavier ships, use their short range, high damage ammo, and just try and punch through the reps of the Augurer. They're going to be controlled pretty heavily with the Celestis, and then, of course, those jams at range. So they're going to need the high DPS to just punch in when they get that opportunity. So let's see if they can pull this off. Full team MJD.
The moment I don't see any MJDs going up quite yet, but the proxy
Yeah, they're still aligning.
Yet.
Prophecy Navy issue is facing
Now
completely the wrong way, so
they are MJD. Started just popped his MJD. The Prophecy Navy is a bit late.
Here we go.
Just
Prophecy
now
Navy's going to be left behind. If you're not careful, he's going to be about 10, 15 seconds behind his pals, and that's not great. Let's see if they can land on something. It looks like everyone on Alabama have repositioned themselves to be not too far. Okay, that's a decent jump. We're almost on top of the Scorpion. If they can just grab that Scorpion and just pound him into submission, they might be able to break through him. Because, of course, he can't jam off the DPS.
Actually,
well, that also works too. Sure, really why not?
Yeah. I should have that right away before you get jammed, and there it actually goes down right immediately. So now the next call will probably be get on the Scorpion before you lose too much DPS and just get rid of those jams. Make sure you don't have control on you anymore, but they go for the Celestis first. Getting rid of the dams as well. I don't hate that call.
No, I think that's actually a pretty good call as well, because Celestis has been annoying them, especially their own Logi. It's going to be hard for them to get in the right range when they're being damped down, especially if they have to move around, because we do see that Navy Omen is tackled. They are starting to just work their way through, taking the links off the field with the Draugr. This is really good piloting here from Clown College. We saw Clown College come out last week, beat the Hydra Reloaded team, which is a fantastic win. Now they're doing another solid performance here against Alabama Redacted. Doing a whole team MJD right on top of who you want to hit is actually not easy. To make sure it's all lined up, make sure no one goes flying into the wrong place and you don't get split up. That is a lot of practiced skill, and they're executing it pretty well here.
Yeah, they lost one Inquisitor so far, and they are about to lose this Omen Navy. As I say that, it is quite tanky still. Like, it's not going down very quickly, so it might even still stay alive for a bit longer here. They haven't lost a lot, and they traded off basically all the low end and already a third of the armor of the Scorpion Navy for one Lottery ship and an Omen Navy that is still not dead. So this is definitely a very good trade.
That Inquisitor has a newt on him. It's probably coming from the Typhoon, so it's going to be a heavy newt, but he'll be able to just inject out from underneath it and keep the reps on the Navy Omen. Although there's only one Inquisitor, the fact that he's able to just sit and rep has been what's keeping this Omen alive much longer than he really should have been. The Scorpion does go down. I know who will be most upset about that. Mystical Might, big, solid fan of ECM. He's always telling me it's his favorite type of game to play in EVE Online is jamming people and being jammed by other people. So he'll be very upset there to see the Scorpion drop. Typhoon is trying to do something, but I think he's clipped because the Navy Omen is now regenerating a lot of armor.
He's actually cruise missile fit, but now we just see that the lack of damage from the Scorpion, which also had some cruise missiles, is now just gone. And alone, he's definitely not breaking the Omen Navy, because even before, they had a really hard time breaking that Omen Navy. And we also see that big cloud of rep drones just all on that Omen, and some of the Inquisitor, not Deacon, and the Inquisitor as well, just keeping everything alive. Very good usage of the rep drones here as well. And the Typhoon now already in half hull is probably going to die here in the next few seconds. I think the biggest
I feel like
was
probably bringing cruise missiles was the biggest misplay. I think they could have just done rapid heavies and then tried to just blap things with that Typhoon. Like, you're already anemic in DPS by bringing that Scorpion. There's almost no other DPS on the field, and then you fit cruise missiles, unless you've got a significantly good screening wing, you're going to struggle to keep things off of you. And especially if you allow an entire team of 7 people to MJD directly on top of your Augurer, then perhaps maybe you should not try and kite so much and just get in there and brawl.
Yeah, and the Bellicose goes for the Edge of Glory. So yeah, with that, the match is already over, and we can send it back to the desk after some more ads.
Welcome back to the studio. How a team's chances can change. Aggressively mid-tier was originally in first place in Group B, but after the results of these two matches, both on this stream and the other one, they've fallen into third place, which means that they will be playing for their chance at the upper bracket and no longer have a secure position. Clown College, after their great win just now, has been bumped up to second place in their group, which means that they are solidly through to the next round, and they have nothing to worry about. But there was plenty to talk about in that match. Varian, I think we saw a comp that you are always very happy to see, the little Cinco Daddy comp, the gun spam. Tell me, how do jams, choices, and info links really make a difference in a match like this?
Yeah, so in this one, what we saw is their core with 5 DPS ships, 3 of them being battle cruisers. The strength of that is that all of those battle cruisers have the ability to fit links, and especially in this kind of setup, it's worth maybe taking a rig, fitting 2 links, which gives you so much flexibility. And in this case, one of the ones that is incredibly important is if you fit information command bursts, you can use electronic hardening to significantly buff your resistances against enemy jams, against enemy damps, etc. So despite there being a Scorpion on grid, I'm willing to bet my money one of those 3 battle cruisers had an information link on it, and unfortunately for Scorpion, probably didn't get that many jams off, not enough to switch the match over.
And as CCP Overload said, one of my favorite games to play on Tranquility is, of course, the dice game of will I be permajammed by this ECM module when I have all of the links and remote sensor boosters in the world on me. I have always lost that game. It seems like the gun spam didn't. It seems like the gun spam comp did not lose that game right now. It did not seem like the jams had much impact at all. But we did see the gun spam comp make an interesting play. In the tournament, anyone can MJD around, since we do have MJD beacons dotted around the arena, I think at 87 kilometers from each other, or from the center, and 100 kilometers from each other. But what makes an MJD play good, Brett?
There's a couple of things that make MJD plays really good. One of the biggest things is what you're doing immediately after the MJD play. Because a lot of times, you MJD because your opponent has better range control, they may be a little bit faster, some of these other type of reasons. An MJD play is good when you know what you're going to do immediately after it, in this example, shooting the logistics, and then your entire team jumps both together and in the same direction. That may sound like 2 different things, because it is. Jumping together is they hit the button at the same time, so they all land at the same time. No one gets left behind. No one jumps before everyone else and gets shot first. And then the second, make sure they all land together, is make sure they're all facing the same direction. A lot of times you see these MJD plays fire off from the MJD beacon like a shotgun. and they spread out over like 40, 50 kilometer sphere at their destination, it causes some of your ships to get like locked down when they land. So making sure you all land in the same, roughly in the same location and at the same time is one of the biggest difference between a good and a bad MJD play.
Perfect. Quick note for the Twitch chat. Those of you complaining about not being able to get your rewards, the bot is paused for now, but it will be open later once it's been able to chug through the requests, since you guys apparently are very good at placing your points on the correct teams, and thus a lot of you have a lot of points. So slow it down, maybe make some bad predictions and spend those points elsewhere instead of stressing the bot out. Yeah, exactly. Give it to us. All right. Before we head into the bans for the next match, it's interesting to note that... One second, I have to pull the schedule up. The Rookie Krookie, God, these names, versus the Blahajadin Freedom Fighters, which I believe I'm pronouncing incorrectly. Rain tried to school me on this last week, but I've forgotten how to pronounce it, so it is what it is. They are currently playing for the first and second spots in their team, or in their bracket, sorry. If, on the second stream, Meta loses to Disaster Area and Disaster gets 187 points, Disaster stays in, and then it messes with the first and second placements a bit. So we'll see how everything shakes out in a little while. But let's go and take a little look at the bans. Now, Virian, walk me through the Rookie Krookie bans.
So they have once again banned the Oneros the Guardian, the Tech 2 armor logistics options, the Celestis and Maulus, the very cheap damping options, and curiously the Balgorn. In the AT, it's a famously strong ship, but since in here you can't fit it very shiny, not as strong, still quite an impressive ship.
I believe we have seen a Balgorn fielded and win. I can't remember when that was exactly, but I'm sure it has happened on one of the matches that we were watching.
I know
actually
one of them
believe it
won,
was a
and I think
Balgorn. Go on.
one lost against an Armageddon comp, unfortunately.
We did see a Balgorn Vindicator comp at one point that did quite well. It had the Balgorn web stuff at range, the Vindicator go on top and lock stuff down, and then the Balgorn web the next thing.
I just did a little deep dive into the stat sheet that we have in the background. I'm sure it's been updated for last weekend. It looks like the Balgorn was fielded 4 times, and it's won twice so far. So 50% win rate, not too bad, not too good. You know, flip a coin when you're placing your bets on, you know, who's going to win, etc. Well, it's banned anyway, so we're not going to see it. Brett, can you walk me through the Blahajadin Freedom Fighters bans?
Yeah, they banned the Armageddon, the Tholos, Absolution, Astarte, and Zarmaz. Particularly the Tholos and the Zarmaz makes me think they don't want a slow match, or sorry, rephrase that. They do want a slow match. They don't want to give the enemy options in a slow match. They don't want the Tholos to slowly break them down over time, and they don't want the Zarmaz to do its high amount of reps over time that it gets from its spill. With the Absolution and Astarte and the Armageddon, cancelling all the stuff all the stuff their comp is weak to, really. The Absolution and the Astarte can probably kill the logistics really quickly, and the Armageddon's just going to absolutely destroy your cap.
I was just doing a quick search in the background. Again, we have seen a lot of Absolutions. I believe it had a 100% win rate at the start of day 2. It has since dropped to a 63.6% win rate. We've seen it 11 times, and it has won 7 matches. And I believe the Astarte was one of the most used battle cruisers, and still might be at this moment in time. I believe it is still the most picked battle. Well, actually, no. The Sleipnir's beaten it out, but it doesn't perform as well against the Astarte. So,
It was
with all that
first
said,
at one point.
well, it was first at one point, and it still has the better win rate of the two, with a 70% win rate. So it's easy to see why these teams have banned out the Absolution and the Astarte here. However, the teams are on grid. I believe everything is looking good. So we are going to throw it over to the arena with your commentators, Tian and CCP Overload.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the arena with me, CCP Overload and Tian Zaharan. And do not adjust your television. There it is, the Legion, rarely observed in the wild. It's either inspirational or we're about to find out why. We'll know in the next 5 minutes or so. Interestingly enough, also they're fielding, the Blahajadin Freedom Fighters fielding a Rodiva. They banned the Zarmaz and brought the little brother, the little baby the little baby Zarmaz, the Zarmalade, the Rodiva itself. And they are going into Tian, a Vindicator Scorpion comp again.
Yes, once again, another Vindicator, another Scorpion, which is quite interesting to see. Like, we didn't have that many in the past, and now we had enough Vindicators, but now another Scorpion, back to back. That's going to be really interesting to see. It's also going to be curious if they can break through anything with that Rodiva on grid. We see the red team Vindicator obviously pushing in, the blue team being a bit more conservative here, the Legion actually going in the closest. I'm not sure about that call. I mean, it will have newts, but it doesn't want to get tackled here.
Wondering if a huge burned the wrong direction there because he's turned around very quickly. And now he's a Vindicator chasing him down. He's turning and running away. They did also bring a couple of Nurgles on the red side here, the rookie crew. So Nurgles obviously spooled a lot of DPS, but they can be a little bit squishy. So can this Executor keep them alive, especially if one of them manages to get caught by the Legion? The Navy Armageddon can get enraged and just pummel it.
Yeah, this is, in my opinion, definitely going to be hard for I'm just going to call them BFFs, for the BFFs to keep that kite going. But First Blood might go to Rookie Crookie. Sorry, my bad. It might still go to BFFs because that Confessor is dropping very, very low, but it might be catching reps here. It also
excellent reps coming in. Yeah, and excellent reps.
Will just not take that much damage anymore. Very, very good reaction on the Executor part there.
Yeah, he saved them. So flying Logi in these tournaments is one of the hardest things you can do. This is not a Logi Legion, by the way, in case anyone was wondering that. They're not allowed to do that. So definitely going to be some sort of either Ham or Mute Legion, possibly both, as pointed out. Maybe this time, Mystical Might is getting his wish, and the Scorpion is doing some good work with its jams, because not a huge amount of DPS coming out from the BFF side here. The Confessor has been saved. He has obviously lost a lot of buffer, and the Nurgles get, they get their scrotums tickled a little bit, but they keep getting caught by the Executor.
Yeah, the Legion is now tackled by the Vindicator, and it's taking quite some damage, but apparently the Rodiva is not yet jammed because we just see those huge reps landing. And the problem is now, the longer they shoot this Legion, the more effective the Rodiva will be. So if those jams don't land, they're not going to break the Legion. So it's definitely a gamble, and
Executor is tackled.
Pays off.
He's got to move. He's got to try and get his boosts off.
And it's dying. Damn, that was great. That was some.
This might be where it starts to collapse for Rookie Crew. They were doing so well, keeping everybody alive with that Executor, but now they've lost it. And the Confessor is also tackled. He's going to go down pretty quickly. They're still not broken this Legion at all. He's got the full spooled Rodiva rep on him right now. And I don't know if this where's the Vindicator? Is he just in the wrong position because the DPS is just not landing on top of that Legion?
Vindy is shooting the Legion, but it's just not hitting very well. And
oh my god, hit control space, Vindicator pilot, listen, control space. Okay, he's stopped now. Good.
Yeah, there he is. He's still shooting all that damage into the Legion, but it's not going to break as long as the Rodiva is spooling. And they are just losing their low end, so soon it's just going to be the Scorpion and the Vindicator against the world. And they are not going to break this Legion. They definitely have to make a target switch now. That Armageddon Navy is closer, just go for it. Switch to the Armageddon Navy. Try to get it down, because you're not breaking the Legion. You definitely have to...
I think they're trying to rely... Look at the jams on the Rodiva. I think they're just trying to keep on the Legion and hope that they jam off the Rodiva and the DPS can just punch through before the reps land back on it. But I have not seen that spool drop off the Legion. I've been watching it for a while, which means the Rodiva is probably running all sorts of ECCMs, counter sensor boosting stuff, and probably being remote CBO'd as well. The Scorpion seems to be just failing to jam the Rodiva at all. Nope, still not jammed.
There we go. And this is pretty much a clean match now for BFFs. I don't see anything more dying here with that Vindicator just being focused.
So there you go. The Legion turns out that's the linchpin. The linchpin that you should be building your comps around. The Legion, we knew it existed. We just forgot about it. That was the ship we should have all been picking all along. That and the Maelstrom. A Legion Maelstrom comp is really going to be peak at this point, I think.
I also want to point out that the Legion is actually rapid light fit, so it is definitely with the meta configuration. And yeah, now the Vindicator starts moving off the Legion. They finally realize they're not going to break it, but now it's definitely too late. With the Scorpion almost dead, he's
No, I
going to
believe in
solo
him.
kill this
Look, he's got
fleet.
2.5 minutes and he's in a Vindicator. He's going to live his best life now. He has got free reign. He doesn't have the rest of his team holding him back. They're like, no, don't go in, Vindicator boy. You got to stay here and do what we say. No, I say fuck that. You brawl in, you just overheat, you press F1, ideally as hard as you possibly can, and then you kill something. Look, the Magoose is going to die. See, this is what happens. The Vindicator. I knew it. The Vindicator just needed to be unleashed. He was constrained by his team for so long. Now we're going to see, can the Vindicator solo the rest of them as well?
Well, yeah, we're definitely taking some of Misty's top X0 away because we just see what the Vindicator should have done instead. We see it now. He should just go take those 90% webs and clean off the low end. We see damage on the Rediva. 7 minutes into the match, we see damage onto the Rediva. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, he's turning it around. He's not turning it around very well, but by gosh, he's giving it a damn well good go. Nothing else is dying. I think he's back to shooting the Legion. I thought we spoke about this, Vindicator. Ayumi, we had a conversation. We were going to go kill the other things, and you've just gone back on the Legion. It's not going to work now. You should have just shot the other things. But no, maybe he breaks it. Look, the Legion is kind of semi-low.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Vindicator's having fun at least, I think. As much fun as he can have watching things not die.
I mean, it's a great ship. I would enjoy flying it, just sitting there, living the life. But yeah, he is about to go down here with 1 minute left in the match. Oh,
yeah, so he's about to run out of hit points, which means that he is therefore deceased. He's a former Vindicator. As we watch this beautiful explosion go from the hero that could not carry the match, and we send it back to the desk.
The pythographs.
Like Jordy says, dude, the comps might seem bad, but they work.
But it doesn't. It only works in Pytha.
Yeah, what about it?
Stop shooting our Logi.
Makes me want to log in.
That's inspiring there.
That is inspiring.
Thanks, Rand.
What's
You
that?
guys feel loved and appreciated right now?
Welcome back to the desk. Another really exciting match, and I think it might be a stream first or a tournament first even. Seeing a Legion hit the grid. Virion, Tech 3s. How did we know that it was Ham and Newt fit?
Yeah, so Tech Free Cruisers are really cool. They are one of the most versatile ships that you can fit in any sort of way, because they can swap to different subsystems. They have different subsystems for offense, for defense, for propulsion, and based on which subsystems you fit, the appearance of your Tech Free Cruiser actually changes. So an experienced player will take a quick look at the Legion, see the shape of the front of the Legion, or like the different types of prongs, different ways the entire ship looks, different propulsion modules, and immediately be able to tell, okay, it's a subsystem, in this case, what we think, the subsystem for energy neutralizing. And that immediately gives you a quick idea, okay, how is this guy going to be fitted, which you wouldn't quite often have on other ships in the tournament.
Just want to point out, and we're actually going to get onto the Vindicator in a moment, but Wheatspin in Twitch chat saying that 90% webs are insane. Not insane enough to win a match, apparently. You know, it is a good bonus, but it isn't necessarily a match-winning bonus just by itself.
It is a very strong bonus when you have the capacitor to use it.
That's true, or if you have enough damage on your team to back it up, which leads me on to the next point. Virion, you said that the Vindicator was the only DPS ship on the Rookie Crookies team, which I disagreed with, and I wanted to ask Brett. Nurgles, Confessors, what do they do?
So Nurgles and Confessors are a lot of your small end DPS. The Nurgles obviously have the... I'm completely blanking on the name of their weapon system now.
The
The
ultra-title or
disintegrators?
Yeah, the disintegrator. The beam. They have the disintegrators that don't do a lot of damage initially, but over time can really scale up, can spool to a hell of a lot of damage towards the later game. So while the Vindy does all its DPS off the get-go, the Nurgles can do really well at once they're on top of something and once they start applying, really getting your numbers in a nice space if the match goes on a little bit longer than you expect.
Perfect. And one of the interesting things we actually saw was the Confessor take a massive chunk of damage, end up in about 40% structure, and then manage to claw back in terms of its armor hit points. What interesting little tidbits are there about Tech 3 destroyers?
So
you want to go for this one, Brett?
no, you're more than welcome.
So
I should have
one of the
thrown
things
this to
that were
somebody
really
in
cool this
particular,
match is that
sorry.
You see with both of the ones we had, with the tech-free cruisers in the Legion, you have a lot of versatility. With tech-free destroyers, you can't quite do the same thing where you fit specific subsystems, but while you're out in space, you can actively swap between different modes. So you have an offensive mode, a defensive mode, and a propulsion mode. So in this case, it's very useful. Use a propulsion mode, usually get around faster, get into a good position. And what happened in this Confessor's case is, oh shit, I'm being shot, I'm taking loads of damage, I'm going to U-turn, and I'm going to swap into defensive mode, massively lower my my signature radius, take a lot less damage, maybe even increase my resists, and now the Executor can actually keep me alive.
Excellent. All right. So, with that out of the way, we can begin to look at our next set of matches, which I believe is between Future Recklin Dissidents and Rusty Hyenas. If we could get those bands up. Virion, do you want to take me through the Future Recklin Dissidents bands? And you have to pronounce their name that way. You can't change it.
Got it. Okay, so the Future Declin... okay, never mind. They banned the Celestis, the Maulus. So again, the very cheap damping options. Very sensible. Very oddly specifically, they banned an Osprey Navy issue, which we see sometimes as a support ship for the ham rushes. You can do rapid lights with it, but it's a very odd pick when everything else is still kind of on the table. And the Loki and the Rapier, so the very long-range webbing options.
Perfect. And Brett, if we're looking at the Rusty Hyenas bands, anything interesting standing out to you here? Hey, muted.
I am muted. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was too busy trying to scroll to find the bans and forgot to click my button. Rusty Hyenas have banned the Crucifier, Sentinel, Sleipnir, Hugin, Arbitrator. So Crucifier and Sentinel are those long-range... Crucifiers are the long-range missile disruption and tracking disruption, whereas they followed that with a Sleipnir, a Hugin for range control, and the Arbitrator is also long-range disruption. They just don't want to be stopped shooting things. They really like shooting things, and they do not want anyone to stop them doing that.
Nice. I think that's a fairly astute observation. I will say, someone in chat saying that the only webbing ship left is a Balgorn. I will have you know that the best webbing ship, the Hyena, is of course still an option. But Viren, you pointed out something really interesting. We have about 30 seconds before the next match. First weekend, we saw a lot of curses banned. This weekend, we've seen none banned so far, at least not on this stream. Thoughts?
Yeah, it's interesting, especially now that we see with matches like this, where you ban the Sentinel, Arbitrator, and Crucifier, so you're clearly afraid of tracking disruptions, but you leave one of the traditionally strongest tracking disruption ships still as an option. So I'm wondering if after the first weekend, teams have started to decide, no, never mind, maybe the curse is too expensive to really validate itself.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how the ban meta kind of changes from weekend to weekend as teams get to practice a bit more and see what other comps other teams are bringing outside their little theory crafting sphere that they may find themselves in. But let's see what the teams have actually brought to the grid. We do have the match available. So we are going to throw to the arena for the match between future Recklin Descendants against Rusty Hyenas, and your commentators will be Tian and CCP Overload.
Oh, and welcome back to the arena once again with me, Tian Zaharin, and CCP Overlord. And on the names are not yet. 1 second. On the Rusty Hyena side, we have double APOC Navy issue and 2 Bellicoses as well, and also 2 Inquisitors, so lots of doubles there. What do we have on the other side?
So Red bringing in the infamous Balgorn. We'll see if it can be effective here in the Anger games as it is sometimes in Alliance tournament. They're pairing that up with a Megathron for their second battleship and using an exec for links. Interestingly, they're going for Kitsune Griffin, so they are heavy on the E-War as well, but very, very delicate E-War. So that Kitsune, experiencing just how delicate it really is, it got glanced at and has now perished.
Yeah, that Tsune delete immediately is going to be a big chunk of E-War off the grid. We can immediately see all the ECM icons just disappear, and the Executor pre-ripping the Griffin. Good call. If they go for the Kitsune, they might go for the Griffin next, and they actually do. So good pre-ripping there.
Look at that lack of buffer, though. It just went all the way down to hull and then all the way back up again with one rep landing. There's no buffer. Armor Griffin, the rare Armor Griffin, proving to be hard to keep alive, but I think he's just kited away at this point and out of damage range, so he can still be a bit of a menace. The Navy APOC has taken a bit of damage, but nothing to worry about at this point.
Yeah, and now since the Griffin is out of range, they're going for the Executor. Good call there. Just go for the Logi, get it off the grid. And on the other side, we see damage on the APOC Navy of Nessat Razor on the Hyena side. It's going to be interesting to see because just that Megatron with blasters and the Balgorn, if the Megatron cannot get on top of the target, the Balgorn alone is going to have a hard time. Actually, because, okay, it does have guns. It's not a full nuke Balgorn. But it's not going to be that much DPS. So the APOC Navy is probably going to tank for a long time, especially with the Inquisitors just keeping it alive.
Gunbal isn't going to be doing a huge amount of DPS, but I tell you, do you know what ship it can do more DPS than? That is a Navy APOC that is capped out. So if he can turn off that Navy APOC, then it's going to significantly reduce the amount of DPS coming in. The Griffin, at some point, tried to make a turn. His transversal dropped and someone just took a pot shot in his direction, and he has since also become an ex-Griffin. The longer this match goes on, the more powerful the newts from the Balgorn will become, because the APOCs will start to really struggle under cap, and it looks like Nessat his guns are not consistently firing right now, so he is probably bouncing off the classic "your capacitor is empty" over and over and over again and injecting to fire. So we'll see if the Azuran Argent in the Executor can stay alive long enough to silence the guns of these APOCs.
Yeah, I don't really see that happening right now. The Executor is using his Ansel. He is repping over and over and over again. The damage is just very minimal from the
breaking news, the Rusty Hyenas have boundary violated their Pontifex. So he died by exceeding 125 kilometers from the center of the arena and was exploded, probably by CSP Zealous. He's probably just watching this right now, ready to just kill anyone. The Executor of Azuran Argent still, I'm going to say it, he's living to win, although maybe not
he's
much
staying
longer.
alive there. But yeah, there he goes. He's finally down, and now every bit of armor that is lost will be gone. So yeah, now we see damage onto that Megatron. Might as well now go for the battleships. Maybe the Balgorn would be squishier, but the Megatron does not look to be very heavily tanked.
Oh no,
meanwhile, the APOC Navy of Nessat is still just tanking. Like, he has all the tank in the world.
Losing that Executor was just, it was the linchpin that was keeping this team together. Without the Executor, the DPS, even though it is dropping off because of the newts, is just not enough, or not enough tank to keep themselves alive. They're going to probably lose everything before they finish off Nessat in the APOC. They might be able to claw a kill here if they can kill this APOC, but with these two Inquisitors basically left completely ignored by the future Declan residents, he's just able to rep them consistently. Now I see some newts landing on them, so maybe actually they'll be able to finish off this Navy APOC, but they are going to trade the entire team to do so. So
the Navy
they're going to be in good
some
company
armor
with
back.
Declan.
If the Megathron goes down before the APOC Navy, it might still live under those reps of the Inquisitors because the Inquisitor is still alive and the Balgorn doesn't have huge damage, but no, it does go down. Now it's one Balgorn versus the world. Can he kill that APOC Navy in 2 minutes? No, definitely
No,
not.
he cannot.
5 minutes to kill the first one, and not going to kill the second one in 2 minutes. So,
At best,
this is
all you can do is
definitely a win
not die
for the
for
Hyenas.
2.5 minutes. Realistically, he is going to die in 2.5 minutes. I don't really see what else he can do. He could try and shut off one Inquisitor and blap the other one, but Inquisitors T1 and T2 Logi frigates have such small signature radius that trying to hit them, if they're not like webbed paints and everything, is almost an exercise in frustration, especially with battleship-sized guns. So really unlikely to be able to kill them. Azur and Argon in local chats saying this did not go to plan. I think we all assumed that as well, unless this was your plan, which was to be a bold strategy for a tournament, but not unheard of. So we shall see.
Do you say, though, that the Balgorn is currently only webbed? If you could nuke out whichever is webbing him, probably one of the bellicoses, he could go for the run, start running away, maybe live for like 140 more, because in the last 1 minute he only died less than half, so he might stay alive if he starts running away a bit here. I'm not sure just sitting there moving with 71 meters a second is the good call. I would try to run, but apparently he has a repper, his armor is bouncing up again, so he will probably live through this match and at least keep his team a few 68 points, actually, exactly. So at least he is gonna keep that.
So Zoan Necro, ironic name considering he's the only one not dead, can go back to his team after this match and ask them what the heck they were doing, because he clearly did what he was supposed to do. He's alive, and the rest of them are dead. So clearly, Zoan, you are the MVP of your team, surviving to take the L home for them. You can put it proudly on your trophy case. Solid L here for them.
Actually, not sure. I'm going to quickly check the brackets if a few points is enough for them to stay in the tournament or if they are out after this. Let me see if we can quickly find that. But I do think even if they keep this alive, the rest they are still out of the tournament.
We've seen a lot of battleships
Yes.
today, I'm noticing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
like
Even
more-
if they keep the Balgorn alive, they're not going to stay in the tournament. They will be just behind Project Potato, if I read this correctly. So
Sucks to be
yeah,
them, doesn't
capture.
it?
Yeah.
Sucks to be them. The losers in red here, losing once again, and getting themselves eliminated from the tournament. But the Balgorn survived, and that's all we really care about. So, back to the desk.
Yeah, look at the MJD from Vargas of Toke behind the. Where is he going?
Yeah, good beat. Good bump, good bump.
Let's see. Hold on. Nowhere. Inside or outside? Oh, he just got bumped. Is that going to send him off? Yep. See you later, buddy.
Good marketing bomb. I love you.
Welcome back to the desk. An exciting match as always. Shout out to Denmedir, I believe that may be the pronunciation, with the 125.1 kilometer boundary record attempt. An excellent sacrifice of your Pontifex there. Virian, you pointed out that the Bellicose and the APOC Navy issue combo was really interesting for a number of reasons. Do you want to talk us through that?
Yeah, so the APOC Navy is already a ship that's really well known for its incredible long-range damage bonus. So even with pulse lasers, if you load Scorch, you're still going to be able to hit out to just about the entire arena. Now, most teams would say one Bellicose for a few target painters, that's enough support. This team said, nope, we're going to take two Bellicoses, all of the target painters. And especially against EWAR frigates like this, target painters are fantastically useful. For people that don't know, they basically are a very easy module. You look at enemy ship, you put your target painter on enemy ship, and that ship is now effectively bigger, which makes it easier to hit. So combining this incredible long-range power from the two Navy APOCs and the mid slots from the Bellicoses to put target painters, I mean, you saw it, the Griffin, the Kitsune were deleted.
But there's also another little component to this, right? Target painters aren't the only thing that can make it easier to hit a target. Webs are also very good as well. And we did see some interesting drones coming out in this match, Brett.
Yeah, we actually saw heavy stasis web drones, which is a very interesting choice for drones. Not a bad one. Let me make this clear. It is a very interesting choice, and one that looks like they've actually thought of and picked really well. Because if you look at a lot of their comp likes to stay at range, and it likes to shoot large things. So in order to keep your large things away, you wipe it down. If anything gets close to a Bal or a Mega, it's probably going to be shot, be locked down, and it's going to struggle. Drones are usually overlooked, especially with 5 large status web drones. I think that works out as something like a 60%-ish
It's
web.
close to a regular web, yeah.
Yeah, so it is. That was my next point. Is it's pretty close to an actual web. So with the status web drones on your target, you don't lose any of your small stuff getting close. You can keep at range with all of your large ships, and those APOCs can do all their damage at effective ranges because they don't necessarily need drone damage if they're not going to bring support for it. Their guns do enough damage anyway, so drones don't really have that much of an issue.
Perfect. I will say there was a question in chat about the newly released drones, which are a merger of a damage drone and an E-War drone. So you could have webs and guns on the same drone. They are not allowed in this tournament. They are explicitly banned. So that's for you, Twitch chatter. All right, we have our next match coming up between, I believe, Punishing Grey Raven and Fancy Pants. Now, I believe Ravens need to win or lose with at least 142 points to get into relegation for the chance to continue playing. If not, then I believe that they are out. Fancy Pants out no matter what, but they are playing for skins, and skins are still valuable. Let's take a little look at the bans. Brett, we're going to start with you this time. Can you walk me through the Fancy Pants bans?
Yeah, Fancy Pants have banned the Maulus, Tholos, Lachesis, Loki, and then Gollum. Going from left to right, they've banned the Maulus to get rid of that smaller long-range dumps. They want the Tholos because, like previous times, the Tholos does a lot of damage on a long match. So their comp is built to go for the full 7 minutes. Lachesis is the same as the Maulus, getting rid of those long-range dumps, and then Loki and Gollum are. I'm not really sure about a Golem ban. We haven't seen great matches of the Golem so far, but the Loki's been really effective in these kind of medium rush comps. So they don't want to be range controlled, and they don't want to be gotten on top of.
And Virion. I mean, I'm gonna railroad you a little bit in this one. All right. The best webbing ship in the game has been banned. All right, by the Punishing
It has
Grey Raven,
indeed.
the Hyena. We haven't really seen the Hyena much. Talk to me about the Hyena a little bit. Yeah.
So the Hyena is one of those ships that in the right hands, because it is quite difficult to fly right, in the right hands, it is such a useful ship. It is very cheap for what it can do. It has very long range webs, and if flown correctly, it is very hard to apply damage to. So it doesn't always get to shine, but in the hands of a right pilot, you will not kill it, and when you least expect it, it will dive in, it will web something critical, and your team can now kill that target.
Perfect. All right. We got about 10, 15 seconds. Brett, 2 words, or maybe 3 words if you go in Punishing Grey Ravens. Prediction. Who's going to win?
Punishing Grey Ravens.
Right. Using all 3 words. Virion.
I think Punishing Grey Raven.
All right. I'm going to go Fancy Pants just so I can say I told you so if I win, and if I lose, then I never did this. This is fine. All right, I am going to throw it over to the arena for the match between Fancy Pants and Punishing Grey Ravens. For this match, we have CCP Overload and Corvus Onzo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am CCP Overload, and joining me in the arena is the Caldari State's very own Corvus Onzo, here to bring order, efficiency, and likely some strong opinions for this match between Fancy Pants and Punishing Grey Ravens. And Corvus, Fancy Pants, they're bringing 6 people here. Armor Sleipnir as well. What do you make of this?
Good evening, everybody, and welcome. Yes, Fancy Pants bringing a Tempest fleet issue, Sleipnir Hurricane fleet issue, Augra, Stabber, and Rupture, but they are a man down, so we'll see how this goes. I'm guessing we're going to see a lot of armor maintenance bots here. Keep that Augra alive.
Let's not forget that Mystical Might definitely on the side of Fancy Pants here, so if they lose, he also loses. Both teams approaching each other with gusto right now. This is going to be a brawl. We'll see, can 6 outbrawl 7? Well, I mean, the Moa is the first choice that they're going for.
It looks like the Moa is going to go down here. It's been tackled, it's been webbed and grappled. That Osprey attempting to put reps and onto the Sweeple as well, but it looks like the Augra is free falling through armor right now.
Oh yeah, the Moa is surviving quite long, considering the Augurer just ate shit and died. The Fleet Tempest now is starting to take damage. The Armor Sleipnir, without the Augurer to keep him alive, is vulnerable to being defeated now.
I was looking at that Augur. That Augur basically got surrounded by the Grey Raven team here. And it looks like they are all descending on this Sleipnir right now. It looks like the worst kind of get-together here. It looks like the Moa has been tackled, but the Moa is on 0 with the Sleipnir and just applying that DPS.
Yeah, if you kill this Moa, it's going to be kind of embarrassing for Fancy Pants, unfortunately, like to fail with the rush comp to kill even a Moa, but I think they're going to do it. He's about to run out of shield. As I say that, he stops dying, and the Fleet Tempest is about to go down. Okay, can they trade a Fleet Tempest and Augur for a Moa? The answer is yes. Yes, they can. And now we're back to where we started, except now it's 5 versus 6.
The Punishing Grey Raven team does still have the numbers advantage, but I think this Tempest free issue is not long for this world. He is completely held down here. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to make some miraculous escape here, but they still do have some DPS on field in the Sleipnir and the Fleet Hurricane. So they might be able to pull something out of the bag here, but it looks like they are also possibly not going to be getting away here. They're pretty much all on 0 with each other. And it looks like... And there goes the...
So, Corvus, interestingly here, Punishing Grey Raven, I think, need to win by 142-point buffer. So they can't afford to just let Fancy Pants run around and kill time. They actually do need to catch them and kill them. Right now, they don't have the buffer that they need to advance. No damage being applied onto Punishing Grey Raven, so I'm pretty sure the Fleet Hurricane here is going to die. But what is going on with the Sleipnir? Where is he?
The Sleipnir at the moment is...
He's not doing much.
He's in the middle of the pack. He's not shooting anything now, and he is tackled by a Drake Navy issue, so he's not going to escape here. But it looks like Punishing Grey Ravens are just going to go and give no quarter here. They're just going to absolutely demolish this Fancy Pants team and attempt to get those points that they need to proceed.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pants were not fancy enough in this case, as the infamous Armor Sleipnir goes down. GF's appearing in local. Starburst now in the Rupture is still alive. He is not attempting to escape his fate, as far as I can tell.
He has been webbed by the Sweeple of Destiny at this moment in time. It looks like the entire Grey Raven team is just making a beeline here when he goes down in very quick succession here.
Yeah, and with that, back to Mystical Might, otherwise known as the loser of the last predictions.
I'm Nalio V, and Test Alliance, please ignore, is recruiting.
Strategy, they're coming from the wormhole. Quick, roll it.
Welcome back to the desk. Another prediction won by me and lost by my two analysts. Naturally, I said Punishing Grey Ravens would win, and these two
We all
said that
misheard.
Fancy Pants would win, and, naturally, I got it right. Thank you very much. Virian, we saw a 6v7. Why might teams bring an on-demand... Why might teams bring an on-demand comp, and has it worked in the past?
So usually the most obvious choice is that you want to have as many ships on grid as possible. Each ship can bring something to the table, provide a unique role, provide some sort of bonus or key part of your team. But in some very specific instances, I believe you would see it back in the day sometimes with a Tinker comp. The core of your team's design can sometimes rely on these very expensive ship that just have the specific bonuses that you need to have to make it work. So there are edge cases where you can take these very expensive ships and say, hey, we're going to take one less pilot, but use those extra points to get the very specific set of ships that makes this idea work. Yeah. It's usually a gamble. And being down one pilot, one of the biggest downfalls is that you always see is against electronic warfare. If there's now only 6 pilots to jam instead of 7, it gets a lot harder to mitigate those effects. No, Brett, don't do it. Don't do it.
Well, he's frozen on my camera, so I can't even see. Damn it. Okay. I was going to say, so we have seen the power of E-War in this tournament so far, but one of the things that we've also seen in previous matches is smart bombs on the battleships. One of the Twitch chatters, very observant, did mention that the TFI had smart bombs, which they found surprising. Brett, why might a team bring smart bombs to the tournament?
Well, smart bombs, there's mainly 2 path forwards you can go with smart bombs for them. The first is you're going to bring them to eliminate drones, which is what was tried to be used for this match here. So when you try and rush stuff and there's logistics drones on your target or there's offensive drones on you, you can smart bomb off the logistic drones and manage to break through that last bit of DPS that you need. The second option, which requires multiple battleships with smart bombs, is to try and firewall missiles. People didn't bring enough smart bombs for this. You usually have to bring like 3 battleships with 2 smart bombs. It becomes a little bit of an issue because then you don't have newts. Realistically, most people use smart bombs to get on top and to destroy all of the drones. But oftentimes, it doesn't do enough that a web is not a better choice. Not a web, sorry. A newt is not a better choice, which is why oftentimes you just see all the battleships bringing newts now.
Perfect. And if we're thinking about these comps, you're talking about like the decision making that teams need to think about when they are fitting up their ships, not just picking the holes themselves, but also the fit choices that they go for, right? Smart bombs over newts, for example, is one of those choices. But Virian, we saw a Sleipnir. Now, a Sleipnir, and correct me if I'm wrong, shield. Right, I see a Sleipnir, I'm like, damn, that's a big ass extra large ASB that it has fit, probably, maybe, a lot of damage.
Like all of its bonuses are designed for shield.
Damn, but in EVE Online, do you need to use a ship for its bonuses?
No, you don't, and that's honestly one of the most fun things.
So when we're looking at this comp, imagine we're still going with armor. We still have an armor Sleipnir, armor HFI or Hurricane, I can't remember which one it was. Tempest Fleet issue. Is there anything that Fancy Pants could have done differently to give them a chance at winning in this particular match?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've talked about quite often is the vulnerability in a rush team, if they don't have any long-range webs, is that you can just run away from them. So micro-warp drives, long-range guns, in this case artillery, okay, their team was maybe not historically the best type of ships to put artillery on, but theoretically, you could have put artillery on there. You could have just outran this rush team. You could have just shot their Logi because they have no way to stop you from using your long-range weapons. It could have worked. I still wouldn't bet on it in this case, but it could have worked.
I mean, look, we work with what we have, right? We didn't pick the armor Sleipnir, but it's the hypothetical we have. And hey, maybe artillery could have worked as like some.
Everybody knows
twisted
the
fly
artillery
killer.
stabber is the best ship of all time. Clearly,
I will have you know.
It is medium guns, and a very effective comp we've seen is medium gun spam. They could have done what all the medium gun spams do and shoot the logistics.
No. Target selection is way, way above our pay grade here, okay? They should
worry
just
about
fit
those
RT.
things later. First, we start fitting artillery.
Exactly.
Let's just shoot the bonus resisted ship first.
I think it's a perfect choice. I mean, if you can break the resisted ship, then you can break everything else, right? That's how that works.
Yeah. Then you snowball, right? Then everything else will fall too.
Yeah, you need to kill the tankiest thing when you have the most damage. And for the record, Twitch chat, Twitch chat, don't follow the last minute of our advice here. Not necessarily the best way for you guys to win matches.
There is
Think
a
about your
reason I'm
target
not on
selection.
you today.
Yeah, okay. So we do have another set of matches coming up between. Okay. Physics Says No versus Cardari Intramural Space Law's Complicated Debate Team. Physics needs to win by 187 points or they are out. If Cardari Intramural Space Law is Complicated Debate Team win, they can still get third place and go to relegation. It really depends on the points scored in this match. And I think in the other match as well. We'll see how that goes. Let's go take a little look at the bans. Virian, can you walk me through the Cardari Intramural Space Law's Complicated Debate Team bans, please?
For a
And you
second,
have
I
to
thought
pronounce the team
maybe
name.
if I use all of the first letters as an acronym, it would be better. But is not better. So, Caldari Intramural Space Law is Complicated Debate Team have banned, in this case, the Zarmast. Once again, the Curse. It's finally back on the menu. The Armageddon Navy, the Armageddon, and the Sleipnir. So both Armageddon Navy and Armageddon, those heavy nukes with incredible range off the table. Curse, one of the strongest controlling ships with target tracking disruption and guidance disruption. The Sleipnir, one of the core rush team ships that we always see when you don't fit armor to it. And a Zarmast, one of the strong logistic choices. So a little bit of everything here.
I mean, looking at the bans for that team, it makes sense that the Sleipnir is included. We have seen it armor fit, so naturally it does fit with the removal of the Armorlogy and the strong armor ships we've seen.
Zarmast and the Sleipnir, clearly a strong combination.
That is really a strong combination. Don't think about it too much, though. Brett, Physics Says No. What do you say about their bans?
So they started off with the low-key, that's a pretty standard ban. They then followed with the Hyena, the best webbing ship, as you've been saying. Followed that by the Scimitar and Guardian getting rid of those cruiser logistics. And then an Absolution to finish it off. The Absolution, as you've said before, did that have a 100% win rate? The Absolution
did on the first weekend, I think. On day 2, at least, it started to lose.
Well, a really effective ship for the comps it has brought. It's got really high resistances. It does a lot of damage. It's just the perfect ship for that comp. So the rest of these bans probably lean towards we don't like kitey stuff. We don't like getting rushed down. We don't want that Absolution to shoot us. Kind of bringing something medium range-ish. Probably something with battleships that we don't want people to stay, people to shut us down with. We like to be able to get closer.
Okay. Some interesting predictions coming out of you here, Brett. But now I want to get a real prediction. Which team is going to win? You got 10 seconds.
I don't know if I can say the name in 10 seconds. Caldari Intramural Space Law is Complicated Debate Team.
Perfect. And Virian, if you're going to bet on them, you have to say their name too.
I've had to say it too many times, so I'm just going to go with Physics Says No.
There we go. Okay, there you go. You've lost our support because your name is too long. I am going to go for Cardari Intramural Space Law's Complicated Debate Team as well. But for this match, we're going to throw it over to the arena with CCP Overload and Corvus.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Corvus Onzo. joined with CCP Overload, and we have this matchup between Physics Says No and Kadari Intramural Space Laws Complicated Debate Team. Overload, do you want to tell me what Physics has brought to the game today?
Well, they are 6-7 gaming here, Corvus, bringing in double nightmares with a Hugin to support it. So the projection, the webs, the paints are going to be on fleek, and they're supporting that with a Bifrost Griffin, and then a Raptor going to go fast. Corvus, tell me, what are Kadari Intramural Space Laws Complicated Debate Team flying today?
It looks like they've brought a Ham Rush comp here with a Nighthawk, Cyclone Fleet, Drake Navy Shoe, Scalpel Kirin, and Dual Sweeples.
Yeah, so the match is about to start. The blue team all sitting basically at 0, so I'm expecting to see them rushing in. And sure enough, Novaterran in Raptor approaching, scramming right on top of that Fleet Cyclone, as we'll see presumably a lot of DPS coming from those nightmares aimed directly at its face.
Those dual nightmares are going to be just absolutely outputting a shitload of EM and thermal damage from those large laser weapons there. And it looks like the Kirin is the first one to suffer, getting webbed down by the Hugin here, and is going to be, and it goes down.
Yeah, the Raptor, though, he did get his scram off. I don't know how much it really accomplished because he's now dead as well. The Kirin going down is pretty big because the Scalpel potentially jammed. That Nightmare, though, of Spud is taking quite a lot of damage, and they don't have any reps here. So unless they're local tanked, they are just going to bleed EHP right now.
Yeah, it looks like the Cyclone Fleet on the Kadari Intramural Space Laws Complicated Debate Team is going to be dropping through shields here shortly. Of course, the EM is going to be the EM damage and thermal damage from the Nightmares is absolutely going to be cutting into these Kadari and Mimitar ships here, especially with that Hugin applying the webs and enabling those battleships to track. The Nightmares are just sitting at about. The Hugin is sitting pretty at Jack. He's just absolutely living his best life here, webbing stuff from long range.
Yeah, that Nightmare took an awful long time to die, considering he's basically not moving and he's surrounded by like the Nighthawk and all sorts of stuff. He is obviously running some sort of local tank. You can see there the purple in the defense bar. That is active local tank. So he's managed to stay alive a lot longer than he really should. And they might trade it for this Fleet Cyclone. And to be honest, trading one of the Nightmares for a Fleet Cyclone and a Kirin isn't that bad, especially as he's going to trade quite far in advance by the looks of it. He may even start to stabilize or at least put a lot of damage into the next target they choose before he drops.
That's a big chunk of DPS as well with that Cyclone Fleet. The Nighthawk is a very good ship. It's very tanky, but it does do lack in some DPS compared to something like a Drake Navy, for instance, especially with the depending on what ammo type you're bringing. But it looks like the Scalpel is just permajammed here. It's not a good day for it to be a Scalpel pilot on this grid.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only thing left that can do it. The Sweeple over here is getting gamed down by the Nightmare. He was tackled, painted, neutered, and he just basically stopped. Those Sweeples, when they're in their defensive mode, are pretty tanky, but they can also put a lot of DPS in their sharpshooter mode, so getting rid of them actually is pretty good. Allows that Griffin to just keep flying around doing his own thing, just kind of, just keeping the Scalpel jammed. He's got a very simple job. Just orbit the beacon at 120 and jam the Scalpel at this point. But that being said, he just took a few hits.
He is taking damage. The Griffin is taking damage. I'm just having a look here. It looks like he's taking drone damage from infiltrators here. So it looks like somebody did get some drones on top of him. And the Griffin isn't that tanky, so maybe those drones will be able to actually kill him at some point. But it will be a while, if he's armor tanked. It looks like he's armor tanked.
Yes, right now, Physics Says only has a 3-point advantage because of the way how points work. 3 is, now is more than that. 91 is in fact greater than 73. But if they lose not that much, then Kadari Intramural Space Laws Complicated Debate Team can start to pull ahead again. This Griffin, if it goes down, will mean it is a lot harder for the Physics Says No team to remove stuff off the field because they're starting to lose a little bit of their DPS.
Yep, those the Nighthawk and the Drake Navy issue are pretty much on 0 with that Nightmare. The Nightmare, however, does have an AB speed bonus, so even if you get scram on it, it can still move pretty quick, but it looks like he does have webs on him as well.
He does. This Griffin is just bleeding damage. I think they're getting the odd thing on top of him. And where is he? He's just burning away with a little flight of Imperial Navy infiltrators chasing him around. He is making his way towards an MJD beacon, which is the correct move, although I don't expect he will be able to line up and jump before the infiltrators get back on top of him, and with the Sig Bloom out, I guess he'd probably go down. That being said, the infiltrators have stopped chasing him. Someone forgot to press F, so the Griffin will live for a while. That's big.
But that Scalpel, though, is also doing a pretty good job of... oh, no, he's going down now. He's being killed by Vespers at the moment, and the Scalpel goes down, meaning no reps for Radikos and Chris Pronger in their ham battle cruisers at the moment. But it looks like the Bifrost of Sussex is just circling around Radikos, just scramming him down, holding him there, trying to prevent him from closing the range here to keep those heavy assault missiles applying.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if Corvus, if Caldari and Tamino Space Lost Complicated debate team are about to lose this match to a double nightmare, no logi, undermanned comp. That is quite something.
It is possible. Jam's now landing on the Drake Navy now. This nightmare seems to be just doing fine. He's just burning away. The nightmare doesn't seem to be able to hold on. He's actually putting range away from the Nighthawk here. So that AB bonus definitely serving him well, and he's picking up speed as well, which means he's just going to be able to just move away from these guys. So I assume that the Drake Navy and the Nighthawk have one tackle module each, one web, one scram. As the Drake Navy goes down now, so the Nighthawk is unable to keep a hold of that Nightmare, keep applying its DPS, and that Nightmare of Dark Lord Ranger is just motoring away. He's motoring away. He's going to stand still. He's going to apply his damage, and that Nighthawk will eventually go down.
Yeah, I'm just quickly checking the script here for today, and I did not have this in the script anywhere that an on-demand 6-7 comp would be the one to win today. Usually, on-demand is a bit of an advantage, especially in 7 versus 7 formats. You want that extra person, but in this case, they made it work, and with no logi. So they were like, you know what? We don't need a 7th person, and we don't need any logistics. We'll just fly around in our nightmares, use a Hugin to just, web and paint people down, and we'll just game. And they've done it really well. I'm interested to see how, I'd have to look back at the match and watch it again, but to see how effective Novaterra Ren and that Raptor was at making sure that those Caldari ships were split up at the start and preventing them from getting further DPS onto other ships.
Yes, I'm afraid we're probably going to have to update our bingo card here with the amount of man-down comps that we're seeing in these latest matches.
Yeah, the Nighthawk of Chris Pronger will be the last one to survive, actually. There's only 4 seconds left in the match. I had no idea. It was so exciting. I had no idea that we were that far into the match. And there you have it. Physics says no, winning with an undermanned double nightmare logiless comp has been solved. And with that, good luck, Analyst Desk.
Keep going. Hold your head still. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. Let me go right here. All right? You don't need none of that. All you need is a mutaplasmin for the old ballistic control, and then you need some T2 ballistic control. And then all you got to do is roll those bad boys and them some bitches, and then you're going to get yourself a better version, and it's cheap as brother, I have rolled so many T2. And when you die, people think, oh, he had abyssals on that. Oh, my God, I bet he's fancy as hell. They all think that, and you know what? A lot of times, they're wrong, but it doesn't matter because perception is...
Welcome back to the desk. Another, probably the most exciting match of the day so far. Maybe for the weekend. We'll have to wait and see what the other matches have in store. Basilisk was claiming that Logilus comps are now 2-0 in the tournament, but he is a low secker and cannot be trusted. So Kevin Grumman has corrected him and said it is actually 2-1 because one of these teams lost horribly with no Logi last weekend. Virion, another 6-7 match. Tell me about it. No logi, double nightmares, undermanned comp
I love it.
winning.
We were just talking about what you can do with an undermanned comp and going for more expensive ships. And here's a peak example. they went for 2 Nightmares, very expensive pirate battleships. A Hugin, one of the best webbing ships in the game, incredible control that it can provide. And they used it expertly. Hugin able to hold the shield rush at bay, the Nightmares with their after-tanking afterburner bonus, making it very hard for them to get pinned down, making it harder for missiles to actually apply their damage. The little Griffin that could, just shutting down key ships at the start. You don't need Logi, apparently. If you just fly perfectly and you run away from this rush and you hold it down, you control it, and use your undermanned comp in the perfect way.
Hell, it seems like you don't even need to run away. One of those Nightmares sat there tanking for about 3.5 minutes, which I think was also fairly impressive.
Yeah, for a T1 hull, effectively, because a pirate hull does not have a resistance bonus, no shield boost bonus, and somehow it was able to take this entire team's damage and live for so long with no Logi. Whereas normally with a rush versus battleship setup, the battleship just melts instantly. So that was sick.
But it is interesting that you mentioned, the use of the Hugin as part of the range control. And Brett, we wanted to talk a bit about the weakness of ham rushes. We saw the first Nightmare get tackled and die slowly, but the second Nightmare had burned away at that point. So talk to me about the weaknesses of a ham rush a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, hams are quite a short range missile system. You have to be pretty effectively on top and have your target locked down for your hams to apply your decent damage, especially with how slow the Nightmare was dying. They needed to do as much DPS. They need to get right on top, load their short range ammo, which meant that by the time the first Nightmare was killed, the second Nightmare was already set up 40, 50 kilometers away with that Hugin sitting there. You saw early on really effective play by the Hugin is the 2 Svipples of once they'd locked down the first Nightmare, they split off and rushed towards the second Nightmare, and you had the Hugin web both of them about 30, 40 kilometers away from the Nightmare, and you saw drones on the first Hugin, you saw after they killed the Nightmare, it threw a couple of pot shots. So it was a really effective Hugin play at keeping some of the smaller stuff away. So the battleships had to bend towards the second Nightmare. So by the time they cleared the small stuff and only the battleships were on top, there was no supporting webs. The Nightmare could mitigate with its AB a little bit. That's why it died a little bit slower. And then it could, once they got down to a final battle cruiser, the Hugin could lock it down and the Nightmare could pull its own range as well.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you for that little recap of the last match. We do have another match coming up. There's always another match. This one is between Hongshan Academy of Sciences and Church of the Procurer. Now, it is important to note, I believe Hongshan is in first place, having killed basically every single ship that has landed on grid against them. They have 600 points, probably looking to make that 800 against Church of the Procurer, who is in fourth place. So not necessarily out at the moment. They will have a chance to continue playing on for more skins. Let's go take a little look at the bans. Virion, could you walk me through the Hongshan Academy of Sciences bans, please?
So we won't have a repeat of last match with the Hugin controlling the match. The Hugin, the Rapier off the table. The Ashmu, one of the alternatives that you could do for this tanky armor cruiser with good webs. The Zarmas is off the table as well, so those really long, bulky ships of armor, like for example, like battleship kind of control teams, that will probably be off the table now. And the Scimitar on its own, a very, very hard to kill logistic ship.
All right, quickly before we get on to Brett, Twitch chat. Some of you have asked for the 6-7 gesture. Virion says he will do it if you pay him. So send him some misc on TQ, and once he sees that wallet flash, he'll do the thing. Brett, Church of the Procurer. Any interesting bans here?
Yeah, particularly the Astarte and the Blackbird. Some of their earlier bans, the Deacon, Absolution, Droga, they're standard bans that we've seen quite a lot. Maybe not the Droga, but the Absolution and the Deacon are definitely stuff we've seen banned before. Blackbird is really interesting. The Blackbird shows that they have something in mind that a single Blackbird can mess up. Maybe they're running T1 logistics. Maybe they're running something that really struggles with fitting, and they've identified that their comp really lacks these sensor strength. So just a key ban of a Blackbird really helps.
Perfect. Well, let's see how these two teams do. I'm going to throw it to the arena with your commentators Nova Terraren, Premier Raptor Pilot, and Corvus Onzo.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. I'm Nova Terraren, joined here by Corvus Onzo for this match between Church of the Procurer in red and Hongshan Academy of Sciences in blue. And I think we're going to have a fast one. What are we seeing here from these two teams?
Hello, Nova, and hello, everybody else. Church of Procurer bringing a Sleipnir, Maelstrom, Vagabond, Osprey, Caries, Thalos, and Jaguar. Hongshan bringing a dual Sleipnir core with Osprey, Signable, Scythe Fleet Issue, Tharos, and Sveeple.
That Maelstrom, by the way, from Church of the Procurer is sitting pretty much at 0, so I have a feeling that there's an easy target lined up for Hongshan if they are indeed rushing into it right off the bat, but we will see what they go after. Getting underway now, looks like both teams will be burning in a little bit. Svipples do seem to be angling off to the side, though, potentially trying to dive into the back line at a later time.
This Hongshan team straight into the Maelstrom here. It's got it tackled. The Maelstrom does get a local rep bonus, and it does have an Osprey to help it repair itself. But I don't think that's going to help it with the amount of gun damage that is currently sitting on 0 with it here.
Oh, the amount of damage going into that Maelstrom is absolutely absurd. Shath X now dropping into low armor, down into hull, clawing back some HP there, but they haven't found any trades yet. They are going after the Cinnaball now. Just now is the grapple landing, but that Maelstrom might be dying faster than a ship that I think a lot of us have laughed at various points in time. The Cinnaball are just so squishy in these rushes, but holding up barely is Shath X and the Maelstrom still.
That Cinnaball is just slow boating around that Maelstrom at the moment, so I don't think the Maelstrom can actually track it. It does have a newt on the Cinnaball at the moment as well, but it doesn't seem to be applying much to it. There isn't a lot of application help on the Church of the Procurer side here.
It does seem like a Svipple of Mashang is now also taking a good chunk of shield damage, but I have a feeling that Maelstrom has chewed through all of their Ansel charges by now, and they are indeed dropping here. I believe, yes, that will be First Blood. Hongshan taking down a massive ship to start this rush mirror off.
The Sveeple of Mashang has actually gone across towards the Jaguar and the Tholos here, right at the top, a bit separated here from the main fight. But it doesn't look like that Sveeple is going to last very long where it is. It is also jammed as well.
I think the Svipple was potentially trying to keep that Tholos away from the rest of the team, but the Tholos just says, I will solo it. But good news for Hongshan still, they are taking down a Sleipnir now, just so quickly. Har Osta scored, going down in the Sleipnir. Church of the Procurer really struggling. They have so few remaining DPS available compared to the side from their blue team.
Yeah, those Sleipnirs this tournament definitely proving themselves to be the one ship, the one trick pony here in terms of this gun rush comp that they that keeps being seen here. But it looks like the Osprey is absolutely running for his life here before getting tackled by the Scythe Fleet Issue. Absolutely just burning away at a rapid rate of knots before getting held down by the Scythe Fleet Issue here.
I love how quickly that Scythe Fleet is well recognized that Osprey was going to make a break for it. And the Scythe Fleet, that might be a little bit of a paper-thin tank in a lot of cases, but they go super fast, immediately catching up to that Osprey. Looks like they're saying, now is the time to go for Logi, now that we've removed the major parts of the DPS from the Church of the Procurer side. And yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing much more hull tank from this Church of the Procurer side in this match, at least.
Yeah, the Sleipnirs as well, burning at the Osprey as well, just getting those last little bits of DPS here. But it looks like now we are left with the Tholos, which is currently tackled at the moment. It has a load of drones around it, being held at the moment by the other Tholos of Arc here. So that Tholos does have some tackle modules on it as well. It is being used as a tackle ship. You sometimes see them with no tackle whatsoever, and all tank just to get that dot on the enemy players. But it looks like the Tholos of Why You So FW is not going to be surviving very long here.
I was just blown away by how quickly they were able to apply damage to that Maelstrom, even before they were taking anything. Well, they were trying to trade back was Church of the Procurer, but just really struggling to do so. Maybe that Maelstrom just eating a few too many points away from their comp, or maybe they could have used another Sleipnir themselves, but this is definitely showing off why Hongshan Academy is the top team in their group. Such a dominating performance here. I'm really impressed.
Definitely. Hongshan definitely showing why the rush part of rush comp is essential here. A lot of speed from those Minmatar holes, and also the Signable as well. A lot of speed, a lot of ability to get on top of stuff and apply that short range DPS. And it looks like the carries here is also not long for this world. He is burning away, but that Scythe Fleet issue again right on his tail, just absolutely crunching the distance between the two of them.
Yeah, I was thinking for a little bit the carries might try to burn out and go for an Edge of Glory, but no, they are indeed caught. It looks like here Scythe Fleet can output a ton of DPS on its own, but of course, with the rest of the comp catching back up, they'll be able to take down this carries in short order, and with that, Hongshan Academy taking a dominating performance here and knocking out Church of the Procurer.
Outstanding fight from both teams here, and we will send it back to the studio.
I'm gonna die, Cyrus.
I know.
Okay.
I'm watching you. I'm making it exciting.
Cyrus, this is not funny anymore.
I think it's pretty funny.
I am in Hull, Cyrus.
Oh, you really are?
Yes.
you again.
Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got XLSP.
And polarized guns or what?
Welcome back to the desk. There's a lot to talk about in this match, and there's something really interesting that we're going to get to really quickly. But the Maelstrom did tank for quite a while there, Viren, and I can see obviously we've been joined by a cute addition on your camera, meowing away. I'm sure very distracting. Tell me a bit about target selection and splitting damage in a rush v rush setup.
Yeah, so historically in a rush, one of the most important things hinted at by the name is the sheer speed and aggressiveness of a rush comp. What Hongshan did very reasonably, very logically, very simply, considering what was on grid, was go for the battleship target, something that can't quite quickly run away, something that you will never struggle to apply your damage to. And while in this case it did tank for quite a while, it is the right pick. In return, let's try to go for the Cinnable. Realistically, a fairly decent pick. If the Cinnable is pinned down, it's effectively a T1 cruiser. It doesn't get resist, it's not very tanky, that damage will die very quickly. But they didn't have any effective way to slow it down. They were spread out. They weren't able to use the speed part of a rush to quickly get their damage onto something and start killing things, start lowering the enemy damage. They took too long to slow anything down, and in return for the Maelstrom, they didn't really get anything.
And actually, the interesting thing you mentioned there in a shield rush is the lack of tackle. Now, one of the interesting ships that I saw was a Carries in a rush v rush comp. That's not typically something you would expect to see, but it does still have a bonus to scram range. Now, Brett, is that the only reason we might see it in a rush v rush, or are there other reasons why teams might decide to bring it?
Yeah, carries can also bring good dumps as well. So you choose which ones you want to bring, but a carries you can either lock stuff at range, or you can dump down more specifically logistics ships. Any E-War at long range, you could lock them down and force the logistics to come in to range. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the cat. Yeah, you can lock down some of these. You can lock the words. You can shorten the damp range of the logistics so that the logistics is forced to come in close, which allows your rush comp to then very quickly swap from one target to the logistics. So you can kill your first target. When the logistics pulls in to try and rep it, you can jump on top of that. That allows you to rapidly scale through their comp very quickly.
And do you think it's a good use of that player and points?
I certainly think it's a use. I think it's cheap. It can be useful. Maybe I just think in these rush comps there are better choices. That's why we don't see it as much.
Perfect. No, I think that's a fair breakdown. I will say, shout out to the Maelstrom pilot. I did see in Twitch chat that they were complaining that the admins of the tournament did not allow them to field an Orca, and I'm sure that the emotional impact of that decision really compromised their ability to tank on grid. So that may have been another reason why, the target selection and the tanking wasn't so great. Let's just have a little look-see at the points for the next match. So 2/16 versus Space Arts. Now, for those of you tuning into the stream now, who weren't here earlier and perhaps haven't watched last weekend's, Space Art did have some really exciting matches. I believe one or two of theirs went to reverse tie-dye. We haven't seen it on stream 1 yet, but there are 2 streams. So if you're watching this stream and you didn't know about the other one, you can tune in to stream 2 under EVE Tournaments, or you can just check the EVE Online category on Twitch, and you'll probably find it there as well. Obviously, don't leave this stream. This one's obviously the better one because we're here. We're having some great matches, so stick around. But feel free to throw it up on your second screen or go back and watch it later. Now, for that match between 2/16 and Space Art, let's take a little look at the bans. Brett, Space Art, Absolution and Astarte banned. Anything else interesting here?
They've banned both the Zarmazd and the Rhodey there. You usually only see one of those things. You see the Zarmazd because it's a little bit more tanky. The Rodiva has ways to get rid of it. It's a little bit less tanky. It doesn't have very good lock strength because it's T1. You can throw some EC drones on it and the Rodiva struggles a little bit. They've then followed that up with the Prophecy Navy, which is an interesting ban, especially since they've already banned the Absolution and the Astarte. They're just saying no medium gun spans at all. We want all those battle cruisers gone.
And Virion, 2/16 have banned the Sleipnir, the Tholos, and they've also banned the Arbitrator and the Curse. But Crucifier, Sentinel, those are still open.
Yeah, the frigate options are still on the table, and those are often the hardest ones to take out if you don't have anything that's able to really put down application.
Did the 2/16 bans, that's a mouthful to say when you're trying to pluralize it, do their bans give you an indication of what they might look to field in the upcoming match?
I mean, the frigate options like a Sentinel and a Crucifier do have less tracking disruption options, so they are probably afraid of something that they, simply because of the mid slots they have, they're probably afraid of something that they just wouldn't be able to realistically apply enough damage to. But maybe with mid-range weapons, they are more capable of dealing with frigates.
Okay. Which would be interesting considering that the gun projection comps that we've been seeing quite a bit, so the Absolution, the Astarte, even the Prophecy Navy are all banned as well. So are we thinking perhaps we're going to be seeing some missile comps coming out here, or do you think that they're going to adapt the gun comps and use different hulls?
I think that's one of the beauties of the medium gun spam is it is so versatile. There are so many different ships that you can pick that it's quite easy to dodge the bans.
Okay, so really quickly before we switch over to the match, I just wanted to ask for your predictions. Brett, who do you think is going to win? And I will say, Twitch chat, check in. Before you put your points down, 2/16 have won every single match and gained the maximum points in every single match. And Space Art have lost 2 matches and won 1. So I'm just going to think about that when you're making your predictions. Brett, any thoughts?
I can see what's on grid, so I'm not going to
That's
say
cheating.
anything yet.
Okay. Virion, don't look at the grid. I can see.
I have already seen the grid. It is hard to ignore. I was going to say earlier 50-50 just because I don't know these teams too well personally. But judging by their track record so far, I'm going to go for 2/16.
Okay, that's perfect. Well, let's throw it over to the arena with your commentators, Nova Terran and Corvusanta.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Corvus Onzo and Nova Terra Ren commentating this match between Space Art and 216. Space Art bringing a very Amarian comp here with an Armageddon, triple Sacrilege, Magus, Talia, and Deacon. Nova, what have 216s bought?
Looking a little bit more standard here, our 2/16 does appear to be a version of a gun spam armor setup with a Oneros as Logi running out the top end here. Actually, the most expensive ship on their team is that Oneros. Some good lower options, but yeah, it's a pretty typical gun spam, I would say. But what's so shocking to me is just the sheer number of heavy assault cruisers we're seeing on grid. Triple Sacrilege, and then there's that Deimos, of course, from 2/16 as well. Yeah, really interesting setups.
It looks like the Space Art team is moving towards... It looks like the Harbinger Navy of 216 has not moved and not got the memo here and is instantly pounced on by the Sacrilege comp here. And it looks like the Etain is also... No, he's decided he's not going to go for the Mortar. He's going to go back and start applying DPS to the Harbinger.
I mean, it's cool that they are starting to apply DPS to the Harbinger, but that Thalia is gone, just instantaneously taken out by these medium guns here from the setup from 2/16. Maybe just a little bit slow off the mark, didn't pull enough transversal, and they immediately saw that and said, nope, you're gone. It looks like now both the Magus and the Deacon are really struggling to hold up. I like this choice from them, going after the ships that they can realistically get rid of in short order, and then it's just this triple Sacrilege and Armageddon. The real question here is whether that Armageddon is going to be able to control out the rest of everything.
The Armageddon is very good at having those newts and those heavy newts on there. It can fit weapons, but more than likely it's probably got newts on there to try and cancel out some of the Logi or the energy-based weapon systems here. That 2/16, but he has to be close. He has to get within 40 kilometers of them. It looks like 2/16s are just seeing a range and just absolutely plinking away at these Sacrilege and Armageddon comp here.
The Sacrileges and Armageddon are breaking through the hull now of this Harb Navy of Megget, and I do believe they are going to fall down here in short order. But now with that entire low wing gone for Space Art, it's going to be really hard for them to continue here. And that Magus, it did drop maybe 20 seconds ago at this point, and at some point the links are going to be gone, and that was their only link ship. So they don't have quite as much long-term life as they otherwise might with Armageddon, but still these Sacrileges are not taking too much damage for now. They're really beefy ships to chew through.
It looks like the Sacrileges are attempting to catch the Mauler of Ganio here. You've got Witch of the Middle River and Attain Royal also burning at a rapid rate of knots. I think probably because the Mauler is probably the slowest ship in that 2/16 comp there.
I'm really enjoying watching how 2/16 are starbursting, whatever it seems like that the team of Space Art is going to go after with those Sacrileges for tackle. They are moving very far away from one another so that they can leverage their superior range on their weapons. It's well executed. First Sacrilege now does go down, and still no follow-up target here found from Space Art. They just can't get onto anything.
Those little T-Rex arms of the Space Art team are just not long enough to be able to catch anything here. The 2/16 team seem to be burning around in a circle led by the Oneros of LWX here. They are just plinking away at this team, and Space Art can't really do anything about it. They can't apply any DPS here. They can tackle stuff. They've tackled the Brutix Navy, but I think maybe they will catch the Brutix Navy, but we will see if that Oneros can get reps on it. He is currently turning around and attempting to get into rep range here.
Yeah, and that Oneros is doing a great job of both staying away from anything that could realistically threaten it. It is not going to be in Armageddon newt range, and it is going to be able to land some reps on this Brutix Navy, which is already a very tanky ship. There is no Logi here for space art, and I don't think this trade is going to go well for them. There's some world where they could maybe chew through this Brutix Navy, but I don't think they're going to be able to chew through the entirety of a comp like this at this point.
No, if that Oneros can get the reps, it is getting reps onto the Brutix Navy now. So I don't think as another sacrilege goes down. So I don't think Space Art here are going to be able to do much unless that Armageddon does have some form of DPS on it apart from its drones.
It did look like that Sacrilege was actually burning pretty quickly to try to catch something. I just can't really figure out what other than this Omen. It does pull around. It is just tackling that Omen down, saying, yeah, maybe this is one more little bit of points that we can grab for our team, but the Sacrilege also goes down there. Presumably had already gone through its assault damage control, and now it is just that Armageddon finally trying to nuke out that Oneros at a very long range. I cannot imagine that that's working pretty well for them.
No, the Oneros compared to the Armageddon is in fall-off range for those newts. So that Oneros, if it's got a cap booster, it's just sitting pretty out there. It's not propping or anything at the moment. It's just sitting there, repping who needs it, and this Armageddon is going to go down in quite short order here.
Now, I think this was just a situation where that Armageddon didn't really manage to get onto anything with its newts outside of whatever was tackled down by the bulk of that comp. And having lost their low end so quickly, they just don't have the staying power, even if those sacrileges are super, super tanky. And yeah, this is just, I think, really well executed from 216th. I like their comp. It seems really stable, and they're piloting it great.
Yeah, the Oneros now maybe straying a bit too close to the sun here. It is now got a grapple on it, but I don't think it's going to be effective at this range. It does have newts on it as well, but I don't think the Armageddon... Yep, the Armageddon's going to go down here. So really good flying from 216th, really good gun spam / kiting around the enemy team there.
And with that, and this is one last explosion, and we're going to be throwing it back to the analyst desk.
No, I'm scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's grabbing?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw. Kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw.
Relax.
Claw.
Relax.
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright. It's dead. Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the f? Bullshit.
Rainbow Starfleet includes 4, mate.
I've got a fucking Lader, I've got a Galente, and I've got an MR, and I've got an extra slot.
Did you seriously wanted to know if you need a prop mod?
I have fucking 6 mids!
Welcome back to the desk. I think once again we have seen the weakness of a rush that doesn't have tackle to line up its next target, and it was a really interesting rush. We saw sacrileges, 3 of them. And as I mentioned in the production chat, it reminded me of the 4 Deimoses that we saw from Snuff that one time, but at least these guys actually killed something. Brett, talk to me. Sacrileges, good choice?
Sacrileges have a space. They're really good at providing DPS, their medium guns at small stuff. The one thing they're great at is with the assault damage control, is being able to hold stuff down under pressure. It can be one of the first ships you go in for. Sorry, it can be one of the first ships you send in to lock stuff down a little bit early, to do the DPS a little bit early, because if your opponents decide to shoot it, you ADC and it stays alive. It also provides consistent DPS in terms of it's never going to be the things that die first. So it's one of the ships that provide DPS all the way through the match, instead of some of the lighter T1 ships that just don't have the same damage to tankiness that other ships have, so they often are not preferred to be a target.
All right, and you raised an interesting point. The sacrileges weren't indeed the first thing to die in that match, but the frigates and the magus were. Virion, going to go to you. We saw a little bit of the band dodging here with that medium gun spam. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, we've talked about it a few times now with this medium gun spam comp. Is there are just so many ships to pick from. There are plenty of ships that you could pick that have a decentish armor tank. They could fit rail guns or beam lasers. They're fast enough to get around. They could fit a link if it's a battle cruiser. Almost all of them kind of work. Maybe one is slightly better, slightly worse, but they kind of all do the same-ish job. And we keep seeing, even if you have to substitute for worse options, like this match had an Omen and a Mauler, T1 cruisers really not that strong, and still, Falia dead in seconds. Those medium guns are just so devastating if you don't get transversal up and if you don't fly everything perfectly.
And I think you also raise an interesting point with the fact that the medium gun spam ships, especially the battle cruisers, they're fitting links, right, which boost the effectiveness of your team. But the sacrilege comp lacked boosts. It had a single command destroyer. And Brett, I want you to tell us about the vulnerability that a single destroyer running all of your links has for a team.
Well, there's a couple of things to go into. The first is that a single destroyer having all your links means if that destroyer dies, you are out of links, which is kind of bad. It also means you're just limited to, well, I say this with quotation marks, you're just limited to 3 links. There are ways around 3 links on a command desi. You can alternate scripts in your links because the cycle time to swap links is slightly slower than the link cycles. So the reload time is shorter. So you can shuffle 4 links between 3 link modules, or you can do the secret forbidden tech, which is a 5-link command desi.
I was about to say we practiced this with Forbidden Leaf and Hitsu.
This is the forbidden
This is one of
tech.
these things that you will only see in tournament settings. But if you fit things just right and you manage to shuffle your modules, offline something, online the next one, hit your cat booster, get a link going, and keep that cycle going, you can technically run 5 links from one command destroyer, but it is so demanding and so difficult.
The downside of that, to bring that up, is your command desi does nothing except 5 links.
Yeah, it is
You have to
purely
pick-
now a links boat.
Yeah, it's dual. You have to have dual cap booster in order to manage the cap enough to online the links every 30 seconds. It causes your command desi to fit that many modules that this ship turns up, links for the first 3 minutes, and if it lives, it does the work of 2 ships, and if it doesn't bring one of these command desis other things that they bring. Sometimes the command desis, you've seen them bring scram, sometimes you've seen them bring paints or stuff like this. None of that gets brought with a single command desi, which means you struggle with a lot of your application.
To add on to that a little
Oh.
bit as well in our practices, when you have to do so much complicated juggling and only flying links and piloting the right way, it is very hard to find pilots that actually want to do that role for the team.
This is why many people quit the tournaments. Too many sweats playing, and it's difficult to give up. Okay,
It is
wait.
legitimately that gif of the sweating guy typing really hard.
It
Just
is,
tapping all of the buttons,
doing
yeah.
that while keeping your position up is so difficult.
All right. As much as I love that discussion, we do have bans and we have a match coming up in a couple of minutes. So, Virion, really quickly, bubbled but not tackled. Any interesting band standing out to you?
All of the web options that we talked about earlier, the really long-range cruiser webs in the Hugin and the Rapier off the table. The Astarte, very common pick again. Sleipnir, very common pick. Orpheus, also really devastating against frigates. Very sensible, normal bands.
Perfect. And Brett, if you could look at the highly regarded bands as well.
highly regarded have banned Arbitrator, Zwipple, Sentinel, Crucifier. They haven't banned the Cares, but all of this is telling me they want to bring large guns. They want to bring either like a pair of Apox or they want to bring a Vindicator. They don't want to have their tracking disrupted here. So we may see Battleship guns coming out here.
All right. And again, in up to 4 words, predictions. Brett, who's going to win?
I'm going to go for highly regarded.
Virian?
I'm also going to go for highly regarded.
Twitch chat, if you're bidding your points any bear, I will say highly regarded is number 1 in their bracket currently with the most points and the most wins. And Bubbled Not Tackled has lost every match so far. But, you know, I always wait until the very end of the prediction cycle to tell you this so that you can all lose your points. God bless. Enjoy. Let's throw it to the arena with your commentators, Nova Terroren and Corvo Onzus.
Welcome back to the arena. I am Nova Terran, joined by Corvus Onzo for this match between Bubbled But Not Tackled and Highly Regarded. Highly Regarded starting off with actually a 4-point advantage. Red side being a little bit underpointed here, but showing up, I think Brett Thomas was exactly right. We have some battleship guns from the blue side. Navy Apocalypse apparently, and a Paladin, of course, to round at the top end there. What are we seeing from this Blaster Rush?
Yes, very much a hybrid is king sort of mentality on the Bubble Not Tackle side. Vindicator, Proteus, Deimos, Vigilant, Execra, Dare, and 2 Daredevils. It looks like they're going for a lot of webs as well. The Vigilant and the Dare and the 2 Daredevils having a bonus to Webify strength, which means if you get webbed by these, you lose 90% of your speed here.
Notably, everything from our red side is at 0. I believe that's including the Executor Logi immediately getting webbed down. It chunked into hull right off the bat. I think the Logi might be gone from Bubbled But Not Tackled. They're trying to keep it alive. We will see. They're trading out onto an Ishimu that is I'd say a relatively not tanky ship here from Highly Regarded. At least it's a reasonable choice, but it's not going to go down anywhere close to as quickly as this Executor is, unfortunately for them.
That Ashimu is now got a Vindicator sitting on top of it with the webs, which then frees up the Daredevils and the Vigilant to be able to get the webs on other things here. Let's see if they do that there. And the Paladin now webbed as well, but I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. So the Paladin kind of sit still and shoot things kind of boat, not really a kiting ship, as you'd see.
Shimu finally drops there. It survived a lot longer than I expected, but having that Nabastas Inquisitor, I guess they were heating everything they had on him, keeps it alive for a good amount of time, and they do find a trade for a Vigilant before Bubbled But Not Tackled start applying DPS into yet another ship. Still, yeah, favoring Highly Regarded, but Bubbled But Not Tackled are not out. They still have a lot of available DPS with this rush.
That Vindicator falling through armor now. We'll see if we see another structure tanked Vindy here. And the Daredevil also going down as well. So it looks like the amount of tackle web-wise is just slowly dropping here on the Bubble Not Tackle team. That Bellicose just applying paints to everything that it sees on grid. And that Apocalypse Navy just absolutely shredding here.
But at the same time, that is a ton of damage coming into this Paladin, and these Logifrigs are having a super hard time keeping the Basilisk up here in the Pally. Vindicator, yeah, it is in hull, but that is hull tanked. They are losing another Daredevil on that side, but man, still, they have a lot of DPS. It's still applying, and if that Paladin drops suddenly, we still have a pretty solid brawl here, especially if they are able to land tackle on the Navy Apocalypse. I think that's going to be their next biggest priority.
That Vindicator is being chewed up at the moment by the Navy Apocalypse here. He is structure tank though, so he is tanking quite a little bit. I think they are going to lose. They're going to lose the Paladin here before the Vindicator, but doesn't leave a lot of DPS for Bubble Not Tackle here with the Proteus and the Deimos, even if they are Blaster.
No, that is true. It does look like the Paladin is going to drop first, and that is, yeah, suddenly a massive point swing in the favor of Bubbled But Not Tackled, but it's not going to be for too long. Praetorius Mementos here in the APOC Navy is just outputting so much DPS. I mean, that was a relatively recent change to the ship, and at this point, that thing is just applying so well. I don't think the Vindicator is going to survive for long. If it could, I do think they would have a shot in this match, but I don't think it's going to, and yeah, I do think they're about to drop here.
Costas has been tackled. He flew too close to the sun here and has been webbed by literally everything on the Bubble Not Tackle team. He is going down, but he is being kept alive by his other Logi Bro here, and the Vindicator goes down finally. Let's see what the Proteus and the Deimos are going to do here. They look to be moving quite slow, but concentrating on that Inquisitor here. I don't know if they're going to break them.
No, I think they're really going to struggle here. Deimos just getting chunked directly through armor immediately means I think that this might have been an entirely hull tanked setup. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, it does seem like the hull is holding up a little bit better, at least than the armor HP did there. Inquisitor not holding up super well here, getting chunked pretty low in armor now, but I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think they'll be able to kill another ship after that Inquisitor. Inquisitor does drop there, but what else is there? What can Bubbled but not tackled grab? And yeah, I mean, I think it might be highly regarded who are not tackled then at that point.
It looks like this Proteus is right next to the Bellicose, apparently. So the Bellicose here, that has been kind of the linchpin of highly regarded's comp here with the dual paints and stuff, is now going to fall through into armor. That Proteus not going down without a fight, although he does have newts on him now, which is definitely going to be affecting him quite severely here.
I think we're about to find out, is it the whole Proteus as well? Yeah, that armor HP gone so quickly, and suddenly damage even looks like it stops, but we can see from that attack bar, highly regarded, they are still outputting it. I think that's a whole Proteus as well. Oh man, I wish I had access to these fits.
It is an afterburner Proteus judging from the speed as well, although he is webbed, so I doubt it. Let's see what happens here. The web has been lost here. It's still painted though, which means that application from that Apocalypse Navy is going to be absolutely devastating and has been devastating throughout the entire game.
And I can't think of a more satisfying match to be an Apocalypse Navy. They were just sitting there pretty slow and just outputting with maximum tracking possible, just outputting tons of DPS, typically in conflag range there. I would be loving my life if I was at Apoc Navy right now. And the ship does go down finally. And with that, we have highly regarded taking down Bubbled but not tackled. And with that, we'll be passing it back to the analyst desk.
We're gonna
Exactly,
walk through the planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way.
What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, maybe they
Just
get
the sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Yeah.
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no!
Guys, what the?
Hey,
You started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Welcome back to the desk. I think that may also be one of the highlights of the day so far. Seeing a whole Vindy is always a great time. I made sure to ping Wingnut Cross, the Vindy professional, I guess, or lover. But he's working on the other stream, so didn't get to pop in. Bubbled but not tackled are in 5th place in their group. They put in a valiant effort, but they have been eliminated. Someone sound the cannons. They are gone. Highly regarded put in a really good performance though. Now, Virian, when Bubbled but not tackled hit the grid, you called a whole rush before the match had even started to count down. How did you tell that they were fit for structure tanking?
So, despite the fact that there's an Oneros on grid and that puts out armor reps, historically the blaster hull rush was kind of what the shield rush is nowadays. It's a very common thing back in the day because it could just put out so much damage, and with hull tank you're not as slow as you are with armor. And we also saw very critically no armor links on grid. So putting one and one together, seeing all of the ships on grid, especially the Daredevils as well, yeah, that's a good old school hull rush on grid.
And Brett, we saw this whole rush burning into an Ishimu, which we haven't actually seen too much today, but was a favorite for some of the teams last weekend. Tell me a bit about the Ishimu and how it fits into some of these armor control setups that we see.
Yeah, the Ashimu is kind of like a budget rapier, but it fills a slightly parallel role. Whereas the rapier and the Hugin do really long range reps, they recons with these huge bonuses. They aren't very tanky. A lot of them struggle between choosing, do we want to be really tanky or do we want to have a lot of webs? They kind of alternate between the two. Whereas the Ashimu is an armor tanked ship, so it has the space to tank all its armor and then use its mid slots for webs. I mean, the downside of this is it can't fit as many webs. I mean, we've seen like 4 or 5 web Hugins or Rapiers at one point. The Ashimu can't really do that. But what it can do is, as we saw, is lock down stuff and then take a long time to die. Especially with these comps like the APOC. It stays alive long enough that your APOC like alphas all of the small stuff.
And the Ashimu in this case, being one of those webbing boats, may have actually been the best choice. Virion, a couple of kill mails were posted in local after the match was completed from the whole tanking side. Talk me through some of their fitting choices and how that kind of plays out in the tournament.
Yeah, normally we don't get to see the fits, especially since there's no Z-Kill on this tournament server. But they were nice enough to provide them in local chat, and what we saw in all of the cruiser options is that they fit 100 men. A bit of an interesting choice. 100 men is great, so you can keep going even if you get webbed down. But historically, they also take a very long time to accelerate up to their speed because they don't quite have the same output in acceleration that a micro warp drive does. So maybe not the best choice in a comp with blasters where you need to get on top of the enemy team as fast as possible.
Yeah. They just take so long to slow down and to speed up that by the time you get to nothing and you're shooting your guns. Yeah, by the time you get to shoot your guns, it's already so much time has passed.
I will say, quick shout out to Bubble But Not Tackled for sharing their fits. Yes, their group is over, but sometimes teams do like to keep these fits close to the chest, as there are other tournaments in the year. So yeah, again, huge shout out to them for sharing the fits. If anybody else would like to share fits in local with the analyst desk, then please feel free. We'd love to take looks.
I'm sure nobody will steal your tactics.
Well, I guess it depends on how wacky the idea is, but it's it's always good to see the fitting decisions that people make and how wrong or right we are when it comes to guessing the approach that teams are taking. Now, we do have one last match before a quick break, and then we're going into relegation matches. Don't know why that word is so hard to say, but the Caldari Intramural Space Lawyers to Complicated Debate Team is easy. That one's relegation is a tough word. What can I say? Let's take a quick look at the bans. Varian, if all else fails, what do we ban?
They ban, in this case, they haven't filled yet, but they banned the APOC Navy, the Abaddon, the Armageddon, so they really didn't want to see any of these MR battleships. Weirdly enough, they did leave the regular Apocalypse, which kind of does the same job as the APOC Navy. They also damped the Maulus, really hard to apply to sometimes, a little annoying damping frigate that sits off in Narnia and shuts down your lock range. And again, the Sleipnir, very, very traditional pick.
And Brett, any interesting bans on the 3 a.m. Epiphany side?
3 a.m. Epiphany have went for pretty standard bans. As you can see, most of them have got a ban rate of like 10%. Zomas, Loki, Hugin, Rapier. They want to get rid of the Zomas because they're a little bit slower. The Loki, Hugin, Rapier are like, oh no, we don't like webs. Tells me they're going to bring something kind of a little bit slower, a little bit closer range. Maybe not a ham rush, but it's interesting to see what they bring.
Okay, I mean, we have seen the Sleipnir removed from the If All Else Fails, but as you noted, Hamrush is still open. It may not be the comp that we see. I think it might actually be likely that we end up seeing something more like gun spam based on the ships available after these bans. Viren, do you have any ideas what we might be seeing here?
I mean, getting rid
have
of
you
all
looked
these...
at the grid, buddy?
I'm looking away. I'm looking away.
Okay.
Looking just purely at the bans, banning the Loki and Hugin Rapier usually screams you have something that just wants to get on top of the enemy team.
And Brett, do you have any kind of predictions for what we're going to see? And also, who do you think is going to win?
I think a lot of these bans really allow Hamrush to be here. So it allows you to... Nothing's really been shut down from it yet, so I probably going to see it. No, not much else. I think maybe 3 AM Epiphany. I like they've got really effective bans.
Okay. Virian, who do you think is going to win?
Yeah, the bans are pretty good from their side, so I'll go with 3M as well.
Okay, well, I will say for the Twitch chat, again, if we can close the prediction really quickly, 3M Epiphany have won every single match so far, and if all else fails, have lost one, but they are pretty close in points, so whoever wins this match could be bumped up to the very top. It depends on how well they do when it comes to the points that they manage to kill. Now, we will throw to the match between 3AM Epiphany and If All Else Fails with your commentators, Nova Terran and Corvus Onzo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is me, Corvus Onzo, joined by Nova Terra Ren in this AG7 matchup between If All Else Fails and 3AM Epiphany. If All Else Fails, bringing a very nice ham rush comp here with a Nighthawk, Claymore, Cerberus, Onyx, 2 Kirans, and a Jag. Nova, what have 3AM Epiphany bought?
3M Epiphany are showing up with a pair of battleships at the top end. They are rapid heavy missile launcher fit, so sort of a Kingslayer setup, and definitely does indeed look like that with the torpedoes from a Purifier in the low end and things getting underway immediately. It looks like if all else fails, they have a Jaguar going in to try to find initial tackle, and I'm interested to see where damage is going to start falling.
We just saw a bomb gets launched by the Purifier here on the 3AM team, but it looks like that Cerberus has been tackled. The Typhoon Fleet also being tackled here as well. So it looks like a DPS race on what can break first, the Cerb or the Typhoon Fleet here. Purifier looks to be in trouble as well.
Really nice being that Cerb right now. Having assault damage control means you will survive through a good chunk of a clip from these rapid heavies. Typhoon Fleet issue, meanwhile, now mid armor, and yeah, they're well and truly locked down. It's such a difficult time for them because they have so little ways of screening off this rush. There's nothing at the low end that can grab a tackle and prevent all the damage from coming in all at once. And I do think that Typhoon Fleet issue might go down even before the Cerberus here even.
The Cerberus is getting a lot of DPS here. He is being chunked here. And the Cerberus goes down here. Looks like too much DPS here from the Rapid Heavies on the Armageddon Navy and Typhoon Fleet here. But the Typhoon Fleet is shortly behind here, dropping through hull. And it looks like one of the Kirans, the Kirin of Kyra, is also under pressure. And the Kirin of Kyra goes down as well.
Purifier has been tackled by the Jaguar of Lachesim, and that is a cloud of drones around that Purifier, just absolutely massacring them at the moment. I don't think that Jaguar has guns even. They're just saying, I have you locked down, these drones will do the trick, and it's such a difficult time now for, actually both teams are really struggling here. Losing a lot of the DPS from, and the rep power from our red side, yeah, if all else fails, they're missing some critical chunks, but it's one of those 2 critical ships was taken out by them for their trouble. 3AM Epiphany just working with this Armageddon Navy really for DPS. Purifier does catch reps here. Deacons making good work of it.
Yeah, those Deacons just staying out of trouble here and just dipping in, giving a little bit of armor reps to what needs it here. That Purifier still being kept alive somehow. But it looks like he's not long for this world here, being scrammed and webbed by the Jaguar of Lachesim as well. And the Purifier goes down.
What actually happened there, those Deacons did, as a group of 2 at least, they always want to stay near each other so they can help rep one another. They did burn over, get some reps onto that Purifier. It did help keep it up for a while, but then they realized the DPS was swapping over to something much more critical, that being the Armageddon Navy issue. So the Deacon says, sorry, Purifier, we tried to keep you up, but it is time to do our actual job here, which is keeping this Armageddon Navy alive. That is their win condition. They 100% need it, and they're going after this Onyx, who's actually, yeah, they're making short work of it.
Yeah, the Onyx going down into low shields, though, obviously doesn't have any reps to keep it up here. What is interesting, though, is the Armageddon Navy is such a powerful ship in terms of its armor tank, its ability to fit rapid heavies, and also heavy newts as well. So those definitely come into play, especially when you get to the realms of shield tanking with invulnerability fields and active reps.
And yeah, now they are on the beefiest target, though, that being the Nighthawk. And we'll see whether they can break through. I have a feeling there might be a reload cycle beforehand. Armageddon Navy is getting a pounding now in low armor. Deacon was under some pressure of Daihadi at least, but I believe that was just from drones. And mostly that taxes the ability of the other Deacon to keep both ships alive. And realistically, they need both of these Deacons to do everything they can to keep that Armageddon Navy up. So interesting, at least, taxing the attention there of Komikudo. But yeah, and now that Nighthawk is getting back its shield hit points, that does mean the Armageddon Navy has clipped. I don't know if they're going to be able to survive for another reload cycle, but they desperately need it to.
The Jaguar of AG7 is actually doing pretty well. He is putting pressure on the Deacon of the Hati 30. But it looks like the Deacons have now pulled into optimal range on this Armageddon here, trying to apply as much armor repping bonus here as possible, as the Nighthawk is now starting to wilt a little bit into low shields.
Yeah, I believe that was a completed reload cycle, but wow, hull for Shunsuke Amu in the Armageddon Navy. This is so critical here. We have a DPS race, and I think the Armageddon Navy might win that DPS race there. Okay, they do take down the Nighthawk. It is just this Claymore left for DPS now. What a match. I think this Armageddon Navy might survive now. The Deacon may be going down, but they still have a second Deacon.
It will be interesting to see, because if this Armageddon does go down, the 3 AM Epiphany team does not have a lot of DPS here, and the Claymore is quite a tanky ship. It does get its 2-2 resists. It is literally the Armageddon Navy here that is causing the Claymore the problems here. The only thing that the Claymore and the Jag could do is if the Jag holds stuff down and allows the Claymore to get on top of it here. But it looks like the Deacons doing a really good job here of keeping the Armageddon Navy up.
I think they might have done it. I don't think the Claymore is able to apply enough onto the Deacon, either to take that one Deacon down, nor to the Armageddon Navy to out damage the 2 Deacons that are giving it all, repping it up and clawing back now. I think that Armageddon Navy is going to survive. Claymore dropping into low shield. Wow, I think 3 AM Epiphany have done it here.
The Claymore has now switched DPS. It's now putting missiles onto that Deacon now. And a last desperate attempt to try and kill it and apply a little bit more DPS to it. But I don't think it's going to happen here under a second Deacon rep.
Armageddon Navy, though, is pulling away. They are gone. They're out of tackle range, and soon I think they're going to be out of ham range as well. Claymore, I believe, is dropping here. I don't even think they're going to be able to kill this first Deacon for their trouble.
The Claymore has now switched to the Pontifex of AUI here. I don't think it's going to be able to apply much here. I think the Claymore is just trying to shoot at anything that's small just to try and recoup some points here, but I don't think it's going to do much good. The Claymore going down into hull now.
Claymore drops, and it's just the Jaguar left. Jaguar is scrammed and webbed, meaning I believe they will be denied the chance of going for a boundary record, anything like that. But 30 seconds remaining here. Really impressive stuff overall. That was really seizing victory from the jaws of defeat there. R3M Epiphany. That was so close, really on a knife's edge, and barely pulling that one out. So impressive.
Yep, a really good flying for the 3 AM pilots here. I will say, though, the 4 else fails, that Jaguar pilot there putting pressure on the Deacons at the beginning of the match. Really well flown. Trying to remove some of the reps from some of the other ships in the comp. But really good game from all, and we will chuck it back to the studio.
I'm getting bumped by
I think I burned my prop. Insane gameplay.
Dude, I'm sucking 0 gigajoules from him.
Jetzt noch einmal. Hit. High octane gameplay. High octane gameplay. Go,
Yeah.
heating.
I go Stratius after. Can you web him? He's already running like a.
Okay. One?
Odin's calling. Will you answer the call?
Can our, not to be a dick, but can our Logi not get alpha? I know it's asking a lot, but Please don't get outputted.
Don't rush again. They get it. They will expect it.
All you got to do is roll those bad boys and some bitches, and then
Stop it. Get some help.
Welcome back to the desk. I have to say, we are being spoiled with great matches today. What an incredible match. Even me, an Armageddon Navy issue hater, thought that was squeaking by, seat of the pants moment. Shout out to Shinsuke in the Armageddon Navy issue, 28% structure. Virian, I want you to just read out all the messages you sent in the
I
chat.
think CCP will not like me for very long if I repeat my messages from this match, but we have a little channel during the matches where we describe some of the things that are going on and what we don't talk about. From my side, there's a lot of cursing and nail-biting words where the Armani managed to survive in 28% hull, get his reloads off on clutch moments, and just back and forth. When I saw Rush versus this Battleship comp, I thought it was a game over. I thought 3M had it in the bag, and the Kingslayer setup here was just going to get rushed down, but that was so close.
And that Goon advert actually coming back into this little death segment was very prescient. It was saying, number one rule in Logi is don't get alphaed. Brett, tell me about those Kirans.
Yeah, certainly. The Kirans position themselves in an interesting way during this match. The one thing you've got to be careful of as logistics frigates is that both of you don't get close enough to get all your cap neutered by the Armageddon. One of you can bend close and risk it. If the other one does as well, they both get immediately neutered, and this is what we saw. They bent in. The Armageddon was just allowed to boat into optimal range with its heavy newts. It hit both the Kirans at the exact same time. All their reps stopped, and then the Seb immediately died. It went from like, I'm tanking a little bit, to dead in a moment. They didn't cycle quick enough to be able to get back out because they were out of cap. For logistics frigates, you always want one enough far enough away that if one of them gets completely dunked, the other one can still keep it alive. And bear in mind, Kirans have a fairly decent range on armor reps. Yes, they don't rep 100%, but you can at least get like 40% reps out to a decent range. Definitely out of range of a Geddon's heavy newts if you position yourself well.
Perfect. Well, that was the last match before the break. We will be coming back from a break, and then it will be relegation matches. This will be teams fighting to earn a position in the upper bracket and play for the prize of the lay laps and a few other things as well, like the Plex. There are two streams, just to remind you guys. You can go to Eve Tournaments, the second stream, for more matches, also after the break. But obviously, stick around here. We'll be back in about 15-20 minutes, and then we'll be watching more ships and explosions.
Welcome back to the desk after that short break. I am here with Chad Flame, and I am here with Nova, Terraren, and Wingnut. Nova, any good matches that you saw to wrap up that first half real quickly?
Oh, I wonder.
There were a few there. Of course, I think I'm a little bit biased because I was in one of them, flying a Raptor. I did die pretty quickly, but sort of did my job. Enough time in the arena to have some PvP shakes. I was shocked that, again, yeah, it was my match, but that a undermanned Nightmare comp could actually take one down. That one was super close, but yeah, multiple matches on a knife's edge there. That last one I think was really good as well. The DPS race with the one Armageddon Navy, two Deacons trying to hold up against the Hams. But yeah, tons of really close ones.
And Wingnut, what about you? I heard you ranting about a Vindicator again.
So Arena 2 had what was going to be my favorite match of the whole tournament because my boys of Spark and Flame, I believe, won with a Vindicator Lashat combo. And the guy flying the Vindicator was a guy who I know who does streaming solo PvP, Serpent Power. So I was so bloody happy that they won with a Vindy, and it was my boy flying it, man. I was so bloody hype. I'm still riding that high.
Yeah, there were some great matches to watch. You should definitely go back and watch a few of those. But now we are entering kind of a little bit of a redemption bracket here. There are two brackets going on between the streams, and the winners at the end of this will move on to the main bracket. And our first match, starting off, will be Shrimply Delightful versus Rookie Crookie. And we have the bans for that match ready. And we have the Shrimply Delightful team banning Jackdaw, Tholos, Nurgle, Sentinel, Sleipnir, and Rookie Crookie banning Oneros, Carius, Curse, Celestis, and Loki. Nova, what do you think of these bans?
I'm looking right away, seeing that curse ban. I think someone was touching on it earlier that we've actually seen very little of that ship overall, despite how often it's been banned. Teams are very scared of it, even if it's not actually showing up often in the arena. It costs a ton of points to field, so I think it hamstrings a lot of what teams, if they have something specific they're looking to do, it's very hard to slot a curse in comparison to some of these other options. So yeah, I think that's an interesting ban. Otherwise, I think Rookie Crookie saying the Loki, if they were to field a ham rush, it might be a little bit lower powered, or might have to make use of something like a Onyx. We saw that earlier, but yeah, it's reasonably standard, I would say. Oneros is a bit interesting.
Yeah, that curse ban is definitely a good touching point because it's very high pointed. It's a very high skilled ship to fly, and if it is flown correctly, really does hinder a team. So it's kind of interesting we're not seeing it as much when it does come through, but I think it's just because it's a little early on. And Wingnut, what's your opinion on this Nurgle and Tholos ban? Those are definitely some newer ships that we haven't seen a lot of, other than maybe the
We
Tholos.
saw a bunch of Nurgles over in the secondary stream. They're a great little tackle ship with also potential ramping damage and neuting power. So they're really obnoxious. Whereas the Tholos, that's just like, to me, it's like a curse ban. It's a scare ban. They don't like it. They don't want to see it. They're not used to it. Get rid of it. Whereas the curse is a lot more high skill point. Like it takes a really good pilot to make it shine. A Tholos a good pilot can make it work, and that's already bad enough.
Yeah, it's a lot of high damage, good tackle. Over time, it really can put some pressure on your team. With these bans, Nova, do you have any predictions on what we might actually see from either of these teams?
Yeah, I feel like maybe the hitting of a Jackdaw from Shrimply Delightful, maybe they're saying they really don't want a thin low end to get picked off by a ship like that. Maybe they're hoping to like bring some, even like stealth bombers or something. Those would never want to see a Jackdaw just picking them off from range, something like that. But honestly, I think there's a lot of comps still open, and I think the key one overall that we've been seeing a lot of, I think most gun spam setups are still open. So I would assume we might see something like that.
Yeah, with the E-War bans that are across the grid, we probably have potential to see a gun spam. Wingnut, is there anything else that you think might slip through these bans?
I think the bans are deliberately leaving a lot of things on the table. So there's honestly too much to suggest here because they've left effectively everything here. Like everything is still on the table. The only thing that are really not, actually not even that. They've even kept the Zarmad. Yeah, everything's on the table, dude. There's nothing properly banned.
Yeah, the Oneros being the only logistic ban is kind of interesting, as well as all this E-War makes me feel a little bit like Rookie Crookie might have some fear of E-War and or counter to E-War with the mids of the Oneros. Nova, what's your thoughts on the usage of E-War so far in this tournament?
It's interesting. I think it's funny. I mean, if you look back at like Alliance tournament, for example, it feels like certain E-War effects, like I'm thinking specifically arbitrators, that you would see arbitrators everywhere. And I think that that comes in with a rule set like with Anger Games, where you do have different point values for ships in comparison to other tournaments that we see. And I think we've actually been seeing a little bit less of some of those effects, at least. Like arbitrators specifically, really popular in general, really a strong pick for any sort of control comp. And I think a lot of comps were really reliant on it. I'm pretty sure we saw, I think it was Lazy Piglets earlier bringing a setup with a pair of them, but otherwise, we just haven't been seeing as many of them as I might otherwise expect. But overall, I think that is really something that defines tournament formats in general, is making use of control effects, making use of E-War. They're really strong when fielded properly, but you definitely need to know when to use them.
Exactly. And Wingnut, in 30 seconds or less, can you maybe talk me through this Loki ban and also leaving the Hugin and Rapier open and what that might bring to
The
the
Loki
match?
is far more akin to using in rush comps. Usually Nighthawk rushes, but they also work with other weird versions like Sleipnirs. It's a more aggressive form. Hugin and Rapier are more used in a defensive fashion.
And quick predictions. Nova, who do you have winning this match?
I sort of have my money on Dujek here. I think Shrimply Delightful might take this one down. I like what they've been doing so far. I think they had a bit of a hard run of it in their group, but I have a lot of hope for them. I think they'll manage.
And Wingnut, who do you have for this match?
See, I am shrimply hungry right now, so in that I must, like any person going into the supermarket, pick the food and all the foods. I'm going to shrimply pick this Shrimply Delightful team.
That gives me an interesting choice, because if I pick Shrimply, then I get stuck casters cursing Dujek. But Dujek being a caster, that might actually be okay, and he might actually understand that decision. So we're going to head over to the arena here shortly. They're about to warp in to the grid. Wingnut, what is your thoughts so far on this little setup they have for the brackets of this redemption in like a few seconds?
It looks like absolute chaos and painful for some teams.
Exactly. Absolute chaos. And with teams now landing on grid, with some interesting comps actually being shown here in this redemption bracket, I'm going to send it over to the arena with our casters, Baza and Corvus.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the arena for the quote-unquote redemption arc of Anger Game 7. So here we've got two teams, Shrimply Delightful in red. Ignore the overlay, that will be fixed in a second. Shrimply Delightful in red, Rookie Crookie in blue. And I'm looking forward to seeing these teams multiple times over the next couple of hours, as all these teams in this group, and indeed on the other stream, are going to be playing multiple matches in quick succession. They've gone away for the break. They've submitted 4 sets of bans in short order. They've come back, and now they've got to play through all these matches real quick fast. So I'm joined by Corvus. We're going to be covering all of these matches on this first stream. There is, as they've mentioned, a second stream as well, which has a second group of 5 teams playing similarly quick succession matches. So this is going to be absolute heck for some of these guys. Corvus, what are we looking at here in this very first one?
Well, it looks like Rookie Crookie has bought a tri-battleship comp here with a Golem, Typhoon, Raven, Vexer, Vigil, Purifier, and Hound. And Shrimply Delightful bringing a Lashak, Abaddon, Pontifex, Talia Deacon, Vexer, and Mauler.
Yeah, this Shrimply Delightful comp in particular looks very similar to something they played a couple times in the group stage already, trading, in fact, the Apocalypse for the Abaddon. Not quite sure why they've made that adaptation, but they've chosen to go for the Abaddon on this one, a bit of a tankier, slightly less range than the APOC. And I think we've actually seen, not from Rookie Crookie, but from other teams, perhaps Punishing Grey Raven, I believe, played this triple battleship comp with Golem, Typhoon, Raven. No local logi on the Rookie Crookie side, so they're presumably just going to be relying on XL ASPs on these battleships and just rely on stat sticking them down. I haven't actually checked the battleship's weapons here. I believe they look to be... I can't quite see because I've got graphics all the way down low. I'm sure we'll find out fairly quickly. They have warped in at range, though, which maybe suggests unlikely to be torps.
That's correct. I'm looking at the golem right now. It appears to be a cruise missile golem here. Looking at the Raven now, it looks also to be cruisers as well. So this is going to be interesting. They're going to try and apply maximum amount of alpha damage at range here to this other team, and the match starts here.
Yeah, I think these three, as you say, the cruise battleships, I think they need to just be trying to pull away and kite and get as much range as they can from the Shack and Abaddon. And on the Shrimply side, as we see this Malar and Vex are doing exactly what they need to do of just push in and try and get a tackle on these battleships and allow the Shack and Abaddon to push in and start spalling. We do see damage going onto that Hound. Just
There's that alpha. There's that alpha. The paint's on the visual as well.
The Golem and the Raven MJD'd away.
Here we go.
And
so putting as much range as
Shack.
possible. The Shack is painted by the Vigil as well. The Vigil, of course, getting the bonus to painters here. It looks like the Shrimply Delightful team are trying to focus in on these bombers here, trying to eliminate some of that higher DPS to try and save the Shack here, which is absolutely getting pounded as it goes into low armor.
Yeah, of course, huge amount of damage from the Golem, the triple battleship plus the bombers. That first bomber of the Hound does go down. The Purifier of True 1 about to go down as well, and that is a significant portion of their damage that will not be on the field, and they haven't quite managed to kill this Lashak. He is holding at about a third armor, receiving reps from Ariane and Reva, the long-term Brave Logi pilots, so I don't know if the triple cruise battleships will be able to kill them on their own. And this Vexor now, obviously the longer this match goes, the Logi of Ariane and Reva for the Shrimply team are going to be pretty much untroubled here. Obviously not going to be focused by the cruise missiles. It's just going to be, can they keep up this Lashak alive?
That Lashak has got every single Logi drone. It has the Logi frigates on it as well. It may hold here because that DPS, obviously with missiles as well, especially cruise missiles, you do get a bit of travel time between them leaving your ship and hitting their target, which could spell out an interesting result here if they are able to hold that Lashak up. They've got plenty of time to cycle those reps on it, especially if they're overheating as well. And it looks like the Shrimply guys just need to close some range here and attempt to try and catch up with these battleships here.
Yeah, Dujek is going into hull. It's going to be a battle of heat here. Is the heat on the Logi frigates more pressured? Is the heat on the launch of the battleships more pressured? But these battleships are sat on this MJD beacon right as this Malar and Vexor and the rest of the core are going to arrive here. Are they going to be able to get scrams and stop them MJDing again?
The Raven's just MJD'd again. The Raven has just MJD'd again, and the Typhoon is activating. The Golem is activating the jump beacon as well. Looks like the Typhoon is scrammed though.
Dujek down into, I can't even see 10% structure, if that 14% structure on the Dujek Lashak here. Is he going to hold? He's receiving reps as hard as he can. Oh, he's 5% structure, 4% structure, and he goes down. He just about bleeds through. They do manage to kill the Lashak, but they're already... The Typhoon, yeah, the Typhoon is really struggling, and now they're going to have to go through a whole other battleship, the Abaddon, who is going to be just as tanky, if not more tanky.
I think here the Rookie Cookie guys, the paint's going on to the Abaddon now. Those cruise missiles from the Golem and Raven now starting to apply, but that Typhoon is still holding there. It's not technically, it doesn't technically need its mid-slots to tank here. It's an armor tanking boat, so it can last for quite a while with an active rep on.
Yeah, we are seeing the Malar of Loose Mucus move over to these battleships that moved away onto the second beacon. I guess he's going to try and scram at least one of them and just hold him here and serve it up on a platter for the Abaddon when he does, if he does, come over here and kill him if they can actually kill through this Foon first. And just sort of hold them in place and stop them MJDing again.
It will be interesting to see how tanky the Raven and the Golem are here because it looks like they are dictating range here, but the Golem, remember, does not get the benefit of a Bastion module, so it is not as tanky as you would see on Tranquility.
Yeah, they are now making good progress through this Foon. He is going down. I don't think the Raven is actually close enough to the MJD beacon to use it, even if he... Oh no, he's not scrammed, sorry. There's only a web on the Malar, so this Raven, if he can somehow slow boat into range on this beacon, he would be able to MJD again. And they're still working their way through this Foon. But yeah, as you say, the Foon... Only 5 mids, so not going to be particularly shield tanking. We did see it hold on in armor for a little while there. The Golem and Raven presumably going to have more in the way of shield tank, probably XLASB, more hardeners. So we'll have to see how long it takes them to get through, although, of course, the Abaddon laser boat may actually sort of neutralize that advantage and make it easiir to cut through. But they have finally killed that Typhoon.
That Vigil is just playing it safe here, keeping it range, making sure it uses that bonus to tap paints. It's now applying paints to the Mauler here. It looks like the Golem and the Raven are going to try and kill this Mauler off before they hit the jump drive here.
Yeah, I think this is a smart play because the Mala's pressuring you. He's stopping you from getting to the beacon, and he's nowhere near his Logi. So if you can stack all your paints on the Mala, get really good application, and kill him before the Logi can get reps on him, then it's 3 points, and it clears up your tackle. It allows your battleships to keep playing the game that they're trying to do. The Mala is dutifully burning back towards Logi. Ariane and River are going to start cycling reps on him. Will it be enough to hold him? I'm not sure.
It looks like as the Mauler is burning away, the rest of the Shrimply Delightful team are making a beeline for those battleships. However, they must know at this point, the second they get within any kind of range here, the Golem and the Raven are just going to jump drive, micro jump over to the next beacon here. And they still have, I don't know if they have their own local ones or not, possibly, but I haven't used them yet. They haven't used them at the beginning. Maybe they're recharged as well. And we look at right now, the Golem is now activating the jump drive. We're waiting for the Raven here. Raven is playing it a little bit more skew.
Huge chunks into the Vexor. This is going to be a test on the Logi. Can Ariane and River decycle their reps quickly enough and catch Crockett in this Vexor? This is still very, very close on points. Crockett into low armor. Oh, into low hull. A couple more volleys will hit him. Is this going to kill this Vexor? The Raven goes into armor as well. The Abaddon has finally got into range to start shooting this Raven and start applying damage. He needs to MJD away. He has MJD'd away.
Yes.
And this Vexor is holding in 20% structure. What is going on?
So the Vexor possibly having its own local rep as well as the Logi to keep it up as well. They did not kill the Mortar in time here. This is basically a game of cat and mouse at the moment. The Abaddon attempting to chase the battleships around to try and get DPS on it. But it looks like the Abaddon possibly, now they are just burning towards the Raven and the Golem here. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch them here. They do not have any light tackle here apart from these cruisers here, the Vexor and the Mauler, which are absolutely getting smashed at range here.
Yeah, I think the Abaddon just needs to load radio and just apply as much pressure as he can to the Raven. It's never going to be sort of the optimal position, and I think they may indeed be wishing that they had brought the Tech 1 APOC that they fielded before in this scenario.
We're looking at the Raven. The Raven now is now dipping through armor now, and he does not have any Logi to back him up here, and it is a shield ship, so we'll see what happens
again.
here.
He's MVDing again. Into hull. We are about to enter reverse tie-dye here, so this match is going to start getting a little bit quicker. Oh, he gets away. He does manage to get away. Doesn't have the luxury of time of being able to align up perfectly to the beacon, so he does land a little bit off. But of course, the Abaddon not having the greatest range, so probably buys himself another 30 seconds to get back onto that next beacon and keep trying to do his thing, maybe reload his XLASB if he's got one. But I'm not sure what the Raven and Golem can do that they haven't already done. I mean, they tried shooting the Mala, he was really tanky, they shot the Vexor and nearly were able to kill him. But they are still losing on points. They're 7 points down and they're playing in reverse tie-dye now, so maybe they can try like switching onto the Pontifex or switching onto the Vexor again and try and catch the Logi off guard with the reps. But the Raven is now again taking damage from this Abaddon. He has pulled across the grid. The top.
They are now hitting the Pontifex now. The Pontifex is now being hit here with some cruise missiles, and the Logi are going to be able to keep him up here. Being a small ship, small rep cycles, they are going to be able to keep up here. And they do have a really nice amount of armor, medium armor repair drones on top of that Pontifex as well. The Shrimply Delightful team seeming to have learned their lesson here. They're not going to try and burn out, not trying to go isolate each other from each other here. They're just going to stick in one big ball and move as one unit here to try and pick off this Raven.
Yeah, the Raven does seem to have got his XLASB cycle off, so in just 5% structure, he's going to be back to full shields again. But I got to say, this is I think I'm favour the Brave team here from this point on for sure. We're now at 300% reverse tie-dye, so the game is running 3 times faster than it normally does. The Vexor starts taking chunks of damage again. I will say Ariane, Flu, and Riva, I have played against the Brave team in scrims. They did a very, very admirable job as Logi. They're very, very capable, and they know what they need to keep up, and they're just trying their best to keep this Vexor alive. If they can keep the reps in the right place for another 1.5 minutes of reverse tie-dye, they will win this match on points. And the only way they lose is by losing this Vexor, I think. And this Vexor is still struggling. They're trying their best to keep him alive. 30% armor, yo-yoing 15%, 26% structure on this Vexor. This is really, really close here. And the Raven is MGDing around the whole time. The Golem as well. They're trying to just dance away from the Abaddons. This is crazy.
The Vexor of Crockett actually a bit of a misjudgment there. He was standing still while the rest of his fleet was burning towards the Ravens there, and that's what's caused him to take this big chunk of damage here. He suddenly woke up when his armor alarm went off and started burning straight at the Deacon and Talia head, which in turn turned and started burning towards him as well, ensuring they got their reps on him here. But it looks like the Mortar's also taking some damage now. They have so many rep drones, so much logi coverage here. I don't think these Golem and Raven is going to be able to break it, even with the visual painting stuff.
Yeah, it's just relying on the Logi having a slip up here, maybe heating reps too much and burning them, or just falling asleep for 1 second and not seeing the volleys come in. They switch back to the Vexor. 30 seconds of overtime remaining. This Raven of loser 18Q is 115k from the center of the arena, so he needs to be careful. But the Abaddon of Bruxo is pushing him into this corner here. There's nowhere else for him to go, and that is time. So Shrimply Delightful take that first win in an absolute nail biter, 78 points to 71. Great performance from both teams. Really, really one of the best matches I've seen in this tournament so far. And extra special shout out to Arian and Reaver in that Deacon and Thalia combo. They did absolute God's work, incredible work. We're going to send that back to the desk, but that was, wow, what a one to start this off.
Yeah, and look at the MJD from Vargas of Tofu Hunter. Where is he going?
Yeah, good beat. Good bump, good bump.
That was he. Hold on. No way. Inside or outside? Oh, he just got bumped. Is that going to send him off? Yep. See you later, buddy.
Good fucking bump. I love you.
What a match. And we can see that one of the teams is shrimply better than the other, even though it took a ton of time to get there. We quickly have to go through a breakdown of that match because it took so long. Wingnut, can we get a quick breakdown of maybe some movement in that match and how it played a part?
I'm going to call that kangaroo doctrine. Jump around. Just keep jumping. Like, you just kept jumping from beacon to beacon. They started with a local and then start moving to all the arena beacons as well. And they just kept going and going and going and going and going. He actually misjumped twice, but luckily, like, the opposing team did not get there in time to finish him off because he got down to like real low structure and then got the XLSP cycle. That was fun. That was actually fun. That was a wild comp, and it almost worked. Good work from the Logipods to keep those ships alive.
Yeah, and quickly, through all the chaos of jumping around and reverse tie-dye, Nova, can you give me a little bit of insight on those cruises and how that also played a part in the match and how those missiles work?
Yeah, I mean, the cruise missiles in general, they're really powerful because they have actually relatively good raw DPS, but also they can apply across the entirety of the arena. And that is what sort of enables that trick, just to bounce from beacon to beacon to beacon, because no matter where they are, they're functionally in application range. The issue there being application itself. That's why they had to field that Vigil in their comp to add these additional target painters to buff up that signature radius or to buff the ships, the signature radius of the ships that the Vigil is target painting, at least. It needs that in order for these cruise missiles to apply, because otherwise they'll just tickle, essentially. Oftentimes you'll actually see multiple ships like that trying to do exactly that. That's also why the Golem is really important. It also has a bonus target paint. Sometimes if it's if you had a full-fledged comp with it, you would see like 3+ ships that are all bonus for target paint, really to help that application. And that's why they were actually able to start chunking these Vexors in the low end into relatively low amounts. Not quite enough to break through, but yeah, that one was super close. Maybe a tiny bit more application, they might have been able to do it.
Enough for a brown pants moment.
With that said, because it went OT, we do not have a lot of time before our next match between Punishing Grey Raven and Bright Side of Death. With that said, we have Azarm, Nighthawk, Absolution, Armageddon Navy, and Crucifier from Punishing Grey Raven, and Tholos, Oneros, Curse, Sleipnir, and Arbitrator from Brightside Earth. We now have to send it over to the arena, where Baza and Corvus will take over once again for our next match.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Corvus. I'm joined with the Basilisk here for this matchup between Punishing Grey Raven and Brightsides. Brightside's bringing in a Apocalypse Navy ×2, Celestus Magus, Deacon, Damovic, and Inquisitor. Baza, what are Punishing Grey Raven bringing?
Punishing Grey Raven are getting things started off real quick and just pushing in here with this heavy sort of mixed gun missile rush with Claymore and Loki and Caracal, and then gunships. They've got Moa, Svipul, Kisriel, so it's a bit of a mixed rush here, but they are just going to swarm on top, and they are not wasting any time about it, just pushing in super hard here, and there looks like they're shooting at the Inquis first, want to kill those reps off. Bit unusual to see Inquis paired with Deacon. Usually you either pair Deacon with Deacon or Thalia and Inquis with Inquis or Navatas. The thinking there being that your Logi is only as strong as its weakest link, so in terms of rep output, there's no real difference between Deacon and Inquisitor, but defensively, the Deacon is a lot tankier. So if you can kill the Inquis first, then it makes the Deacon, he's not going to receive reps, and his tank bonus is kind of a little bit wasted for the points you spent. But they've actually switched off him and now looking at the Damovic of MPA 4.
Yep, it looks like the Damovic is going to die here. The Apocs look to be pulse laser fit, I believe. They are trying to apply some DPS to the Scythe here. It is under target paint as well. So we'll see if they are able to break the Scythe. The Scythe is dipping into low shields now, which will remove some of that logic. And oh my god, just absolutely dismantled here on grid. That Scythe is dead. I think he got actually blasted to the next server here.
Yeah, one massive volley took him from low shield into low hull there. That was huge. But he did a good job of trying to close in and try and get under the Apox guns here, because there's not much in the terms of sort of web support here. Obviously, Celestus, Deacon, Inquisitor are not really going to be fitted for tackling stuff down. So if he can get to sort of 20k and get under the Apoc guns, he may have had a chance to survive a little bit longer there. But I guess the TP came out, wasn't quite to be. Damage is now going back onto that Inquis. They poked at the Apoc a little bit and said, let's try it, let's test him out. Couldn't really make a huge amount of progress quickly. They kill off the Inquis. They may look to go back to the Apoc, or they may go to the Deacon, but the Kisriel on the other side is getting absolutely mulched off that Scythe fleet. The Tech 1 Scythe, sorry, goes down.
Yep, it looks like they are trading here. So you're Punishing Grey Ravens very much focusing on that smaller end of the comp, whereas Brightsides are just churning through the Logi, churn through the Kisriel now. The Kisriel has gone down and is now looking to take out the Moa here for Punishing Grey Raven.
Yeah, and after they kill the Moa, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Caracal disappear in short order as well, killing off these Tech 1 cruisers. They haven't got good resists, they haven't got great EHP, and the damage they do for the time it takes to kill them is pretty definitely worthwhile doing. This Deacon of Vitalik is going down, but I'd be surprised if there wasn't like a local Ansil rep on these Napocs. And of course, Navy Battleship HP, going to have a plate, going to have decent resist with 8 low slots. They're going to be tanky nuts to crack, and they've already lost a significant portion of their DPS. This Caracal does now get melted.
Yep, looking right now, it looks like the Punishing Grey Raven team are hemorrhaging DPS here. Those Apox Navy is still very much standing here and just absolutely demolishing this Punishing Grey Ravens team, getting tackled here and absolutely getting shredded. You do have the Celestus as well putting damps down, but at this point, I don't think the damps are going to be very effective here. More or less, the Punishing Grey Ravens team are on 0 here and are brawling out, trying to get under those guns, as you mentioned previously.
Yeah, I think this has been sort of the perfect target order from Brightsides. I think they've killed everything in exactly the right order they needed to. Kill the Logi, don't waste any time with that. Just get him off the grid as quick as you can. Get the Kisriel, because your guns will apply to him the best. Kill off the Tech 1 cruisers, and then you're left with the 3 Tech 2 Minmatar ships. But I want to shout out Yar in the Magus there, because I think the Svipul, what was left here with Claymore, Loki, Svipul, those are 3 ships that you don't really want to be shooting at in an APOC. Obviously, all going to have Tech 2 or Tech 3 Minmatar resist, going to be resistant to the lasers. But Yar in that Magus was able to get Scram, I believe, on that Svipul and allow the Napocs, who have actually split up a little bit, which again is a good choice for them. If you're at 0 on one, you can't be at 0 on the other, and it allows a little bit more better application from these battleships. Now this Loki gets absolutely demolished.
Yeah,
that's going to be it. I think that's it.
Yeah, Claymore is left as last man standing, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything here. To be honest, you have two Navy battleships on grid. The Apocalypse Navy still going into low armor, but I don't think he's going to be very worried here. He may lose the ship, but I don't think they're going to lose the match here.
Yeah, although of course, given that this group stage format is effectively just another version of the previous group stage format, every point matters. So if they can just kill off this Napoc or just kill off the Magus, those little points could push them over the edge into, because you've got to get top 2 in these groups of 5. Top 2 are moving on to the top 24 team bracket. So every point counts. Points are still the tiebreaker. So if you can kill off this Napoc or you can kill off this Magus, that may just push you over the edge later on, even if you lose the match as a whole.
Yeah, the Napoc of Kin is trying to burn away. The Claymore is webbed. I think the Claymore is actually trying to position himself between the two Napocs to trying to mitigate as much tracking as possible, but it's not happening with that web on him. Kin is just going to burn away very, very slowly here and just burn himself into his optimal range and just absolutely demolish that Claymore.
Yeah, and that Claymore just took a massive chunk down to low armor. Of course, Minmatar Tech 2 ships have brilliant EM resist, but it's not going to save him. Les is going to go down, and that's going to be a fairly convincing win here for Brightside in this double Napoc comp. So congratulations to Brightside of Death, commiserations to Punishing Grey Raven, and we're going to send that one back to the desk.
The pythographs, the pythographs, the pythographs.
Like Jordy says, dude, the comps might seem bad, but they work.
But it doesn't. It only works in Pytha.
Yeah, what about it?
Stop shooting our Logi.
Makes me want to log in.
That's inspiring there.
That is inspiring.
Thanks, Rand.
What's
you guys feel loved and appreciated right now?
What another amazing match, as one of the teams has found the bright side and moved to a win, as Punishing Grey Raven does fall to bright side. That match, Wingnut, we saw an interesting rush into a Battleship DPS comp, and you mentioned in the back channel something about, target selection that really seemed to favor the bright side team.
Oh yeah, they were doing that absolutely perfectly, like picking the right targets at the right time. From going from the Scythe first, which is you definitely need to be killed, and tracking lasers are very good at it. They even had the Damovic tackle a Cyclone at the start to blunt this rush. So that I'm going to say right now, Brightside flew that one perfectly. Like they did exactly what they needed to do. I am so happy to watch that one because you got to watch them go, okay, sights down, pick next ship. And they went for the Kizriel, then we went through the line perfectly. It's how you do it. That needs to be a textbook.
Yeah, they really did a good job calculating after getting rid of Logi what ship has the least HP to DPS ratio, picked those ships apart, moved down the line, and took them out a lot quicker. Nova, is there anything you think that Punishing Grey Raven could have done a little bit better to maybe give them a chance to win that match?
Yeah, that's a hard one. I think part of it did come down to just how well Brightside sort of flew that. They knew exactly right target priority, and that makes it very difficult for them. There's a couple little things about how those battleships track, though, that does mean that they could have potentially made it a little bit more difficult to apply to them in a couple cases. I think specifically that Scythe going down so quickly, that Scythe was going to go down at some point anyway, but it might have taken a few more volleys if they were able to pull in, not so close that they're in potential grapple range, but maybe just close enough that they can start mitigating, pull up a little bit of transversal. I think one of the commentators mentioned maybe just within 20 kilometers. I would like something like that a lot. If they're able to sit there, it's going to be so much harder for these APOC navies to apply to them. And notably as well, those are the modified APOC navies. They no longer have that tracking bonus. They have a really nice damage bonus now as well, but they don't quite track as perfectly as they used to. So maybe that could have helped, but I mean, I'm just an armchair warrior at this point. Maybe they did it perfectly. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it's interesting. The logistics pilots really can define a match sometimes, and those are T1 squishy logistics. So I think you have a very good point. Sometimes you want to pull range, sometimes you want to pull in and get under guns, and it's all dependent on the weapon, and you have to kind of make the decision to make yourself last as long as possible. You might not live, but the longer you last, the more you're dragging out the other team's ability to kill things. That match being over, we are moving on to the next match, which we once again see Shrimply Delightful coming back to play Kick Zoot from a fast return from the first match that we saw from the break. These brackets are definitely chaos, and I love to see chaos, and brutal matches are ahead in brutal matchups. With that said, though, bans for the next match. We have from Kick Zoot, they're banning the Zarm, Hugin, Rapier, Armageddon, and Slutnir, and Shrimply banning the Jackdaw, Ashimu, Orthrus, Tholos, and Malus. Wingnut, these are some different bans from the Shrimply Delightful team here. Can you walk us through what you think of these changes they made and some of the ships they're banning again?
There's definitely some interesting ones there. The Orthrus is a hard fly killer ban immediately. I think Zoot was trying to fly something like that over in Arena 2, did not go too well. But the interesting one is they banned the Molus. That is like the most bargain cheap damps you can get, but it's not that good. It's not that painful. So I feel like that's kind of just a throwaway ban. The interesting part is definitely the Ishimu and Orthrus bans there. What are they looking at that they don't like?
Yeah, and then, there's a slut ban at the end with all these web bans, a Zarm, of course. Nova, what is your thought on this Zarm being banned repetitively, and how does that play a factor into the matches?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty interesting because notably the first match that they played in this relegation, at least Shrimply Delightful, there was no Zarm ban that match, interestingly enough. And I don't believe that it was fielded even. I guess, yeah, that definitely would say, if you're banning the Zarm, yeah, you don't want to... I guess you don't want to go against something that will have just a very heavy tank if you're trying to apply into, say, like a battleship, and then they have a Zarmaz just repping it. You are never going to get through unless you're finding some way of tackling and, I guess, neutering the power of that Zarmaz somehow. I think it's also a little bit interesting just to note they did ban the Jackdaw first now both times, and I think I touched on then at that point when I saw the Jackdaw ban, maybe they want to field something like stealth bombers. They didn't do that either, and notably their opponents did. So yeah, just some really interesting metagaming going on there.
Another thing that Jackdaw is good against, by the way, is killing T1 frigate logi. It is very good at just deleting them off the grid.
Exactly. We saw in the first match the use of frigate logi from the Shrimply Delightful team against cruises. And cruises, we didn't get a ton of time to touch on this because of the beautiful overtime that we got to see. Cruises weren't able to really get the job done. So that Jackdaw ban might be a little telling to what Shrimply might be bringing it. Your thoughts on that, Wingnut?
There's definitely, I think, a linchpin of some sort that is going to be a frigate size. And that's going to be the question of what kind of one. Because Brave is known for their griffins. But there can also be other options of T1 Logi frigates. There could be a good tackle bow that's holding your comp together. There's something they don't want to get blown up. It might not be even in this comp. It might just be a standard ban for them.
Yes, and with that said, Griffins and Kitsunes have been fielded a bit today. We will see if they're fielded as teams are landing in the arena, and we're going to send it over there to see Shrimply Delightful versus Kick Zoot right now.
Welcome back to the arena, everybody. This time, Shrimply Delightful, 15 minutes after their last successful match against Rookie Krookie. This time again against Kick Zoot, but switching it up slightly, not bringing a 2-battleship Lashak comp, just the one Lashak, just the one battleship this time. Backed up with a bit more E-War this time around, so they've got a Kerry's a Curse, and they've got a Draugr who can act a little bit on his own and, potentially go and kill Logi frigates, E-War frigates, that kind of thing, a little bit sort of independent, kind of fly killer type situation. And what are we looking at from Kick Zoot here?
Kick Zoot here, we are bringing a autocannon rush here. We have the Macarial, the Hurricane Fleet issue, signable Scythe Fleet issue with Osprey Logi, Stalk for some links, and Sweeple for that tackle.
Yeah, and this looks very, very dangerous if I'm landing in this Lashak comp here, because all of that DPS is just going to be able to just faceplant itself straight onto that Lashak and just mulch through it. And we saw the Lashak was really, really struggling to tank against 3 cruise battleships last time Shrimply took the field. Well, this time they've got Macarial, Hurricane Fleet, Cinnable, Scythe Fleet, Svipple just going to be parked on top of this Lashak. And I think this might be a little bit too much for the Deacon Thalia to bear. We'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, this Shrimply team is looking to play the long game with the E-War. You've got the Curse and Lashak Newts hoping to deal with, destabilize the enemy capacitor and take them out over the long term. Kerry's trying to play E-War, but the Rush doesn't care about any of that. They can just faceplant themselves straight into the Lashak, apply full damage. And from that point, when the Lashak is dead, there's no damage really left on the Shrimply team. So I don't know if this is looking like a good matchup for Shrimply.
Yeah, I agree. The TDs and the damps from the Curse and the carries, I don't know how effective they're going to be against this this AC rush here. It looks like links are going up now. We are going to be starting in about 3 seconds. If the Lashak, I don't know if the Lashak is quite close as well, so I don't think he's going to be able to escape. And as we mentioned this, the Kick Zoo team rapidly burning into the Lashak here.
Yeah, the Lashak is doing his best to pull away as quickly as he can, gets up to about 800 MS before getting tackled. But that Spipple obviously over him like a rash, and everything else quickly to follow. Cinnable, Scythe Fleet, Stabber Fleet. Not Stabber Fleet, that's not even in the match, but it may as well be because this Lashak is getting swarmed.
It's in our heart, Bassa. It's in our hearts.
And,
so it looks like
they are pumping into him.
It looks like the Sweeple here is getting a lot of E-War onto it as well. It's getting neutered and it's getting track disrupted and scrammed. And the Osprey is going to have to rep the Sweeple here, slamming itself into tank mode to try and mitigate a lot of the damage here. But that Lashak is absolutely just crashing through armor at the moment. And he's not going to apply with his gun at that range either. They are literally on zero, swarming the shit out of this Lashak right now.
Yeah, he's switched targets to the Hurricane Fleet. My question is how this E-War from Shrimply is going to be applied here. Are they going to be focusing on neuting out the Osprey? Are they going to be trying to damp the Osprey and then neut out Hardeners on the primary? I'm not sure, but they haven't got much time to think about it because this Lashak is holding about 40% armor. He's kind of yo-yoing a little bit. It is going down slower than I expected, and they are maybe trading for this Hurricane Fleet. That will be 700 DPS maybe off the field here when they kill this Hurricane Fleet, but will it be enough for the Lashak to pick up again? 20% armor on the Lashak.
Yeah, the Osprey is being neutered and nosed as well, so he's going to be struggling for some cap here. He is in range of the Curse of Broxo, and Broxo is just going to be neuting him to shit. The Lashak also getting a neut on there as well, so I think the Osprey is in kind of a difficult position here. If he can't pull range because he'll get damped, and he can't be within close range because he's going to get neutered and nosed. And as we see the Hurricane Fleets from Kicksuit absolutely evaporate from the arena here, and the Lashak as well.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very, very difficult position for them to be in as they lose the Draugr as well. So that is their two main DPS ships gone for Shrimply Delightful. So all they've got left really is the drones from the Pontifex and the drones from the Curse. Will they be able to keep the Thalia and Deacon alive? Obviously, the Macarion are not going to be as good at hitting these small targets with large ACs, but the Cinnable Scythe Fleet more than capable of doing so. But if they can keep these Logi up, if they can apply their E-War, get the newts onto the Osprey, and then slowly use the Curse and Pontifex drones to maybe whittle down these cruisers, they may be able to keep the Logi alive. But Lady Am and this Thalia is really, really struggling here. Going into Hull, just about, and does go down.
Yeah, the Thalia there getting tackled by the Cinnable, which just dispatches that Thalia very, very quickly. And it looks like the Deacon now is also going to be under fire of Adrian Fellow. He has some drones on him. He has some rep drones on it. He has ECs on him at the moment. And he is being currently neutered by the Macarial, but I'm not sure if they're going to chase him around the arena here, if it's even worth it to chase him around the arena. I would probably imagine they're probably going to go onto something a bit more DPS-y, like the Pontifex or the Curse here. As you see, the Pontifex now get fully tackled here, but a Scram, a Web being painted now so that the Macarial can apply its DPS to that Pontifex.
Yeah, at this point, this is just clean-up crew for the Kicksuit side. Obviously, still having Macarial and two of their main DPS ships against 0 DPS ships on the other side. The threat against them is pretty minimal. I think looking at the bans for this match, this may have been a case of a little bit of hubris from Shrimply Delightful because they saw the Sleipnir ban by Kicksuit and thought, we can't be AC rushed. And then Kicksuit said, actually, we've got this AC rush cooked up perfectly without a Sleipnir. So they fielded that instead, circumvented the Sleipnir ban, and rammed straight in. And this Shrimply Delightful comp only had the Lashak as both a main DPS dealer and a sort of front line with 6 support ships behind it. So when that Lashak gets face planted onto by everything else, and you lose your damage and you lose your front line. It's sort of a death knell for the comp. So perhaps a little bit of hubris from Triply Delightful here, thinking they were safe when they.
Yeah, and the curse here, having the Signable just bear down on him here, and the Mercurial also coming in to apply a lot of DPS here. So this curse is not long for the world either. As you see, it's managed to escape tackle here a little bit. It's been grappled, but I think he's outside of the optimal range for the grapple here. He's building speed to try and burn away, but I don't think it's going to be enough here.
Yeah, again, like I mentioned in the last match, every point you can save potentially helps you in the long run when it comes to determining who progresses forward from this bracket. So do your best to survive Bruxo Bentley, but I don't think it's going to happen with all of these drones on you and the Mercurial hitting you, the Scythe Fleet and the Cinnable still as well.
Yeah.
The curse. Let's just talk a little bit about the curse, Corvus, because we've seen it be banned a lot, and then a little bit less bans today. And even without the bans today so far, it hasn't really been fielded, and then we see it show up, rear its ugly head here in this match, but it doesn't come out victorious. So how do you feel about the curse personally?
Curse can be quite powerful. It does do the same job as the Pilgrim, but it does have a slight advantage. It has a lot more mid slots to it. It does. You can also kind of wing it into a shield comp because of that abundance of mid slots, but obviously you do lose out on a lot of your E-War in that mid slot as well. So the reason why it has been banned quite a lot when it has been banned is probably for that reason, but also, again, it's a very scary ship, and not a lot of people are using it because of the point value.
Yeah, it can be very, very scary to see a curse. I think it's one of those ships where it's quite binary in terms of sometimes it just does nothing against you if you're playing like a drone comp, or indeed if you're playing an AC rush where you want to be at 0 anyway. The curse doesn't do a huge amount in terms of harming what you're trying to do. Like the ACs, you could probably still get on top of something before they cap out your prop. You don't really care too much about the TDs. Drones, obviously, you don't care about the TDs and GDs. But then on the other side, there are some comps where you come up against a curse and it's just you cannot do anything. Like it's completely unplayable. So some teams, I guess, just don't want to take that risk and don't want to risk the chance of the opportunity of the opponent bringing a curse. And I think the other thing is when you ban the curse, it doesn't necessarily say too much about what you want to bring. So it's kind of a fairly generic ban that says, yeah, we're bringing ships with weapons on them, which doesn't really narrow it down too much.
Ships that don't like neuting, which is pretty much every ship.
Yeah. So we are going to see, in fact, Ariane Falu and the Deacon is going to be the last one left alive here. 30 seconds remaining. Are these two little frigates going to be able to survive? They're running for their lives. 5 seconds remaining, sorry. And it is going to be victory comprehensively for Kikzoot, but not total victory. Just 163 points as the Carries and the Deacon manage to survive and prevent Kikzoot from scoring the full complement of 200. But and a well-executed rush from Kikzoot, and we're going to send it back to the desk.
Yeah, look at the MJD from Vargas of Tokyo Hunter. Where is he going?
Yeah, good beat. Good bump, good bump.
That looks... Hold on. No, went inside or outside. Oh, he just got bumped. Is that going to send him off? Yep, see you later, buddy.
Good King Bomb, I love you.
Kikzoot bringing a rush and absolutely kicking the door down to take the dub against Shrimply Delightful. Nova, we saw another Leshek comp brought by Shrimply Delightful, and maybe it wasn't necessarily the right matchup there. Can you explain why the Leshek's a great ship, but also might not be great in that exact matchup?
Aha!
Muterator moment yet again. Yeah, okay. You win, Wingnut. It happened to me before you. Unlucky. All right. Yeah, no. Leshek, awesome ship. Costs a lot of points in order to field. but when you are able to get onto a target and that thing stays locked down, it will die at some point. Like, you can really break through virtually any logi that can be fielded. The raw DPS from that one chip is exponentially higher, at least if it does get to spool up. Issue there being, especially in this format where you can only field one armor plate on a ship like that, if you get rushed down, you can just die. And I think the other thing, I think it was Baza in the arena touching on it as well. Curse, awesome ship, costs a lot of points, but it was really rough for them bringing that into an autocannon rush like this. I think they didn't expect the autocannon rush, considering that the Sleipnir was actually banned by the same team that then did choose to bring the autocannon rush. So pretty tricky. I think they gambled in that direction and just simply sort of lost the gamble.
Yeah, and Wingnut, on that curse play, give me a little breakdown on what your thoughts of bringing the curse here is like in this kind of match.
So, in previous tournaments, curses have seemed like if you give the best pilot a curse, it will win you the match solo. In this tournament, it seems like it's either going to be the reason you win or the reason you lose. Because it is so damn expensive, and unless you can get 100% value out of it, it just kind of gets you a loss there, because you've lost out on tank, you've lost out on damage, you've lost out on more control. For instance, that Lashak comp had a Keres and a curse providing so much E-War, but who was stopping them from tackling you? And it's a pretty good comp against certain things for sure, but against a rush, you have nothing but hope, streams, and tank to try and survive a rush. The curse did well, by the way, as well. I'm not even giving the guy any trash. He flew around, he neutered out the Osprey, he did his job. It's just he cost so much. What did he get out of it? He basically got nuked on an Osprey.
Yeah, I will say the E-War did fly fairly well on the Shrimply Delightful team, but you really only could truly E-War the logistics down enough to matter when they're sitting on your Lashak at 0. Another thing, the Lashak has to spool up to do damage, and when it dies really quickly, it never actually can put out that damage.
I love to see triangles die like that.
Exactly. It's funny, you brought in a bad in the last match and paired it with it, and it did really well. You brought a Lashak by itself, and it did not do as well. As bringing only 2 guns in your entire comp probably might be the reason you did not beat the team that brought all of the guns to their rush.
I thought it was literally just 2 guns, the Draugr
just
and
2
the
guns.
and the Lashak.
With that said, though, we have another match creeping up on us as Rookie Crookie is going to now play Punishing Grey Raven. The turnover for these teams is brutal, so keep that in mind as they're landing on grid about 20 minutes after their last match ends. It is a brutal bracket, and we're going to keep pushing through this bracket. The bans are in for that match, as Rookie Crookie is banning the Guardian and Oneros, getting rid of both those logistics. The Typhoon, Sleipnir, and Svitbull, and Punishing Grey Raven going with the Zarm, Tholos, Ashmu, Scorpion, and Geddon. Wingnut, what's your thoughts on these logistics bans?
All heavy armor comps are kind of gone here. There will be options with 2 Logi frigates, but that is a lot. There's going to be a lot more damage running around for that, so they may not last as well. We've banned out Sleipnir and Svitbull to ban out a good chunk of rushes. And the Scorpion is still an anomaly ban. We've seen that from them before, and I don't know why they're banning that, but whatever. And the Geddon Navy just kind of kills off the best triple rapid heavy or double rapid heavy comps, so it's good to see it go.
Quickly, in a matter of 30 seconds or less, Nova, what do you think we're going to see by both teams here?
Honestly, I have no idea. I'm just looking at this Typhoon ban and trying to figure out what does that hit. And maybe it's a case of they've just seen prior comps that Punishing Grey Raven were running with a Typhoon, but otherwise, yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is weak specifically to a Typhoon. I could imagine that being a good ship in a rapid heavy Kingslayer sort of setup. Maybe they really don't want, like if they field a Tech 1 Logi Cruiser, for example, to just get pushed down by rapid heavies. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of comps that are still open. I could imagine, yeah, gun spam is still very live as well.
Yeah, well, guess what? We're going to send it over to the arena here because there's comps that I don't think anyone predicted landing on this grid. So let's send it over there and see what this match has brought us.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Corvazonzo, casting this match with the Basilisk here. We have a matchup between Rookie Crookie and Punishing Grey Raven. Rookie Crookie bringing a Megathron Navy, Rodiva, Sacrilege, Munin, Vigilant, Pontifex, and Morlus. Bazza, while punishing Grey Raven, bringing to the game today.
They have brought kind of a weird Octo-y thing with a Hyperion. So two comps here, which I don't think we've seen before in this tournament. No idea how this is going to go. I guess it maybe depends on if this Hyperion is Blaster Fit or Rail Fit. He has warped in quite close, so I would potentially put my money on him being Blaster Fit and him looking to brawl in. But do you want to brawl in against Sacrilege, Munin, Vigilant, Megathron Navy? Not sure. I mean, especially if the rest of your team is Rail Fit. But then the Hyperion can also just local tank and draw a lot of aggro that way. So not sure how this is going to go. Not sure what the optimal play is for either of these teams here.
It does look like the Megathron and the Hyperion are both blasters. However, the Hyperion does get a local rep bonus as part of its attributes here, whereas the Megathron Navy does not. So we'll see how this shakes out. The Megathron with a rate of fire bonus instead. And also a mass plate penalty. But it looks like the Megathron is turning around and burning away here.
Yeah, I think both these teams bringing Tech 1 Logi Cruisers, the Execra on one side and the Rodiva on the other, those are going to be a priority to kill off. Especially the Rodiva, with the spalling reps, the cheaper Zarmaz. Obviously a lot less survivable than the Zarmaz, but still has the spalling reps over the long term. And I think powered alongside some really tanky ships that are difficult to kill through those reps as they spawn, like Megathron Navy and 2 hacks, Sacrilege Munin that can buy time with the ADC, makes the Rodiva a really, really strong pick in this composition. So I think dealing with the Rodiva first has to try and be a priority here for the Punishing Grey Raven side.
Well, it looks like the exec is now taking some damage. It is just dipping into armor here, but that's Sacrilege absolutely getting demolished through shield here, which is okay. The Sacrilege is an armor tank ship, and you see the Rodiva there applying some reps to try and keep it alive here. The Megathron Navy grappled, as well as the Hyperion. Looks like they've both grappled each other here. Battleship on battleship competition happening, kind of separate to the rest of the game here.
Yeah, I see a lot of ships chasing down this Rodiva here. The Morlus is sat on the Rodiva, presumably just trying to damp off anything that comes close, maybe try and damp off scrams as they land. But the Exec of Destiny's pushing in, the Draugr of KitKat's going in as well, and the Vedmak of Lumahan is also closing in, although he has now been tackled down by this Pontifex. So they are doing their best to scream for this Rodiva and keep him alive. And the damage is being split between the Sacrilege and the Munin, which is, again, a good choice, a good decision to make against a Rodiva. He can only rep one of them at a time, but is it taking too long to deal with either of them because they're about to lose this hard navy of Seth Quantix through the reps from the Execraw?
Yeah, it looks like the Megathron seems to be making its way, it's crawling at this time away from the Hyperion here, trying to get into that fight with the Rodiva over there. But the Rodiva, it looks like he's going to be fighting solo here against 3 DPS ships here. The Draugr, the Vedmak, and the Exec Navy pretty much on 0 here. And the Morlus trying to do its best here to try and kill off try and damp down some of these ships here, but I'm not sure how effective that's going to be. We're seeing smart bombs from the Rodiva now, trying to get rid of some of these drones, these Republic warriors that have been put out on top of him. But that Vedmak, and the Rodiva just drops.
Yeah,
absolutely demolished.
The Morlus won't be long either. The Morlus is also where the Rodiva was, right on top of that drone swarm. It's a quick kill to just stick all the drones on him. They are going to trade for this half navy, and the Execraw is also got a drone swarm on him, and he's going into low armor here. So he does get a cycle off of a local rep, but I'm not sure how long this exec will last. Do they want to focus on killing off the exec, or do they want to split onto another DPS ship? Again, the Hyperion, as you said, local rep bonus, very, very powerful, especially in the long game when you can't burst through those local reps, and he's allowed to just keep pumping cap jar, just keep repping and keep cycling and keep on regenerating that HP. It takes so long to kill through a Hyperion that's allowed to do that. So will they choose? They are looking like they're switching damage onto the Hyperion, maybe testing his buffer, seeing if they're able to break through him while they still have critical massive damage. The Execraw started moving again. Vigilant burns in. I think he gets a web on this exec, so they may now switch back to the exec.
The exec is now going to be taking damage. He has the Sacrilege, Pontifex, the Munin, and the Vigilant, as you said, on top of him. So it doesn't look like this Execraw is going to be long for this world here. He's just gonna disappear from grid here. Interesting enough, it looks like the Hyperion is doing absolutely fine. He's still full armor, and the Hyperion does get a boatload of damage. A lot of teams, because of the smallness of the grid here, the drone range here for some of these more heavier drone boats is quite beneficial. It being a smaller grid, but it looks like the Vedmak and the Megas are now converging on the Megathron Navy as the Megathron is attempting to kill the Draugr as it's been webbed here or grappled here and scrammed, and it has a newt on it, so it looks like the Draugr is going to be going down here as well.
Yep, they do manage to kill off that Draugr. Where is the damage going to go now? I guess into the Vedmak now. The Vedmak is the next primary. The shields get stripped. But this Megathron named Ayumi is going into low armor here, and I don't know if this is going to be enough left over for a Sacrilege, Munin, and Vigilant to deal with this local rep Hyperion. The Vedmak made of paper, he is going to get rolled and smoked very, very quickly. But is it going to be enough? How much hull HP is this Megathron? No, very, very little. He takes another huge chunk of hull. And like I said, the Hyperion, the local reps, if he's got dual rep or even triple rep, he's going to be able to tank for so long again without this critical mass of damage on the other side.
Yep, and Vedmak goes down. Vedmak, a very, very fast ship. Probably not the best ship you want to be broading in, and I say this from experience, having flown Nikki Turzus in previous matches. That didn't really go well either. But the Vigilant now tackled by the Hyperion, heavy tackle by the Hyperion with the Grappler and Scram on it. So we're not sure if that's going to last very long either, seeing as the Hyperion can now bring its blasters bear and also has drones for days.
Speaking of drones, we are also seeing a little war off on the side between this Magus and the Ponti. We're seeing the Magus' drones chasing the Ponti. The Ponti's drones were chasing the Magus. They've now switched back onto the Hype to help put every little bit of damage they can into this Hyperion. But at this point, I'd be tempted as Rookie Krookie to cut my losses and say, we're not going to kill this Hype. Let's just chase down everything else. Kill the Exec, kill the Magus, and hope that you can survive with your Munin and your Sacrilege. And that should be... Is that enough points? No, that would be a tie if they were to do that. So they'd need to keep either their Vigilant or their Pontifex alive. The Pontifex has been in hull for about half the match at this point. Those drones are still chasing him around. They are making good progress on this Hype. Low armor, he gets another cycle of reps off back up to half armor again. The Pontifex does go down, so no more links for the rest of this match, but just over a minute remaining.
Yeah, the Pontifex destroyed the Destiny in the Exec Navy. He's not Blast of it. He's Railgun Fear. He absolutely just sniped the living shit out of that Pontifex there, and it just dies.
And I think this Hyperion now, he's got another rep cycle in there, up to 2/3 shield, up to armor, three-quarters armor. And I think now at this point, Rookie Krookie have maybe lost critical mass here. They're not able to break through the local reps of this Hyperion. Bit off a little bit more than they could chew here, and in the end, the Hyperion, Mark Kaloof, with perfect intel, is going to come out on top in this little brawl here.
Yeah, the only way I think punishing Grey Raven wins this now is if the Hyperion makes a mistake here, doesn't cycle a rep or misses a rep or runs out of cap here, but I don't think that's going to happen. The Sacrilege and Munin are good ships, but they're not exactly good by themselves as a solo boat here, unless you're doing it on a broading scope anyway.
Yeah, and of course they've parked themselves right at 0 on the Hyperion, and the Blaster Hyperion loves to have you parked at 0 because he can scram you, grapple you, and just shoot Void straight into your hull and burn scored. Sure, you can hit the ADC on the Sac or on the Munin. It buys 10 seconds of not taking damage, and then suddenly, as soon as that 10 seconds ends, you're back to taking damage again, and that is exactly what happens. And now it is just Cossack Fun Drinker left, who has pulled a little bit of distance from the Hype, said, actually, no, I'm good, but that is it. That's the end of the match. Time comes up, and that's a fairly convincing win for Punishing Grey Raven. A bit of a brawl there at the start. All sorts of different skirmishes and fights going on across the grid, but in the end, well done to both teams. Punishing Grey Raven take the win. Congratulations, and we're going to send that back to the desk.
I'm Nalio V, and Test Alliance, please ignore, is recruiting.
A crap. Mega crap.
Stranding, you will be coming from the wormhole. Quick, roll it.
And we have Punishing Grey Raven hyping up Twitch chat and punishing Rookie Crookie using that Hyperion. Wingnut, Blaster, Brawl, your favorite. Walk us through what happened there.
So a lot of that match was actually really well played from both sides, right? So first I want to say the Vigilant pilot, I can't remember your name, but they were doing great doing drive-by webs on targets, trying to slow things down. Because here's the thing: on his team, he's the squishiest thing alive. So he had to play very safe and careful. Also, their Navy Mega, same thing. He knew, do not shoot the hype. You will not win. A hype will defeat basically any Tier 1 battleship in a 1v1 fight. So he was like, I'm going to kill off the other ship. I'm going to go after, I think it was the Vedmak. He shot everything but it until the end. There was a chance at the end with the Sacrilege and the Munin, if they had pulled away and left the hype alone and gone for the other targets, they could have maybe pulled it back a bit because you will not beat the hype. Look, I may be a Vindicator man, but if you let a hype get in the right position, it can win a match solo. And I did that 5 years ago. But it can win a match on its own if you get the right position for it. So that was great to watch because that shows what a hype can do. And that both teams flew that match rather well. So I'm very happy I got to see that one and got to be here commentating it after.
Yes, and Nova, I'm going to throw you a little bit of a curveball, seeing your team didn't field any logistics earlier at all, so this might be foreign to you. But there was a lot of logistics bans in that match, and logistics choices were made, logistics primaries were happening, and it kind of set the tone for that match. Could you walk me through that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main elephant in the room has been Zarm overall. I think it's one of the most banned ships that we've been seeing in a lot of cases, but I think overall, when you go into a match in a tournament format, you need some sort of plan for how you're going to deal with Logi. And sometimes that can be as simple as saying, like, okay, if our opponent feels a Tech 1 Logi cruiser, it's flypaper. We can kill it with our setup. That can be fine. Or sometimes you say, okay, they can field whatever they want to for logistics, and we're going to be fine because we're just rushing. That we don't care about their Logi. It's going to cost them so many points, and we're just going to barrel everything down. And, you know, once we've eliminated enough critical ships off grid, then we'll go and kill it. Sometimes you don't really want to see frigate Logi even. It can be really hard to apply DPS to it. I think in a lot of cases, yeah, you're banning specific things when you're looking to field setups that struggle against them. And other times, yeah, there's some desire to get your opponent to field something that your setup is well meant to beat. This case, it was really interesting. I think both of these setups were actually really similar, all things considered. Yeah, both fielding the battleship on the top end. Yeah, kind of sweet overall, and I think, yeah, Wingnut was touching on it. It's so much fun being the Hyperion in that situation. We've been seeing so many, so many situations where a single battleship gets to do exactly what it's looking to do all day. I would say in that match specifically, maybe both of those Logi cruisers, them being the Tech 1 versions, yeah, they weren't going to quite have the same opportunity as one of those battleships.
Yeah, I really do feel like those teams brought that beautiful Hyperion, the local tank on it, knowing we cannot necessarily trust the exec to live forever. Let's think about the late game. A Hyperion can tank the late game, and it did. Now, another match is on the horizon as Brightside versus Shrimply Delightful is up next. And Brightside banning logistics frigates, as we just touched on a little bit of that with Deacon Thalia, a Lashek ban against Shrimply, kind of targeting them, but getting Absolution, and Shrimply banning the Jackdaw Tholos again, but now with Nighthawk Sleipnir carries. Nova, walk me through the bans here of, the targeted bans that Brightside seems to be doing.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure how that works exactly because I believe these bans had to be made actually before these matches here. I'm not sure whether they did that based on the prior two matches that we saw in the group just yet. But yeah, overall, yeah, interesting situation. I think the Armageddon ban is also particularly interesting. Sometimes you would see that in more of a control-heavy setup, and I do think it sort of looks like that Shrimply Delightful are playing for those sort of setups. Of course, the Leshek comps that they have fielded, some of them have had a little bit more control, some a little bit less, but I think overall they're saying they're comfortable with that style of gameplay. So taking that one off as well. Notably, Armageddon Navy issue, still unbanned. That's fieldable.
And Wingnut, in 10 words or less, is there a pivot for Shrimply now that it seems like their go-to comp for this has been banned?
I don't know.
That is a great answer and a very
There's a lot of targeted
answer.
bans on Newt, so I'm expecting lasers.
You're expecting lasers. Well, let's see if there's any lasers as we head to the arena to see Brightsides versus Shrimply Delightful.
Welcome back, everybody. And Shrimply Delightful taking to the grid for the third time in an hour. And what we're seeing here is almost a mirror matchup here between these two teams, both opting for these APOC-based setups. We've got 2 Napocs on one side with 2 Bellicoses for TP support, Pontifex for links, and 2 Inquises, and Corvus the other side, a little bit less conventional, but still very similar. Talk us through it.
Potentially a counter here from the Brightsides team here. We got Navy APOC, normal APOC, the Rediva for Logi, the Celestis Magus, Heretic, and a Hound as a token bomber here. But I think that Celestis might come into play here. If he's got enough damps to spread across those APOC navies of Shrimply Delightful, we could see some interesting things happen here.
Yeah, the other option, of course, is to try and damp out the TPs, and maybe that helps keep your Hound alive, or keep your Magus alive, or indeed keep your Rediva alive. If you can take those TP applications off the grid here, it makes it that the game plan of just painting stuff with the Bellicoses and blasting it with the Napocs that much harder to execute if you can no longer paint stuff and bloom its Sig massively. But on the top end, the 2 Napocs versus the APOC and Napoc should obviously be fairly significantly favourable to the side of Shrimply. So need to see what these differences from this Brightside comp, what they've brought, how they can utilise these advantages they've got. Of course, with the Rediva versus the Logi frigates as well, that's another significant difference between these two comps here. Rediva obviously only able to spool really on one target at a time. Works well when able to stay alive and supporting these 2 battleships.
Broxo in the APOC Navy instantly damped out here, so potentially cutting their DPS in half here in terms of the battleship DPS, which could be interesting.
Yeah, they took a couple pot shots at Command Destroyers. Oh, we do see the Hound take a huge chunk into armor here. And that's the difficult thing for the Rediva, is keeping stuff like the Hound alive. It's very, very thin. And it does go down. And you have not got much time on the Rediva to try and catch that kind of thing. You know, when you've got 6-second cycle time on your rep, you're trying to decycle it, you're trying to activate it. And that first rep cycle, the first couple of rep cycles are not very strong at all. And it's very, very difficult to keep a 3 low slot frigate like the Hound alive. And it does go down. And now the Heretic, he does start catching reps from the Rediva. Heretic a little bit of a tougher nut to crack compared to the Hound, so not going to go down as easily.
Brightside's now attempting to kill off some of this target painter support here by primarying the Bellicose of Xander, but he's not breaking here. These Inquisitors from Shrimply Delightful are able to keep up the T1 cruiser of the Bellicose here. Magus still getting hit, but I think he's being held quite comfortably with a Rediva at the moment, and the Celestis is doing its job here. It's just sitting right out of range, right next to one of the micro jump units here.
Yeah, and I think Brave are playing this exactly how they need to. They're staying very, very controlled, very balled up, so it means the Celestis can't have that much impact on the Logi frigates. He can't really damp the Logi frigate reps off because the Logi frigates are close to their targets anyway. And they're sort of leveraging the fact that they have a stronger top end with the 2 Napocs, so they can just sort of push in a slow controlled manner, stay compact, stay close, and they will eventually be able to whittle down this Rediva. And as long as they can keep everything alive, I mean, the Rediva, as we can see, is really struggling from these Napoc guns here, but their Inquisitors are completely untouched. 2 Inquisitors with no web or application support on the other side is going to be very, very difficult for the Napocs to shoot, and indeed Brightside's not even trying.
Celestis here has changed its damps to the Bellicose here, but I think that personally was the wrong decision. The Napocs are still able to kind of apply with 1 Bellicose target paints, and the Rediva is going down. They are punishing that Celestis for that error in judgment there. I think keeping the damps on the Navy APOCs was probably essential there to sort of try and cut that DPS down a little bit.
Yeah, Dujek has pushed in to get into better range of this Rediva. Not sure if he was being damped off, and he seems to have been grappled on the way past by Midas, but doesn't really seem to have stopped him. He's still shooting good damage into this Rediva. The Rediva is now down.
Yep, the Rediva is now down the Magus of Grey Shadows, right on 0 there, possibly with the tackle and the killing tackle there. And now the APOCs of Shrimply Delightful tackled, but they're still able to apply, so they're just going to go absolutely ham on the T1 APOC of Brightsides here. Celestis attempting to get some damps on something here, but hasn't applied any yet. Seems to be just trying to burn around and try and get into that optimal range to make those damps really effective.
Yeah, I think seeing the APOC of Dujek drift past while shooting that Rediva while the rest of the Brave team was sort of sitting back and staying compact, Brightside have said, fuck it, let's just try and DPS race and try and headshot this Napoc. But 2 Napocs versus an APOC and a Napoc, sorry, lots of APOCs and Napocs here. I think they just have the worst top end, and obviously without Logi, Inquisitors, as we mentioned, completely untouched, and the Rediva got evaporated. So Dujek obviously receiving significant reps from these Inquisitors, whereas Kinwaru and the Tech 1 APOC not only does he have a lot less base HP and a lot less stats, he doesn't have Logi either. So I think in the brawl, Shrimply again significantly favoured in this compositional matchup, and of course the Celestis of Brightside not really doing anything when everything sits at 0.
Yeah, we're looking at the Inquisitor of Lady AM here. They are tackled by the Heretic here, but the Heretic seems to be just trying to solo this Inquisitor here, which is not going to work, I don't think. The other Inquisitor is going to be more than comfy in keeping that up as we watch the apocalypse of Brightsides fall into low armor and into hull here. He's not going to have a very good day. He has been tackled here, so he will be dying shortly.
Yeah, and that is it's going to be clean up again now for the Shrimply side, and it's looking fairly convincing. It's just about how many points they can get in the last 2 minutes. Can they kill off? They're looking for the Magus next. They're going to go for the Napox. But I do like this Brave comp, and one of the things that hasn't been touched on particularly commonly so far, but is a really important aspect of both the Napox and the Bellicoses, is their Repbot capacity. And we see absolute swarms of Repbots. We saw them over the Inquises when the damage drones went onto them. We saw them over Dujak. Bellicose is obviously 50 drone bay, 50 bandwidth, so they get 5 mediums, and I believe the Napok gets 50 or 75 bandwidth, so that is a lot of Repbot output that you can put from these 4 ships here. And you're getting a lot of application from the Bellicoses, a lot of DPS from the 2 Napoks, and it forms a really sturdy core to build your comp around.
Yeah, as we see the 2 APOC navies from Midas and Judek just on 0, just plinking each other here, but I don't think Midas is going to last very long here. Shrimply Delightful playing this pretty much perfectly, making sure that their DPS is well out of range here, and I think the fulcrum here of the matchup was probably on that Celestis dropping its damps on the DPS there. Even if you have 2 damps on that Celestis, that's still enough to cut that Navy APOC range down significantly, forcing them into longer range crystals and less DPS.
Yeah, I think trying to fight the brawl against the 2 stronger battleships with Inquisitors that you know you can't tackle is not the winning play here. So they needed to try and play at range, and maybe try and deal with the Pontifexes, or just try and power through the Napox with damage. But if you go into the brawl and you've got a Celestis, the Celestis suddenly doesn't do anything, and you've wasted 19 points on a ship that's adding nothing to your comp in that situation. So I think just a more balanced, more rounded variation of this 2 battleship core from Shrimply here.
Definitely. I think the application is also king here, with the 2 Bellicoses being able to just absolutely inflate the size of some of these smaller ships here, allowing those heavy guns from the APOC navies to actually apply to the small stuff. We've seen it previously in other matches, and it seems to be a winning combination in this.
Yeah, it's seeming to be a fairly tried and tested strategy here. We've seen it a couple of times, as you say, alongside AC rushes and Octo comps. I think this double Napoc comp is something else that's fairly simple to sort of understand how you play it and execute, and just sort of bring it to grid and deal damage with the battleships. GG. But with that, time runs out. It's not quite 200 sweep again, but Shrimply Delightful, 181 points. Brightside, going home empty-handed with 0 points from this one. But congratulations to Shrimply Delightful. We're going to send it back to the desk.
Keep going. But hold your head still. Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry. I'm over right here. All right. You don't need none of that. All you need is a mutaplasmin for the old ballistic control, and then you need some T2 ballistic controls, and then all you got to do is roll those bad boys and them some bitches, and then you're gonna get yourself a better version, and it's cheap as brother. I have rolled so many T2, and when you die, people think, oh, he had abyssals on that. Oh my god, I bet he's fancy as hell. They all think that, and you know what? A lot of times they're wrong, but it doesn't matter because perception is.
Well, it looks like Shrimply Delightful has found the bright side and have brought a mirror match win forward for themselves. Nova, in a mirror match, a little bit different in how they used their other ships, some low-end differences, some E-War differences. Tell me about that and how that might have affected the match.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think, interestingly enough, I think what Shrimply Delightful did really well with their setup was that their E-War was sort of multi-purpose. The Bellicoses really helped with application, but I'm pretty sure I actually saw them going and getting tackle at some points. Definitely really helped overall to find these priority kills at the right times, which is really nice. Meanwhile, it's a little bit less multi-purpose with something like a Celestis. That thing is going to be damping, and that's pretty much it. You get a flight of drones in there, but that's pretty much the only thing. And so the moment that doesn't work out, that plan of just damp something out or, force them in closer, once that's no longer working, you don't get much utility out of the ship. And I think that's where they were struggling a little bit. Also the loss of the Rediva, I would say, really critical there. And it was nice that those Inquisitors were able to just stay up forever from there on out. But yeah, I think those were probably the critical differences in the rest of their comp. Otherwise, they did look pretty similar.
Yeah, the logistics being a big difference, application being a big difference, but there was something that was kind of similar and seemed to be working really well, and we've seen a lot today. Wingnut, we've talked about a lot logistics, but what about logistic drones?
Oh yeah, both teams were all in on logistics drones. Both teams kind of realized that outlasting, particularly for the team with the Inquisitors, was the way to go, but the Rodiva, they knew they had to keep that Rediva alive no matter what. So they had like 4 flights, I think, of Logi drones. Like they had everything on it. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Like they tried everything they could. The moment that Rediva went down, the match was over. And you saw, the moment it went down, they went all in on Dujek. Just try and kill off a DPS ship now. Like if we don't kill this, we're going to lose. So they tried it. It didn't quite work. But those Bellicoses as well, I just want to quick say, obviously they're paints, obviously they're tackle. People kind of forget they're the poor man's Caracal. They can blow your head off with rapid lights as well if they want to. So they can be a great anti-support ship as well on their own right.
Yes, the Bellicoses seemed to make the difference, as Bazza pointed out and Corvus pointed out. And those Bellicoses helped with application, but they also did provide those rep drones too. The two crucial things to that match. One team having a little bit more rep drones than the other, a little bit more application than the other, really seemed to play a difference. So we have another match ahead, and we are going to see Rookie Crookie versus Kick Zoot. Kick Zoot has decided to ban Webs with Hugin Rapier. They have decided to ban the Geddon, the Sleipnir, and the Arbitrator. Rookie Crookie, Oneros, Celestus, Carius, Maulus, and Guardian. A lot of damps, a lot of logistics. Nova, what do you think of these bans?
From Kickzoot, pretty interesting. They're saying that we're fine seeing Rush, especially of the Ham variety, maybe not the AC Rush, ideally, with the Sleipnir ban. Interesting, the Hugin Rapier ban. They're leaving Hyena open, for example, but otherwise, I feel like those bans specifically hit a lot of kites, so I think they're not looking to see that with whatever they're bringing.
And Wingnut, we have logistics and damps. Pretty simple. Why would you ban those?
Because we don't like being damped. Like we all like being wet, but this is not a situation for that. They want to be able to shoot at range as much as they want, or potentially force the enemy to come close to them. The interesting part, I think, in my opinion, is that while you leave the hyena open, you believe it for 2 reasons. First, you don't care. The second one is you can kill it, which I think, in my opinion, means we might be seeing another look at medium gun spam potentially, because you just don't care about the hyena at that point. But the nearest Guardian, I feel like might be potentially a bit of a faint ban there, because the Rediva's still there. We've seen more Redivas than we have seen of either of those ships. And also the Zam is still there if you really want to. So I think those bans are almost baked. Or maybe they just think they don't want to see those particular ones in particular.
Yes, the Rediva seems to be brought whenever there is these T2 cruiser logistic bans, as it is a great ship, but you have to fly it properly. And I think we've seen a few matches today where if a Rediva dies really quickly in a match, that match does snowball, versus if it lives, the other team just struggles to actually kill anything. So, with that all said, I do want to point out these bans are all submitted before this entire redemption round happened, so they don't really have a reaction to the matches that they're seeing, as it would just be too much chaos for these teams to handle, because they're already playing every other match, it feels like, and it is absolute chaos. With that said, though, we need to embrace the chaos. So let's go to a hopefully really chaotic, fun match, and we're sending it to the arena with Baza and Corvus once again.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Corvus, and I'm joined by the Basilisk, casting this match between Rookie Cookie and King Zoot. We're seeing ECM, a lot of ECM here today. Rookie Cookie bringing Vindicator, Scorpion, Execra, Pontifex, Confessor, and Double Nurgle. Baza, what are your thoughts on Kick Zoot, please?
Yeah, this is a really fascinating matchup here. They're also bringing a Vindicator, so Wingnut Cross on the desk. Very, very happy. But this time they've got a Falcon for their ECM, so it's Vindy plus ECM on both sides here, backed up with Arazu. They got Friglogy, they got 2 Command Destroyers, so this is fascinating.
This is going to be very interesting, and I am actually having PTSD flashbacks to the previous match I played with the Scorpion as well, so we'll see what happens. The Scorpion is an interesting ship. It does do some very good ECM. It is the only battleship with an ECM bonus, and it can be quite tanky if you sort of go a different way with it and armor tank it or structure tank it.
The problem I foresee coming for Rookie Crookie is a lack of Recebos in their team, because you've got Nurgles, which are not likely to have it, the Confessor not likely to have it, they're just going to be tackles, so you're going to be looking at the Pontifex here, and potentially the Execror, and you're trying to deal with incoming jams from the enemy Falcon, and also, importantly, incoming damps from the Arazu. And if we see the Arazu damps, as we do, the Arazu dumps all his damps onto that Falcon, onto that Scorpion, sorry, and the Scorpion is then just not going to be able to play the game unless they can either get in range, which in a Scorpion is going to be tricky, or they have Recebos to apply, which, I mean, obviously we can see the damp icon on Fantasy UI. We can't necessarily see Recebos on the Fantasy UI, but we aren't seeing any damps go out in the other direction, so we can only assume that that Scorpion is not able to lock anything, and a Scorpion that cannot lock anything is useless.
Yeah, it looks like the Arazu here playing a bit of an interesting game here. The Vindicator now is scrammed by the Arazu here. So that Vindicator was moving with some purpose, but is now just sitting there. The scram turns off on him now. He's going to be able to move again. But it doesn't look like these teams are sort of moving towards each other, but not kind of. And it looks like the Kick Zoot team is now diving in on this Nurgle of Cossack here.
Yeah, I think this is how the low end of Rookie Crookie play here with the 2 Nurgles and the Confessor is going to be really, really important to how this match goes. I think Kicksuit want to avoid just ending up in a face brawl, because you've got the Ebor advantage as long as you're able to keep the Arazu damps onto that Scorpion and keep the Scorpion away. You have free reign of your Falcon just doing what he wants, and you don't necessarily want your Vindies to just be shooting into each other, because it makes it a bit of a crapshoot as to whose jams land and who don't. So I think they kind of want to play it slow and try and string them out. And the Rookie Crookie side, the 2 Nurgles and the Confessor, they have a little bit more agency to go into the back line and kill off, Magus, Ponti, Deacon Thalia. There's not much in the way of low-end support here to deal with those Nurgles and Confessor.
I'm not sure about what Zal's doing here in the Arazu. He is literally just burnt at the Vindicator of Ayami here, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets webbed here and starts taking some damage here. He burnt straight at him. I'm not sure what happened there, but he's now got a scram. He's now still damping out the Scorpion, but he has been caught by the Vindy.
Yeah, of course, they are potentially able to free Zale from this Vindy if they wish to, by using the jams from the Falcon. As long as the Falcon stays away from the Vindy, he can free anybody else from underneath the Vindy webs when he lands a jam on the Vindy, but of course that's not guaranteed. But yeah, I think Zale may be pushed in to get a scram on the Vindy and just secure this guy, make sure he's held in place, and stop the Vindy from tackling anything more important.
That is an interesting interesting thing. Of course, if the Arazu is if the Arazu does die here, that's going to be a pretty good result for the Rookie Cookie squad here, because they are going to be able to freely jam across everybody here. But it doesn't look like the Arazu's dying very fast, though.
The other problem for the Kick Zoot side is you've got Logi Frigates on your team, and Logi Frigates are shit scared of Vindicators, because if you go into Vindicator range and the Vindicator webs your Deacon, he's going to evaporate you instead. So it's a big problem, and we see Zale going into half armor, but the Kick Zoot on the other side are choosing to try and deal with this Scorpion as quickly as they can. I think the Nurgles, the Confessor are caught up in a battle on this backline, trying to deal with this Deacon Thalia, who are doing their best to keep each other up, but that means Zale is really suffering in this Arazu. They are still making their way through this Scorpion. They've got Toastprot in this Vindicator, shooting the Scorpion, punching through him as hard as he can, just ignoring the Execror. But again, the Zale and the Arazu, that will be a really powerful loss. If they lose this Arazu, it means the Scram will be free on the Vindi, Aomi will be free to go and kill something else. And it also means that when jams land, one tactic you can do with jams and damps in combination is you land a jam and then you switch damps to scan res. And as soon as the jam ends, you slap scan res on that person and they've got to wait ages to lock all the targets again. So you're effectively doubling the strength of your ECM. And that makes jams and damps together a really powerful combination. But they do lose that Scorpion. So that is one less target that needs to be jammed and damped by the Arazu and Falcon, and one more jam and damp that can go onto everything else. And can they free this Arazu from under the Vindi? All it takes is one jam to land from the Falcon, and the Vindi can't lock anything.
Yep, the Arazu just doing its job here as we see Toast just absolutely powering across grid to get DPS on that Vindicator over Yumi here. Absolute Chad just fucking burning across the grid here. And as he pulls away again, just to try and grab as much tracking as possible, keep himself in his optimal range here. And you see the Talia of Leafless burning in to try and keep the Arazu up here as well now.
Yeah, I think they did land a jam on that Vindi, and the damage completely dropped off on the Arazu. There was lots of red bots on him, and the Arazu's completely picked up to full armor again. So all that progress that Aomi was able to make on that Arazu has been gone, and now they're looking at this Nurgle of Namutil. I think the Vindi of Toastbrot, they've said, okay, we're kind of chilling. The Arazu is able to tank the Vindi for an extended period. If you get into trouble, call for jams and we'll stick them on. But until then, the Vindi of Toastbrot is free to just go around and blap these frigates that are bullying his low end, and that first Nurgle goes down pretty rapidly.
Yep, looking at Cossack. Cossack here is attempting to try and make an escape here, but I don't think it's going to happen here. Meanwhile, the Deacon and Talia are under pressure from the Confessor of Rumata here, right at the top of the grid. Ramata now double scrammed by Pontifex and Magus here. Looks like we are going to be seeing the other Nurgle of Rookie Krookie going down very shortly. I believe the Confessor is probably going to be the next on the chopping block here.
Yeah, I think that the Vindi of Aomi has dumped a web onto Toastbrot, and Toastbrot says, oh, thank you very much, you've control spaced for me. So although the Nurgle is actually kind of catching here, the Pontifex is yo-yoing a little bit as well, but I'm not sure if the Nurgle, once the ADC ends, will be able to hold under the Vindi reps. Execrator, not known for being the strongest repping Tech 1 cruiser, and the Nurgle does indeed go down. The Pontifex still kind of holding here, just fine under the reps of this Deacon Thalia, who are so far pretty much untroubled.
That's great. They were trying to put pressure on them, but it looks like the Falcon absolutely pulling its weight here in terms of laying those ECM jams on there. It looks like now he's also surrounded by getting some reps here as well, just to top up. And looks like he's going to be absolutely fine for this match.
Yeah, it's just the Confessor left really that can bully the low end here. And the Confessor is about to go down into Hull. Leafless does get caught a little bit out there, maybe caught by a Vindi web and got a good shot into him, but back up to full armor again. And this is looking like a comprehensive performance. 30 seconds left in this match, but this has been a really, really strong showing from Kixu, and not at all an easy comp to play for either side here. The control battles are always really, really tricky to know where you allocate your E-War, which target you need to kill off first. So yeah, a really strong showing from Kixu on this one.
Yeah, very well played from both teams, but Kixu just having that slight advantage with the damps there on the Scorpion at the very start of the game, preventing that Scorpion getting the ECM on anything on Kixu's team there, and they've been able to take full advantage of that. And it looks like here the Execra is just dropping into mid armor here. It is still local repping, but I don't think it's going to last very long.
Unfortunately, the match is over. No further kills will matter, even though the damage is still going through. The match is over, which we may have missed. We're going to send it back to the desk.
I'm gonna die, Cyrus.
I know.
Okay.
I'm watching you. I'm making it exciting.
Cyrus, this is not funny anymore.
I think it's pretty funny.
I am in Hull, Cyrus.
Oh, you really are?
Yes.
again. Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got
XLSP.
And polarized guns or what?
Vindicator supremacy, as I saw from Wingnut in the Twitch chat, as the team with Vindicator and Jams takes down the team with Vindicator and Jams. Zoot winning that one 91-0. Wingnut, why? Your favorite ship, why is it so good?
That was honestly a great one to watch for sure. I was loving that one to bits. There were so many different cool little moments, like one team realizing they needed the Nurgles to engage the backline. So they did. They were playing it slow and safe, but they didn't ever get caught in the end. The only misplay I could see that was really like misplay, would be the Scorpion getting way too close. I get that it was probably damped, but him being alive was doing more than him being dead and close. There was so many cool moments. Like Toast Bro, he went to go back to the Vindy and went, no, never mind. I'm gonna go save my Logi friends, and burned over and deleted both Nurgles on his own with his friends helping him out. Like this is where a Vindicator is like really threatening. Within 10k, it kills everything. You can support your friends, kill your enemies. It's perfect.
I do just want to tack on there that although it ended up looking pretty convincing there, for a moment it looked really hairy, because even before the Vindicator of Toastbrot had gotten onto the Scorpion, the Arazu had actually managed to get scrammed webbed by the other Vindy. So we had this moment where it looked like...
I'm convinced that's bait.
I don't know. I really don't. I of course, yeah, if we're going with the argument that it lured that Scorpion out of position, I don't know, maybe. But at the same time, I really feel like that could have gone a little bit poorly for them there had the Scorpion realized in time and gotten the hell out of Dodge. Instead, what we ended up seeing was, it turns out a Vindicator is going to apply much better to a Scorpion than a Vindicator is going to apply to an Arazu. So we ended up having a pretty substantial lead off of that. And yeah, that Arazu just surviving forever. It was insane.
Yes, the Arazu having an amazing bonus to its scram range, as well as just so happening to have great resistances to Vindicator damage, and they utilize that ship as a long-range screener and put a parking brake on that Vindicator. Nova, while you're on that subject, break down a little bit why the E word was different.
I just want to say, while also damping the opposing target, like it's perfect. It didn't just do one job; it did multiple, while also holding down the entire team. That is when it's beautiful to watch. He did everything at once, while his Falcon was just ruining everyone's day. That's perfect. Sorry, was it Falcon or Rook? Whatever. Perfect.
Chad Flame, could you repeat the question for me there? I think Wingnut's excitement was a bit too much.
Wingnut's
for me there.
Vindicator excitement has got his dusk flipping over that beautiful ship. I was going to say, what do you think about the E-War differences? We got a Scorpion on one side, and then the other we have a lesser of a jam ship, but paired with logistics frigates and an Arazu.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive amount of E-War in general. I think the thing that's almost more interesting than that is the choice of bringing more E-War versus more screen and tackle. I think in certain scenarios, you would be so heavily advantaged to have that additional screen and tackle. If there were, a bunch of autocannon ships barreling down on you, for example, yeah, you'd feel really happy having the additional assault frigs there compared to the other E-War. But overall, having the additional E-War ship, that Falcon, was insane combination with the damps of the Arazu. They played so well off of each other, and that Falcon was just zooping around like 70 kilometers on top of the grid the entire time, completely unperturbed. It was, really nice.
Yes, the control of control matches has occurred. Twitch chat, some of you love it, some of you hate it. And I can tell you that both teams hated it, as comms were flying around nuts. But we have another match on the horizon to go through, Punishing Grey Raven versus Shrimply Delightful. And we have bans, and a lot of these bans are kind of similar, as they were done early, as I said before, with Punishing Grey Raven banning the Tholos, Hugin, Rapier, Sleipnir, and the Leshak. No Leshak for you, Duzhak. And Duzhak banning the Jackdaw, Nurgle, Orthrus, Nighthawk, and Gila. Gila ban. Nova, why a Gila ban?
Yeah, that one's definitely interesting. I think Gila drones in general are very scary to a lot of comps, but of course, when we see the Gila, I think a lot of people are thinking Florida Man comp. They also, banning Nighthawk. I guess they really do not want to see hams plus good drones. Notably, also, combination Orthrus Jackdaw. They definitely want to field some small ships that would absolutely get chunked by either rapid lights from Orthrus or just those very precise light missiles from a Jackdaw.
And Wingnut, as emotions flew around in the arena this last game, how do you think Dujek feels, bringing Lashak the first two games and then it being banned out the second game? How would you feel if your Vindicator got banned out every single match?
Well, hold on a second. The last time you brought Lashak, you lost. So I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be bringing this, you know? So I don't think he's feeling too down. He's probably going, maybe we should have changed to something else. So we'll see what he brings this time.
We will indeed see what he brings this time, as we're going to send it over to the arena to see what both teams have brought, and we're going to take it away, guys.
Welcome back to the arena, guys. Shrimply Delightful playing their fourth and final match of this redemption bracket. After this, they can only sit and watch what the other teams cook up. In this one, however, we are looking at, well, it's kind of another mirror. Corvus, we've got two Napocs on both sides. We've got a Bellicose, at least one on each side. We've got Logi Frigates on each side, but Brave bringing Pontifex, whereas Punishing Grey Ravens bringing a Magus, and Punishing Grey Ravens making a very interesting decision to bring a single Arbitrator here.
Yep, the Arbitrator, of course, with the tracking disruption bonus. I think they're going to try it. And there we go. As the match begins, you see tracking disruption straight onto those Navy Apocs, reducing that range down. And it looks like the Magus is the first one on the chopping block here.
Yeah, and the thing with the tracking disruption is it is really, really strong. So when it comes to other EWAR, like Damps and ECM, you can effectively deal with them with Recebos, right? Like, something gets damped, you can Recebo it and you can effectively counteract that damp. Whereas when it comes to tracking disruption and tracking computers, tracking disruptors are just so much more powerful than remote tracking computers. Tracking disruption tends to be really, really debilitating for the team that's facing it. And so it means that Shrimply Delightful really have no choice but to just push in because they cannot match the gun range of these other Napocs on the other side.
Captain of Shrimply, Drudek is just absolutely just burning straight into the line here, and it looks like Punishing Grey Raven are going to have to pull some range here, try and keep as much range between them as possible, as Alicia in the Magus is absolutely getting dunked on here, with the Logi doing their best to try and keep him up, and it looks like it's not going to all for naught. He goes down, he's going to die.
Oh, he does just about catch reps, but that was a really, really nice switch by the Shrimply Delightful team. They saw, okay, these guys are running away from us as we're pushing in. We can maybe snap this Magus. Oh, 10% structure, 15% structure. Is this Magus just about holding? They need to kill this Magus because the more time they spend on this is the time they're losing on Dujek versus the other battleships.
Alicia holding on with fingernails here in this fight, and he is burning around, attempting to try and keep up his transversal. I can see him in the arena literally burning at a right angle to the Shrimply Delightful team, attempting to put as much transversal on as possible.
Yeah, really, really struggling here. This is really, really insane piloting from Alicia and from the Logi Frigates to keep him alive. Alicia does just survive, and that would have been such a critical kill if they could get it off. Clearing those links from the field, it weakens the tracking disruption, it weakens the TPs, it reduces the armor resist, the armor rep. It has so many effects if you can kill links, and just that 10% of hull wear left for Alicia is the difference between losing all of those benefits and keeping them. And they do in the end keep them, but they are now looking at this Arbitrator of Seth Quantex. If they can deal with him, it gets rid of those TDs and makes it a much more even fight between the Napoc pairs.
It does look like the Bellicose and the Arbitrator have sort of been left behind here by the Battleship core here. So it looks like the Arbitrator might be within range here. It looks like it's taken a little bit of damage here. It has been grappled here, looks to me as well, and target painted from that Bellicose.
Yeah, of course, the Arbitrator, once these Napocs get in close, he can switch to tracking speed, and it completely ruins the application of these battleships. So not only and Arian Falu just gets volleyed. Not only do they need to grapple this Arbitrator, they will need to control space these battleships and make sure they can apply to the Arbitrator as well. because he is still kind of holding, but with that first Inquis of Shrimply going down, the second one is soon to follow from the drone swarm that will be incoming, if not the paints and Napok guns. So they're going to trade the Logi here and not get anything in return. And I really think that Magus kill, if they were able to kill that Magus, it would have changed the complexion of this match so much, but they just weren't quite able to do it. They lose the second Logi frigate. They're still struggling to make their way through the Arby, but it's going very, very slowly.
Oh yeah, the Magus piloting for the Magus was a game changer there, definitely. They are still able to mute a lot of the DPS on the side of Shrimply Delightful as well. Shrimply Delightful probably struggling to apply to anything here, even though Bruxo in his Apocalypse Navy was attempting to look like trying to park his APOC Navy inside the Arbitrator here. But it wasn't really going to happen for him. Although the Arbitrator is dying now. It is dying. The APOCs have been able to get some range, get him in optimal, and he goes down in a flurry of fire here, which means those APOCs, APOC Navies from Shrimply Delightful, no holds barred, can apply to pretty much everything here as we see the Magus drop down in quick succession as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they let out such a sigh of relief when the Arbitrator died, because it's, oh, finally we can play the game again. But they kill off the Magus, but their comp at this point is just worse. They're just Logi frigates down compared to the side of Punishing Grey Raven. They've got the one Bellicose still. It's going to come down to individual battleship piloting. I was going to say, could the links of Shrimply Delightful sort of also do manual piloting and get some good transversal, make sure they couldn't die, but unfortunately the links got absolutely hazed as well. So it is just this mirror matchup of the two Napocs and the Bellicose versus the two Napocs and the Bellicose with Logi frigates on the other side. Of course, they can use their light drones to apply pressure to Eridon, which they are, but it's just more damage that's not being put on the Napocs in the mirror matchup, and you need to be trying to win this brawl here. And now we see these two Napocs of Punishing Grey Raven pushing in here. They no longer have the tracking disruption advantage. They're going for the brawl and just trying to put as much damage on Dujek as they can while they still have the Logi on their side.
That's correct. It looks like Lou Mahan in the Apocalypse Navy issue is taking the brunt of the DPS here. He is being grappled here as well, and he is at close range, which means that Grappler he's not going to be moving out of that grapple range there anytime soon. And Dujek is changing crystals and burning straight in to Lou to get as much DPS on their battleship. They've just gone, this is just going to try and kill the APOC here, but it is under reps from the Navitas and Inquisitor. I don't think they win this DPS race here. I think Dujek is going to go down pretty shortly, and I think the Logi frigates here are going to be the winning combination here.
Yeah, it can of course come down to how these ships are fit, how many heat sinks they have, how much tank they have. But it's kind of a double whammy against the Brave side here, because not only are they losing damage from sticking their warriors on the Logi frigates, it also means that the reactive, assuming there is a reactive on the other side, is then not spooled by those warriors. So it means that your lasers, which is all of the damage from your two Napocs, are effectively doing less damage than they otherwise would if you also had the warriors helping them. So it's like a double whammy of where you're having to put your drones. And now we see Lumahan. He does go down into structure, but they do manage to take down Dujek in that first Napoc, and Bruxo Bentley in this second Napoc is kind of melting.
Yes, he's got double the DPS now incoming, and that Bellicose can only do so much. He can paint stuff, but it's not really going to be helping Bruxo here. And I think Bruxo is not long for this world. He is grappled and also painted as well. I think the double Bellicose is nice for the application bonuses. You do have a spare Bellicose if one does die, but I think having that Arbitrator was from the Punishing Grey Raven was pretty much vital in order to kill off some of the smaller stuff at the beginning.
Yeah, I think the Arbitrator was a really nice adaptation, as you say. We see GFs coming out in local critically in terms of points. Punishing Grey Raven's able to claim an extra 69 points in the last second before that match ends. Very nice, very, very nice indeed. Congratulations to Punishing Grey Raven, and Brave will now wait with bated breath to see the results of the rest of the group. But that was a great one, and congratulations, Punishing Grey Raven. We're going to send that back to the desk.
We have a Spider-Man pointing at himself meme as a mirror has been brought. And it's interesting because there's a few things that can be different about a mirror. And you got fittings, you have piloting, but you also have target calling. Nova, what was different about the target calling that really decided that match?
Honestly, I think it's really difficult because I don't think it's just the target calling itself in a vacuum. I think if all of the other external factors aside, I'm sure the teams would have had a much easier time of it. The problem really going into this, I think, was that there was an arbitrator saying, you are tracking disrupted to hell. You cannot apply at the same range as we can. Even if you were trying to apply to something smaller, we could instead swap over to tracking speed scripts, even make that even harder, which really forces the hand, I think, of our team, where Dujek was the captain, then Shrimply Delightful. They essentially just had to burn directly in to try to negate some of that arbitrator advantage, and then they just had to try to get lucky wherever they could potentially find a pick. If some transversal, stopped getting picked up, I think they tried to swap onto that Magus really quickly, really early on. I think that was a really nice choice, but I think there was some excellent piloting from the Magus the moment they realized they were getting dived on, just picking up an infinite amount of transversal. They were going directly 90-degree angle away from everything. And then meanwhile, it was just, I would say the difference there is that they don't really get the opportunity to go after logistics in quite the same way, or they don't win a damage race if it's just battleships trading into battleships, because there's all these other little moving parts that are so hard to deal with.
Exactly. And you would almost say that that means that the other team bringing that arbitrator forced their target calling opportunities. Wingnut, why would you think an arbitrator would show up there when you look at the bans of that last match?
I think because they've had so many matches in a row, they're starting to see like a pattern with the opposing team, and they're going, okay, one of these teams brought this double laser comp, and we've seen quite a few of them. It took one arbitrator to counter 4 ships. It countered both Bellicos's paints because they didn't do anything anymore, and it countered both the battleships because they can't really kill anymore. So that I think it was probably just like kind of a hard call, seeing what's been going on the last few hours, and just went, okay, we're going to bring this one ship. In a worst case scenario, okay, the arbitrator doesn't help. Maybe they brought the wrong comp. It's only one arbitrator. You didn't really put that much into it. So I think it was both like a hard call, but a kind of a safe one, and it worked.
Call me a conspiracy theorist here, but when you ban out all the good missile ships, and then do you think that they're going to bring turrets because they brought it before, and doing that, and then you bring a bunch of good low-end ships that they cannot track, and you really only give them a target opportunity at your battleships, and then they didn't really jump on that? Seems almost like a game plan was brought by Punishing Grey Raven, and Shrimply was kind of trying to react. And with that said, Punishing Grey Raven has taken that match. We have one more match before a short break, and then we're going to come back to 2 more after that. But this next match is between Brightside and Kick Zoot. Brightside banning Hugin, Rapier, Tholos, Barghest, and Typhoon Fleet Issue. And Kick Zoot banning Gedin, Sleipnir, Arbitrator, Ashmu, and Zarmazd. Nova, Barghest, Typhoon Fleet? What's going on here?
Yeah, those are really interesting bans. I think I'll just focus on the Barghest there. I feel like there are a couple ways, especially for kiting with that thing, both leveraging the extended range scram to keep things away. Otherwise, you might even have to bring something like a carries or overload points on something like Orthrus. So that's really nice. Great rapid heavy ship. And yeah, I think they're just essentially saying we don't want to play against a missile game with range. Typhoon Fleet Issue, a little bit flexible there. I mean, we've seen cruise setups occasionally, but a lot of rapid heavies there as well.
And quickly, Wingnut, Arbitrator is banned, and the missiles were banned as well. Do you think they'll bring a substitute E-Warship?
There's a chance of it for sure. I think, also, my opinion, the Barghest Typhoon Fleet ban is to try and ban out an armor kiting control comp. We've seen Barghest do it before, and Typhoon Fleet can do it as well. They've also banned out the webbings to make sure it doesn't happen. So I think they're trying to remove that. We've seen armor bargs, they're terrifying.
Well, you would think we would see no armor missiles and no webs, but there's only one way to find out. So let's go find out and send it to the arena, where we are going to see Kick Zoot versus Brightside.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Corvus, joined by the Basilisk, and we are here for this match between Brightsides and Kick Zoot. Brightsides bringing a Kronos, Guardian, Pilgrim, Celestis, Draugr, Pontifex, and an Enyo. Baza, what about Kick Zoot? What are they bringing to the table today?
Kick Zoot are bringing something. I mean, we've seen this archetype plenty of times in the last handful of matches. Double Apox, lots of projection on the top end, a couple Deacons, you've got Lynx, Celestis to be annoying to enemy Ewar, and a Cruel to help with application. So it's a little bit of a slightly different take on the double Napoc comp. No Bellicose in sight, but I think it accomplishes fairly broadly the same thing. I'm really intrigued, though, by the BSOD team here, what they've brought. There's a very heavy investment in Ewar here with the Pilgrim and the Celestis showing up. And Pilgrims being Force Recons makes them very, very difficult to damp out for this Celestis of Sarge here. I suspect they would have loved to bring a Vindicator, but Vindicator quite expensive when you're also bringing Pilgrim and Guardian. So Kronos is kind of cheap, does pretty much the same thing. We'll have to see how this plays out. Will these Napocs just choose to shoot the Kronos under Pilgrim disruption?
Yeah, that's an interesting comp from Kick Zoot, because you've seen in the past matches Bellicose is to maintain that long range application, which they don't have at the moment. The Krua has to get in close to apply those webs. Relatively close. Does have a web bonus, web range bonus, but we'll see what happens here. And it looks like both teams burning away from each other, leaving Fox Pure and the Kronos just sort of sitting there like, where you guys going?
Yeah, I think he's happy to just kind of chill. I think he knows with the Guardian backing him up, they probably can't shoot through the Kronos until they've killed the Guardian, and they probably can't shoot through the Guardian until they've somehow dealt with the Pilgrim TDs, as we see tracking disruption. Surprisingly, just one going onto the Navy Apocalypse of Toastbrot, so only one tracking disruptor on that Pilgrim.
Could be interesting. The Pilgrim does get less mid slots than the Curse, which means you are limited to 2 or 3 TDs. Why they haven't put them all on that Navy APOC, I'm not sure, but we're looking now at Damps going onto the Kronos and then switching off again. They're kind of probing, trying to see Brightsides just permanently damping out the Celestis of Kick Zoot here.
Yeah, you don't want to let that Celestis get into this match and try and sort of put pressure onto your other ships. You know, the Guardian, obviously only 2 mid slots. He's going to have a prop and a cap booster. If you start getting damped in that Guardian, it's a bit of a problem. So you want to be sort of using your Celestis to try and neutralize the other Celestis. And it doesn't necessarily matter if you're winning or losing the damp war. It's just about drawing the damps away from the other ships that don't want to be damped. And yeah, the Guardian is one of them. Pilgrim is another.
Kick Zoot here apparently having some sort of board meeting here at this micro jump unit. Gathering around the water cooler, discussing what they want to do here as the Guardian takes a little bit of damage, but nothing to worry about at the moment. And it looks like the Kronos now is starting to get some damage as well.
And we are seeing MJD from Zale. Just Zale at the moment. Not sure if the rest are going to follow. None others following at the moment. They are all aligned. But, here we go. Second Apoc just activated.
Yeah, here we go.
No, they are all going. They are all going. Not sure how that really helps their position. They're kind of in the same position as they were before. But now they're over here. So they can continue their water cooler meeting on this MJD instead.
They moved meeting rooms. It's not a problem. There's better cookies in this room. We have now. It looks like Team Kick Zoot are now sort of trying to turn around and trying to chase these guys across the grid here, but I'm not sure how effective they're going to be. The Kronos is just ambling along. It looks like they're now. Oh, and the Pontifex jump driving.
Craw to the back. Deacon to Narnia.
Local MJD's going off.
That one.
Local MJD's going off here.
And we're seeing, the Napocs are going in as well. They're trying to get onto that backline. They need to try and kill off the Guardian, I think. They've realized nothing's really happening here until we deal with this Guardian. But the Guardian is pulling directly, exactly where he needs to go. He said they've seen, okay, they're jumping off that MJD. Guardian pushed the MJD, and then you can't be tackled. But the Cruel here of Melinda has managed to get webs on this Guardian, and that will really slow him down, obviously, and really allow the Napocs to start applying, unless the tackle is applied to the Napocs in return. And we see the Enyo of Zalex immediately grabs that Napoc over there, and Kronos of Foxpure is going for the other Napoc. So the Guardian just needs to pull distance. If they can keep the TDs on for range and just buy the Guardian enough time to get out of range of those Napocs, he will be chilling once again. And then they can start putting pressure onto those Napocs with the Kronos in position. But then what if the Napocs, they can just start turning and shooting the Kronos, and it's 2 battleships against 1 under Guardian ranks. This is very, very tricky in terms of how this control matchup goes and all these pieces interplay with each other.
Apox, the Apox here might be at a bit of a disadvantage, especially with the Kronos here. given that the Kronos is a hybrid weapon platform. It does put out kinetic. It also puts out thermal as well in equal measure, whereas the Amarian battleships do put out EM and thermal, which are not exactly the best things to be firing into a Kronos at this point. But it looks like the Kronos is very heavily, the Guardian is very heavily tackled here. So that DPS from those pair of APOC platforms are going to be applying the DPS quite hard to that Guardian. Being an Amarian, it will be susceptible to some thermal damage here as it crashes through armor.
Yeah, he is really trying to get away and get up some trans, and I see the Pilgrim is over there as well, trying to newt out the tackle on this Craw. But of course, the Craw, I can see he has presumably newts and Nos. He definitely has Gnosis fitted, which then means if he's got enduring webs, it's very, very hard to turn those webs off, even under Pilgrim newts. The Craw, small Nos just cycles so quickly and sucks cap every time. You can keep the webs running no matter what. It's so hard to peel a Craw off your Guardian. So are we going to see the Pilgrim abandon that? He turned around and now he's looking back to go back towards this Deacon, maybe towards the Napox, and start applying newt pressure to the Deacons in particular. And that may allow then the Kronos to start making some progress through these battleships, because on Deacon reps it's going to be very, very difficult otherwise.
Yeah, I think the Craw is basically just going to keep that Guardian there. The web range and the Gnosis, it could just basically do it forever here. And it's just going to keep that Guardian out of range, try and get that guard, immobilize the Guardian so it can't get into its optimal rep range here. But it looks like the APOC of Toast Bread as well is now burning up towards the Guardian here to get in and apply that killing blow of DPS to get that Guardian off grid.
Yeah, he is free. But Zale is not so lucky, and Zale is unfortunately in the Tech 1 APOC, who is getting pounded into by Fox Pure in this Kronos. It looks like they're sacking the Guardian. They're saying, no, okay, you're caught by the Craw, we cannot free you. So we're just going to have to make the trade of the Guardian. And of course, if you've got this Pilgrim on grid who's newting out the Deacons, sure, you're going to lose your Logi. But if their Deacons are completely dry, they've effectively lost their Logi as well if those Deacons are capped out and not doing anything. So we are seeing, again, still real pressure applied to Leafless Zan in this Deacon from the Draugr, as well as the Pilgrim newts. And main damage still going into Zale here. The Guardian of Vitalik is still actually kind of holding here, even under these webs. Maybe the Napoc of Toastbrot needs to slow down a little bit, maybe hasn't quite got good tracking, but he's actually picked up armor pretty significantly here. And that first Deacon goes down.
Yeah, amazing play here from the Guardian. He's keeping himself alive with his local reps. He's just saying, no, I'll just sit here and tank, and thank you very much for the webs for slowing me down a little bit here. The APOC Navy doesn't appear to be able to actually apply to this guy from this range here. He's just sort of he's putting on a very nice light show, but he's not getting much of a result from it. You have a Pontifex here as well, and not doing much damage, just target painting. But the Craw here of Melinda absolutely just immobilizing this Guardian here. And we're seeing smart bombs from the Kronos here as well now, getting rid of some of those drones. It looks like he's quite close to Zale, possibly attempting to get rid of some of those Logi drones that have been sent over.
Yeah, I can see this Draugr and a flight of Valkyries are really bullying this Deacon of Benvizi. His Logi buddy's gone. The Kronos, meanwhile, is predisposed with Zale. But with less than 30 seconds left, 10 seconds left in this match, what is going to die here? And again, the point situation is going to be critical. They're going to kill Benvizi and the Deacon. He does go down. The match ends before the Guardian or the APOC die. So that's a very, very low scoring match. Obviously, Brightside's just 34, Kickzoot empty-handed. So really, really tense control battle there. But Brightside of Death just coming out on top, just edging a win out there. So congratulations to them. We're going to send it back to the desk, but I think there is a quick break from this chaos afterwards.
Scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Killer rats! Killer rats! Killer rats! Killer rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw. Kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this. Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw.
Relax.
Claw.
Relax.
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright. Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the f? Bullshit.
Rainbow Starfleet includes 4, mate. I've got a fucking Lader, I've got a Galente, and I've got an MR, and I've got an extra slot.
Did you seriously wanted to know if you need a prop mod?
I have fucking 6 mids!
Control, control, control. A bunch of control. And one team utilizing their control a little bit better than the other. Nova, why did the control matter, and what difference did it make?
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, when you see a bunch of really heavy DPS battleships like that, I think one of the things you're not really expecting is for very few ships to die. But it really turns out that neither team really had an efficient way of breaking through the logi of the other team. And so that's, I think, where the control really comes into play. I was specifically noticing, like, I was loving the way the Pilgrim was flying that match, because after they started to realize that things were stalling out, they also realized there wasn't really any methodology for anything to actually go after the Pilgrim if he sort of went out soloing on his own. So he essentially then at that point just charged across the arena and started neuting out the Deacons. And suddenly there was then a target that was actually killable. When one of the Deacons is neuted out, the other one is suddenly vulnerable. And that gave them the chance to start applying with drones. Any other chip DPS they could actually get in then mattered. And then taking out the Deacons, or just a single Deacon, then everything suddenly becomes a little bit killable. So yeah, I thought that was really, really beautiful.
Yeah, the Pilgrim putting TDs on those two battleships really did go a long way. On the other side, we saw a Kronos, a fake Vindicator, and now I will ask the fake Wingnut what he thinks actually about the low end of this comp, not the battleships, because they actually seem to make the difference.
Before I mutilated myself, I will say, I think that the upper end did have a significant impact in the sense that having the Kronos firing into an APOC Navy meant that decisions had to be made on which ships were kept alive. As Nova said, with the additional nuke pressure also coming into the Deacons, and also having a Draugr spalling on one of your Deacons and Kronos shooting your battleship, you're like, shit, what do I do? And inevitably one dies, right? But on the lower end, I think that the increase in E-War and control that we're seeing coming from these teams now that they have these quick turnarounds is really interesting. Previously, we've seen a lot of like rushes, and it was more execution based, but very simple execution. And now it's much more of a playing it slow, steady, being very careful with how you approach these matches, especially with the positioning on those beacons and the fact that instead of just MJDing into the middle of the arena and landing 70k away from everything because they were like 160 kilometers apart across from each other, instead they bounce off another beacon and down, right? Specifically, talking about the lower end, apologies, I think that the other interesting thing that we saw was the use of the Guardian versus the logistics frigates. The Guardian is one of my fan favorite logistics vessels in the tournament in the sense that it puts out so much reps. It's really hard to kill. It is vulnerable to E-War, which is another reason why they tried to shoot the Celestis so early on. But, it can easily keep a team up, especially when there's just less damage coming in, as we saw in this match.
Yeah, the Guardian doing a great job avoiding that MJD play. They didn't do horrible. They landed kind of near it, got some really good damage on it, but it did not fall, and the Deacons fell under the nuke pressure and the Draugr, and that Kronos pulling them in to make it go even quicker. With that said, though, we are going to send this to a quick break and then come back to our final two matches of this grueling, painful redemption bracket. So we will see you all shortly. Welcome back from that short break. We needed some moments to collect ourselves, as this has been a extremely great redemption bracket. As we look at the standings of this redemption bracket, Rookie Crookie has lost 3 and is sadly not going to be able to move on, but that does not mean they cannot play upset here in their next match against Brightside, who needs the win, needs the points to crawl back in their group and actually have a shot at first or second. And that match will be followed by a head-to-head matchup of Kick Zoot and Punishing Gray Raven, who both are now 2-1, with Punishing Gray Raven having a fairly large points lead in the points tiebreaker. Misty, when you walk into this situation and you are these teams, what's going through your head?
Well, the first thing that goes through my head is that the person that invented numbers should really have been burned at the stake, because I'm really bad at maths. The second thing is basically just hoping that my team wins. I'm probably going to be pretty burnt having had to go through the gulag so far, and knowing that these next 2 matches are going to be so decisive for whether your team makes it through or doesn't is also probably going to be an added layer of stress, because it doesn't just come down to your performance, but you also have to prey on the downfall of another team at the same time, right? So things are slightly out of their hands and slightly in their hands. They have to make the best of a rough situation.
Nice. And with that said, Nova, Rookie Crookie is here playing for an upset. They're trying to upset Brightside. Shrimply Delightful has a chance to get in to this redemption bracket, but it requires, I believe, a win from Rookie Crookie and a lot of points to not be scored by Brightside. When you walk into this situation, are you bringing some fun comp, do you think, that you didn't get to field, or do you really want to go for the upset here? There's a lot of good options. What do you expect, or what do you think should happen?
Yeah, I think that's hard because as Rookie Crookie, you know you can't move on into the primary bracket at least. Well, one, they're playing for skins though still, so they do want to win, but I think they're likely going to try to balance that with fielding maybe something that they've just wanted to field in a lot of cases. Maybe you have pilots who have been itching to fly something specific over time, and you say, as a captain, you say, hey, let's do it now. Could be something like that. But of course, yeah, I think there's still good reasons to give it your best. If you have a comp that you think is better than the others, yeah, bring it. Yeah, getting an upset win is always fun. You can screw up the math for some other people. Sometimes that's pretty fun. So, yeah.
If you're Shrimply Delightful, you're sitting back watching. There's nothing you can do. You are just hoping for the best. As commentators, as Twitch chat, I know we're hoping for the best. So, Rookie Crookie, bring a good comp. Let's have a great match, and let's have some fun. To talk about that match, we are looking at the bans now, though. We have the Rookie Crookie team banning the Hugin, Oneros, Loki, Rapier, and Rodiva. And the Brightside team banning the Zarm, Curse, Blackbird, Scorpion, and Sleipnir. Misty, jam bans. What's your thoughts on these jam bans?
Yeah, I think, again, this kind of reflects the progression that we've seen from the more DPS-focused comps into a more controlled setting. We've seen tracking disruptors and damps banned previously because they are massively impactful, but not too complicated to fly. You know, you don't need that much communication to slap a tracking disruptor on a Navy APOC. With the jams, however, they are massively impactful if you get a good dice roll. If you get a bad dice roll, you're shit out of luck. They don't do anything. You get a good dice roll, half the enemy team can't lock anything, and you are plain smooth sailing towards victory. So it's interesting to see the jams kind of removed here. It kind of tells me we're probably going to return to a more slapfest type of fight, since there is less jams available. Although Griffin and Kitsune are still here.
Yes, we have seen those utilized a little bit earlier today to different effect. And Nova, we have a lot of web bans on the other side of the ban list. What do you think about the web bans, and why does that play a factor?
Yeah, I mean, some of those web bands like the Loki, they tend to favor rush comps, and then others like Hugin, Rapier, that's often a little bit more kitey. Of course, again, Hyena, we keep talking about it, is still very much open. What I would say, Hyena is likely a lot more vulnerable to getting just picked off from all the way across the field if there was, for example, like medium energy turrets or something, or medium hybrids that could just, shoot something before it pulls up transversal. There's a bit of that. Otherwise, getting charged down by some random frigate, that can happen as well. But I think, I think that's a really good ship still, even in those cases. So I don't know. I think almost more interesting, I find the Rediva ban there really interesting. That plus the Oneros. I think Misty was talking right before the break about how much he likes the Guardian, so I think that one's maybe better for him to talk about.
I was just going to throw in, the Hyena doesn't die if you just manifest not dying. Okay, so just don't die. It's a great tournament strategy I think more people should implement.
Aura farming is your little web frigates, as we saw a Cruor as well in the last match, almost making plays work on a Guardian, so maybe we see another Cruor play. Misty, do you think the Cruor is actually a good ship in this format?
Well, yes and no. I think we've clowned on the Ishimu, the Cruor and stuff in previous tournaments because they were shit. Now they're less shit because they got some buffs, right? So they have a little bit more NOS range, and they fit better into some of the archetypes that we see. I think the Cruor is a decent, fairly cheap point-wise armor frigate that you could use for screening and also sit on top of enemy frigates to remove them. But it wouldn't be my favorite webbing or neuting ship. It just manages to do both at once and less good than a Sentinel or Hyena would for their respective roles. So it's okay.
So you're saying merging two ships together, but having them be slightly worse is not optimal. That is a great take, Misty. No,
hey.
Think we'll see? Oh, go ahead, Misty.
Sorry, I was going to say, it's great in a format where you have fewer people, because then you don't have to bring as many ships. You can do both at the same time.
Doing both is not bad, but doing both perfectly optimally, we will see if that plays out if they do bring one. Nova, do you also think with this Guardian left open that that should be utilized with the Rodiva, the Zarm, the Oneros, all these, high-valued logistics cruisers being banned? Do we see a Guardian? Do we see logistics frigates? What do you think we're going to see with the logistics end?
Both is like either or is perfectly reasonable. Depends on what you're looking to fly. But I like Misty. I am a Guardian enjoyer. I believe in the ship. I think it's really good. Very hard to kill. A little bit vulnerable to E-War. But we were just talking about how a lot of that's actually been removed, at least with the gems. So I don't know. I like it here.
Well, teams are starting to land on grid. We've talked about webs. We have talked about logistics and T2 logistics frigates, the Guardian, the Cruor, all the web ships and logistics being banned. Let's head over to the arena, as there is some interesting logistics and some interesting webs to see that we have not talked about, so take it away.
Hello everybody, welcome back. I am still the Basilisk, and I'm still joined by Corvus for this Bright Sides versus Rookie Crookie. Now, as they've laid out on the desk, Rookie Crookie are unfortunately 0-3 at this point in this group. They are just playing for skins and, of course, pride. Bright Sides, on the other hand, are 2-1. Their point total isn't great, so if they lose, they will need to score lots of points, but if they win, they will advance. And looking at these comps, we're not seeing any tomfoolery from either team. This looks to be two totally normal comps, two totally normal matchups. But a comp that we haven't seen before from Brightside. It's looking to be a fairly drone-focused comp with the Armageddon Navy and the Dominic's Navy.
That's right. And Rookie Crookie bringing some NOS and Newt and web bonuses with the Ashimu. They got a Megathron Navy, a Sacrilege, a Munin, Execra for Logi, Pontifex, and Morlus.
So I'm just looking at the weapons on those two battleships of Brightside. It looks like we've got rapid heavies on that Armageddon Navy, and we have, I'm not too good with hybrid guns, but we have some form of gun models on that Dominic's Navy. So they're not just full drone boats, they have got weapons as well, but of course they can have some utility newts in the high slots, especially the Armageddon Navy, likely to have 2 heavy newts with range bonus. So that can be really, really difficult for the Execra to deal with.
It looks like from the angle I'm seeing here, it looks like that Dominic's is a blaster fit here, which will be an interesting one. So the lesser spotted blaster Dominic's. It's going to be an interesting matchup here as we careen into the match start here. Both teams are relatively close to each other here on their warping angle, but with the team of Rookie Cookie being at more or less 0 here.
Yeah, they've warped in their hacks and Megathron Navy fairly close, hoping to get them into a brawl, I presume, as they did against Punishing Grey Raven, and we immediately see Brightside's pulling back here with everything towards that MJD, launching lots and lots of damage drones, Berserkers, Acolytes, all sorts of damage drones going out here, and of course it's very, very difficult to keep a Tech 1 Logicruiser alive against drones. You can buy time, it won't die quickly, as it may do against Nocto, where it will just get fly-swatted out of the sky, but it's very, very difficult to keep it alive long-term.
Yep, and it looks like the Navitas of Vitak is being hit here from range, as well as the Execra of Izroku as well. It looks like here, not sure exactly what we got going on here with the Dominics plowing in towards the Mako jump beacon here. If they are trying to jump drive here,
Ashimu has boundaried! Rookie Crookie Ashimu just boundaried!
Bit overzealous there with the accelerator pedal, surely.
That is not good. That is not good at all. The Dominix is just MJD perfectly right on top of this Rookie Crookie Maulus. That is not where he wants to be. Of course, the Dominix jumping from so far away maybe hasn't got the lock on the Maulus, and the Maulus immediately says, "Oh shit, you've suddenly appeared out of nowhere," and burns the hell away. But the Dominix is also fairly close to this Megathron of Ayumi and starts shooting blasters into him.
It looks like the Megathron Navy is going to be grappled here and heavily tackled with the Dominix Navy, which also gets a grapple in return. The Domi Navy here also getting newts as well. It will also be getting some heavy tackled here and newts and blasters here. The Dominix Navy more known for its newting, usually fit with a newt here rather than DPS, but could be anyone's game here. I'm not sure if what will win out of the Dominix or the Megathron. What do you think, Bazza?
I mean, the Armageddon Navy has arrived on the scene as well, and 2 battleships against 1 is usually an easy win for the 2 battleships. We're also seeing the support wing of Brightside. We've got the Ponti and the Magus chasing down this Zekro, trying to land tackle on him, and it just helps those drones apply a little bit more. I think we've still got Berserkers and Acolytes and that sort of stuff chasing that Zekro around, and once they get on top of him, that Zekro tends to be pretty thin and will die fairly quickly once the drone volleys come in. But until then, he's just got to do his best and keep repping this Megathron Navy and hope that they can take down the Dominix Navy in time. Half armor on Foxpure. Usually, I believe the Domi Navy does have a local rep bonus. So usually we see at least 1, if not 2, local reps in the Domi Navy. 6 mids, I think, as well. So you can fit at least 1 or 2 cap boosters, and you can get a really, really strong local tank on there, rivaling that of what you can get on a Hyperion. But doesn't seem to be really putting it out so much so far, and he's down to 24% armor. Does get a little boost there from the Logi, but I don't think they've actually got local rep on this Domi here, or at least if they have, he's not using it, which is bad. But
yeah, the Domi Navy there does have the benefit, of course, of having some good drone bonuses as well, so it is able to project some of that damage out to 60 kilometers, but doesn't look like that's going to be happening here as he's attempting to try and put as much DPS into this Megathron, but I don't think it's going to be much of a matchup here. The Armageddon Navy issue looks like it's putting newts down on the Megathron as well, trying to newt out some of that DPS, but I don't think it's going to be too little too late here. As we watch the Execra of Isoaku drop into low armor.
Yeah, we see the Exec and the Domi Navy die at the same time, but a Rookie Crookie actually in the driver's seat here. I mean, they've already taken down 3 ships on the other side. Sorry, I thought it was the Rookie Crookie Ashimu the boundary. It was in fact the Brightside Ashimu. So that's what happened. I was confused as to what happened at the start there, but I guess he burnt the MJD and MJD'd the wrong way, which is disastrous.
Yeah, especially if you're not used to using him, but I'm not sure if that would be an issue at this part of the tournament, as the Armageddon Navy now gets tackled and gets the full force of DPS on that Megathron Navy now.
Yeah, and losing that first Navitas then means that second Logi frigate of Alex is going to go down in short order afterwards, and it's just going to be the Armageddon Navy and the Lynx against the world, and that is not a winning position for the Armageddon Navy. This is disastrous for Brightside of Death. As I said at the start, if they win this match, they would advance. But it's not looking like they're going to win this match.
Yeah, even without the Logi here, that Munin is grappled from Cossack, but he's just chilling at the moment. He is not encountering a lot of DPS. He is trying to pull range away from the Armageddon, and the Armageddon is just slamming missiles into him right now.
But while that's happening, the Megathron Navy is still just sat here, and they're still just shooting this Geddon, applying perfect blast damage. And yeah, you know, this Geddon is really melting under the pressure here, and the Munin, as you say, is pulling a bit of range, getting up some speed. And And yeah, this is going from bad to worse very, very quickly for bright sides here. Because as I mentioned, their point total is pretty poor. So I don't think they'll advance unless they score really, really highly here. They need to kill some stuff now.
Yeah, Megatron is just slightly adjusting himself to get into optimal range here. He's having a good time as the sacrilege of Fern now gets in on the action as well. Sacrilege being heavy assault cruiser is going to have a significant sig radius bonus to it, so it's just going to sit there and just sort of sig tank the DPS from this Armageddon here as it goes down.
Yeah, I just want to ask what you think about bringing the sort of mixed guns and missiles battleships rather than speccing fully into drones, because of course another way you can fit the Domi Navy and indeed the Armageddon Navy is to just forgo weapons entirely and just fit full rack of newts, and then you're just really exerting such a ball of cap pressure. Because the thing is, if you jump your rapid heavy Geddon Navy in with 5 launchers, you've only got 2 heavy newts, and you can't really apply much cap pressure to another battleship with just 2 heavy newts. With 3200s, the Megathron Navy can just cycle through 3200s at his leisure and keep shooting, not really under that much pressure. Whereas if you had full newts on both, you could really pressure the guns here. So, just quickly, what would you think about bringing full newt battleships instead?
It is a gamble. Obviously, we've seen AC Rush being so prevalent in the tournament. You bring those newts, and then you realize that your enemy's guns don't need cap to fire, so that would end in disaster as well. I think it was more of a hedging of bets here, bringing the Blaster Dominics. You know, we can put damage down, but we want to put a little bit more damage down. We're scared about them bringing battleships, so we'll go for the blasters instead of the newts.
Yeah, so with that, Rookie Crookie do take this win. They don't go winless out of this stage. They will still be playing tomorrow in the top 40 bracket, 25th to 40 places. Bright sides, unfortunately, do not lock in a position in the next round. They will have to wait to see the result of our next and final match of the day, which is Kick Zoot versus Punishing Grey Raven, and then consult the points tallies at the end of the day. So bright sides may be going through, not sure. Back to the desk.
We're gonna
Exactly,
warp through the
mechanism.
planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way.
What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, maybe they
Just
get
the
like
sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no!
Guys, what the f?
Hey,
Whoosh.
you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Crookie playing upset here, taking their first win of this Redemption large group stage, as they were already knocked out, but didn't want to just end it and give up. They pull off a huge upset. Misty, pick something about that last match that you really think made a difference. Something about, boundarying that might affect your match.
Oh, I was going to say Rookie Crookie's decision to actually win a match may have also made the decision here. But yeah, the Ishimu. Like I was saying just before the match, we often clown on the Ishimu for various reasons. I guess one of those reasons could also be pointing in the wrong direction when activating an MJD. Maybe more of a player skill issue than a ship issue. But for those of you that aren't aware, there are MJD beacons around the arena, about 86.5 kilometers from the center. And if you use one while pointing away from the center of the arena, you end up outside of the boundary. And then the boundary gets very angry with you and you die. So that is essentially what we saw happen. Unsure if the Ishimu was bumped by one of his teammates when actually lining up to MJD into the middle of the arena. One thing to note is that when you activate the MJD, you cannot change your direction, but other people can change it for you. So sometimes you see, someone get ready to MJD, they get bumped by a big ass potato, and then their ship turns and goes in the wrong direction.
Yes, and Nova, battleships. A Dami Navy appears as well as a Geddon Navy. And those were a little not necessarily interestingly the same use choices. Walk me through why they were different and how that might have affected that comp a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the Dominic's Navy, I mean, we were noting it did have some form of blasters on it, which is, I guess, a little bit to be expected there. Armageddon Navy, that's often, like, we're typically seeing that rapid heavy fit, and yeah, it turns out those are not the same weapon systems, different ranges they're good at. Typically, Domi Navy just wants to get on top of something, sit on it, and it's very happy with that. Armageddon Navy, like, yeah, you also need to be reasonably close to apply rapid heavies, but not like that close. I don't know, a little bit of an interesting choice. I think the other thing with the Domi Navy that was sort of strange to see, I wasn't sure if I could see local tank on it or not. There were moments where it looked like maybe a little bit came in, but I guess if you were someone who's watched, like, if you've seen from last year, I think it was Rotkapel even, or one of these teams fielded like a Domi Navy flagship, the amount that this would rep with that rep bonus was so astronomical. The thing would tick down into hull, and then suddenly it's just full armor again, like as though you had made no progress whatsoever. And so I was just sort of sitting there waiting for this big blast of armor to come back through and say, oh, we were bait tanking the entire time, but it never came. And that felt really strange to me, especially for the ship that we would think would want to be sitting in blaster range at 0 and just trade DPS like that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Domi Navy was the call.
Yes. We enter an interesting stage now because of that. Rookie Crookie pulling off that upset win has now knocked Brightside out of going any farther in this tournament, so both of those teams now are no longer able to progress. We have one more match that will actually decide the fate of 3 teams here. Our match between Kick Zoot, as they sit at 254 points with 2 wins and 1 loss, versus Punishing Grey Raven, as they sit at 2 wins and 1 loss as well, but with 383 points. At the same time, Shrimply Delightful, 2-2 with 352. So, whatever team wins this next game is in. And their first seed out of the group. Good for them. So, a lot of incentive to win here. But also, if you're Kick Zoot, a lot more pressure to win and score a lot of points as you have to catch up to Shrimply Delightful. Misty, in these like hard scenarios, is it really pressure filled? What's going through the captain's heads here?
I think this is an interesting one. Punishing Grey Ravens, like you said, have an incentive to win and really pump up their points. But Kick Zoot, I don't know if they need to win to get into the tournament. I think they just need to kill over 100 points, so that even if they lose, they're still above Shrimply Delightful, right? So now the decision is, do you play to win a match? And maybe you take something very low damage, control oriented. You play it slow. You try and get your win here and there, whatever. Or do you just rush? Do you just go all in with DPS? You just bring 6 DPS ships and maybe a Crucifier. You don't even bring Logi is for cowards. You know, winners never die unless you lose your ship here or there. You just burn in with 6 DPS ships, you kill as much as you can, you pray you get 98 points, and maybe that can carry you through.
Well, the last teams have landed on the grid for the final match of today. It is a huge decision-making match for these teams, so we're going to send it over there and give the announcers a little bit of time to break down what's on grid and what is going on here. So let's send it over to the arena for the last time today to Baza and Corvus.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final game of the day against Kick Zoot and Punishing Ravens. My name is Corvus. I'm joined by the Basilisk. Kick Zoot here, bringing a comp worthy of the stakes in this match. Barghurst, Double Orthrus, Scythe, Outrider, Jackdaw, Bellicose. Bazza, what are Punishing Grey Raven bringing today?
Punishing Grey Raven are bringing a fairly standard-looking ham rush, albeit without a Loki, and they may regret that decision, seeing the kite that they're up against on the other team, because when you're bringing these ham boats like the Claymore and Nighthawk, they're not particularly fast compared to what you're seeing on the other side with Orthruses and Jackdaws. So it may be a real struggle to get on top of anything, and this is where the Loki can come into its own when you've got those 40k webs. It just makes it that much easier to get hold of something. So I expect them to maybe get on top of 1, maybe 2 targets. But after that, it may be a real struggle for the Ham Rush. And of course, Kikzu, I believe, as Misty was saying, they need to score 98 points to advance here. They're not opting into the Rush Mirror. They could have brought a Rush, but they said, nope, we're instead going to play the Shield Kite with Orthruses and Barghest. Toastbrot and Barghest, familiar sight for those who've been watching AT for many years. But this is going to come down to execution. Can they screen off this Rush? Can they pick the right targets? Can they kill off those Logi frigates? Of course, Orthruses, very commonly rapid light fit, and they can just genocide Kirins and Scalpels.
That's correct. The Orthrus here, I think, are going to be key in trying to screen off any light tackle on the Punishing Grey Raven scene, but it looks like they don't have a lot of light tackle here. The Orthrus is sort of setting up a screen here. The Barghest not really moving at this time, or starting to move now. And it looks like the rider of Sarg is just keeping himself out of trouble, as the broadsword of Kit Kat making a beeline for their Barghest. He just wants to lock that thing down, and we see a jump drive here across the arena here.
Yeah, they managed to kill off that Kirin really quick, and now they're going through the Scalpel. Of course, like I said, the Orthruses and Jackdaw with Bellicose TP support absolutely murdered those. But yeah, as you say, the Barghest of Toastbrot has been caught by the broadsword here of Kit Kat, and the MJD battlecruisers came through. They used the center of the arena MJD to get sort of close-ish towards the Barghest, and now they're just burning in the rest of the way. And of course, this Barghest, he does have a scythe to keep reps on him, but against the damage that's going to be incoming, I don't know how long that Barghest will last. It is, of course, going to be a shield Barghest. May have an XLASB, may have local reps. Going to be fairly tanky, but it's going to be up to the rest of the team here to kite this out and kill up as much DPS as they can while they're distracting the Barghest. They do take down that first cruiser, the Navy Osprey. They're now going to look at the Scythe fleet.
Yeah, an amazing play from Punishing Grey Raven here. The Barghest and the Orthrus all getting Mordu's Legion bonuses to scram range. So they've managed to bypass that by literally jumping to the other side of the Kikzoot comp here and just getting all their DPS onto that battleship that they need to kill immediately. It is a rapid heavy battleship. It is going to be applying to a lot of these cruisers here. As you see the Scythe fleet issue get absolutely demolished as well. Scram's going out on the Nighthawk here. Of course, the scram range is around 18 to 20 kilometers overheated. So that Nighthawk is pretty much stuck in and committed now to killing that Barghest.
Yeah, and this is one of the problems with the Ham Rush comps is when you run an AC rush, you can still actually project a Logi, whereas right now this Scythe of Leafless San is just chilling. He's just sat, repping this Barghest, full capacity, not really any problems. And as soon as anything comes to tackle him, he's able to just zoom off into the distance, and he will then tank all of these missiles super, super well, whereas with ACs, it's a lot easier to deal with these cruisers sat at like 20, 30k pumping in the reps. They're now switching. The broadsword and the Claymore have pulled off the Barghest. They've realised they're not breaking him. They need to deal with the Scythe, but I think it's going to be far too late for that, as this Scythe is going to go down, but it's just those two rush ships left.
Yep, the Nighthawk goes down.
Yeah, this is going to be it for Punishing Grey Ravens. They are going to be losing this match, but I think they will still advance. But Kikzu, at this point, 122 points scored. That does take them over Shrimply Delightful. Unfortunately for Shrimply Delightful, they will be out on points. And Kikzu and Punishing Grey Raven, I believe, will both advance at this point.
Yeah, I think getting that DPS on the Barghest at the beginning was very, very well done with the jump drive activation. But you're just not going to kill that Barghest. It's too tanky, and with the Cypher repping it, it's pretty much going to live forever. And it outputs a lot of DPS.
Yeah, I do like the plan to send the broadsword in and just get the hit scram on the Barghest and try and hold it down, and then just send in your battle cruisers with an MJD and get on top of it. But I think in the meta that we're in, Ham Rush is just not proving to be effective at all in any way, the same way that the AC Rush is. And I think that may be because of the sort of different format where not only is Loki is like twice the cost of Cinnable and Scythe Fleet, which are themselves very, very powerful AC Rush cruisers. But also the Logi power in this format is effectively the same as in AT, but the incoming damage is that much lower in a 7v7. So if you can apply full damage from ACs, it's a lot easier to do that onto smaller and faster targets like Logi cruisers and Logi frigates than it is to do it with a Ham Rush. I feel like the Ham Rush is not coming up particularly strong so far.
No, I have personal experience of that, having tried Ham Rush in this tournament and not doing very well. as we watch the Claymore just sort of accept its fate here and just evaporate here on grid.
Yep, so that is a 200-23 win for Kickzoot, and I believe that means Kickzoot will be advancing top of this relegation group, so congratulations to them. And Punishing Grey Raven will be coming second from this relegation group, so congratulations to them as well. They will be joining everyone else playing more games tomorrow. But that's all from us in the arena. Thank you, everyone. We're going to send it back to the desk.
I'm getting bumped by
I think I burned my prop. Insane gameplay.
Dude, I'm sucking 0 gigajoules from him.
Here's no hammer. Hit. High octane gameplay. High octane gameplay. Go, heating. The Ghost Radius after. Can you web him? He's already running like a. Okay. He won?
Odin's calling. Will you answer the call?
Can I, not to be a dick, but can our Logi not get alpha? I know it's asking a lot, but please don't get alpha.
Don't rush again. They get it. They will expect it.
All you gotta do is roll those bad boys and some bitches, and then
Stop it. Get some help.
Kickzoot, bringing rapid heavies and rapid lights to rapidly dismantle Punishing Grey Raven. We see the Kite versus the Rush. Nova, tell me why a Kite might be favored in that scenario.
I think this very quickly goes into just trading damage, and the problem is with a ham rush like that, you need to always be applying your damage. That is your win condition, is immediately being on something. The moment that thing's going down is getting on the next thing. Your low end will die pretty quickly. Your Logi is not super substantial. You're really overloading your points onto those DPS ships, so you need to be trading so quickly. In this specific instance, I think that that Kickzoot did a really good job, actually, of sort of being right in the middle of where they're kiting away, but not so far that this micro jump play could actually pay off very well for Punishing Grey Raven. And that's sort of exactly what we saw. The Nighthawk, for example, I believe it was the first ship that landed the micro jump. It actually ended up like 30 or 40 kilometers behind the Barghest, which was the first thing that they were looking to go after. And all of that time that then has to spend burning over, they're not applying. And meanwhile, they are. So I think that ended up working really well for them.
Yes, Kickzoot winning that match puts them at the top of that group. Punishing Grey Raven had more points going into that match than Shrimply Delightful. Shrimply needing them to win and Zoot not to score, but that did not happen. So Punishing Grey Raven pulling off second in that group and moving on. With that said, though, I am Lagflame here with Misty Might and Nova Terrorend. We had Corvus and the Basilisk casting the second half of that wonderful, wonderful redemption bracket. But we're going to actually raid off, as there's another match on the other stream that you might enjoy watching. So we're going to send you guys over there. Thank you very much for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow.